Chapter 285. After a while, Suchin calmed himself down and continued to pick up fragments. Picked up pepper seed fragment X1. 1-1. Fragments are full, can be used or exchanged for energy points. Suchin hesitated for a moment before exchanging it for energy points. Although it was the first time pepper seed appeared, it was useless to keep it. Then he grabbed another purple shard. Picked up Abyss Ghost Howling Wind Fragment X1. 110. Fragments are full, cannot be used, can be exchanged for energy points. Not exchanging. Suchin's heart skipped a beat. The name Abyss Ghost Howling Wind sounded like a wind element item because it had the word wind in it. Just like Ancient Thunder, there was the word thunder in it. Serene Pool Divine Wood, there was the word wood in it. Thinking of this, Suchin was looking forward to it. He used wind element spells more often, and was more comfortable with them. However, compared to thunder, wood, ice and fire element spells, the power was obviously weaker. The reason was that he did not fuse with a wind element item. If Abyss Ghost Howling Wind was a wind element item, it would undoubtedly increase his wind element magic by a level, and his strength would definitely increase again. The appearance of Abyss Ghost Howling Wind made Suchin excited, and the speed at which he picked up fragments increased by a lot. After picking up a dozen fragments in a row, a new item appeared. Picked up 56-inch color TV X1. 1-1. Fragments are full, can be used or exchanged for energy points. Suchin did not expect that even a color TV could be dropped, and could not help but let his imagination run wild. After coming to the apocalypse, he had not watched TV for a long time, and he did miss it. However, was there a TV signal in the apocalypse? Suchin thought about it for a moment, and decided to exchange for it. After receiving the feedback, he understood that 56-inch color TV was not broadcast by receiving a TV signal, but by placing a disc. This meant that as long as he had the disc, he could watch TV in the apocalypse. There were very few entertainment programs in the apocalypse, and recently, everyone was a bit tired of playing landlord. If he could watch TV, it would undoubtedly make his life more colorful. After putting the 56-inch color TV into his storage bag, Suchin continued to pick up the fragments. Picked up Upgrade Gem Fragment Asterisk. 1-1. The fragment is full, can be used or exchanged for energy points. Use. Picked up Sora Always Movie Disc Fragment Asterisk 1. 1-1. The fragment is full, can be used or exchanged for energy points. Suchin's expression became a little strange. He felt that he had been at loggerheads with Sora Aoi recently. The Sora Aoi blow-up doll had just been released, and now there was a short movie. F***CK, can't you change it? Of course, Suchin was only fantasizing. Whether it was old Teacher Song's video or other people's video, he couldn't exchange for it. If this was shown on TV, what would people think of him? Wouldn't his image crumble? Dispelling distracting thoughts, Suchin grabbed a red fragment. Picked up Level 3 Constitution Potion Fragment Asterisk 1. 1-1. The fragment is full, can be used or exchanged for energy points. Use. Level 3 Constitution Potion had not appeared for a long time, and the value of this item was very high. Yang Hao and the others were now Level 2 evolvers, and they would definitely use it in the future. Chapter 286. After putting away the Level 3 Physique Potion, Suchin locked his eyes on an orange fragment. The orange fragment was a mutated beast. There were many types of mutated beasts. Some were very strong, and some were very weak. He had picked up a few orange fragments before, but none of them could be used. Either there were too many fragments and he could not gather all of them, or the mutated beast was too weak and was not worth it. Suchin did not have much hope for this orange fragment. Picked up Super Ancient Devouring Gorilla Mosquito Fragment X1. 110. Fragments are not full and cannot be used. Can be exchanged for energy points. Not exchanging. This orange fragment might have dropped a mosquito, but the name sounded a little pretentious. Super, devouring, and ancient. These three words undoubtedly raised the level of this mosquito. It also made Suchin have high expectations for it. However, he was still short of 9 fragments. He did not think too much and continued to pick up fragments. Picked up Eternal Youth Fruit Seed Fragment X1, 110. Fragments are not full and cannot be used. Can be exchanged for energy points. Not exchanging. This was the first time that he needed to gather enough seeds to use them. This also meant that the value of this seed was very high. It was not something that the previous seeds could compare to. Suchin was a little suspicious. Was the fruit of the Eternal Youth Fruit Seed used to preserve one's youth forever? If it was, then its value was very high, especially since he still had the longevity fruit tree. If he used the two together, he could really achieve immortality. After a while, Suchin took a deep breath and continued to pick up fragments. Picked up 100 Top Chinese Songs Discs Fragment X1, 11. Fragments are full. Can be used or exchanged for energy points. Use. Picked up Omnipotent Pressure Cooker Fragment X1, 11. Fragments are full. Can be used or exchanged for energy points. Use. He was a little tired of eating barbecued meat every day. Changing his diet, stewing soup was a good choice. Suchin happily kept it in his storage bag. Picked up Grape Tree Seed Fragment X1, 11. Fragments are full. Can be used or exchanged for energy points. Use. It was the first time the grape seed appeared. After Suchin got it, he planted it into the plant space. Picked up Level 1 Pulse Cannon Fragment, *1, 13. The fragments are not full, so they cannot be used. They can be exchanged for energy points. Exchange for energy points. Half an hour later, all the fragments were collected. Suchin was quite satisfied with his harvest this time. After resting for a while, when he was about to collect the corpses of the sea beasts, the intelligent war chariot suddenly sounded an alarm. Warning, there are 3 large ships rapidly approaching us. They are currently 10 kilometers away. They are expected to meet in 10 minutes. Someone from the 13 Forget Worries sea cities came. Suchin narrowed his eyes. The 13 Forget Worries ocean cities were the largest power in the vicinity. Moreover, he had just destroyed one of Tan Haiching's giant warships, so it was reasonable for the other party to seek revenge. However, Suchin could not figure it out. The lightning-type spell techniques he had just unleashed could be described as earth-shattering. It also proved that his strength was unparalleled. The other party should have known this, so why did he still dare to come? Was he fearless? Or was he fearless because he was ignorant? Since he could not figure it out, Suchin decided not to dwell on it. No matter what the other party's motive was, as long as they dared to provoke him, only death awaited them. Chapter 287. Then, Suchin continued to collect the corpses of the sea beasts. When he was halfway through collecting, 3 large ships approached. Seeing that the other party was coming menacingly, Wu Yang and the others stopped collecting the sea beasts. Each of them held their weapons and became cautious. Suchin narrowed his eyes and glanced at the 3 large ships. These 3 ships, from the outside, were no different from the previous giant ship. However, they were obviously much smaller. They were more than 100 meters long, only 1/3 the size of the giant ship. At this moment, on the bow of the middle ship, there were more than a dozen people standing around. The leader was an old man with high cheekbones and eyes that were as small as beans. After looking at Suchin and the others, he asked a middle-aged man next to him, "Is it them?" "City Lord, it's them. The one who released the thunder technique is the young man standing at the front." The middle-aged man hurriedly replied. When he spoke, he was still a little scared. He was one of the people on the small ship that escaped. Previously, the scene of Suchin sinking the giant ship with one move was still vivid in his mind. At that time, he was almost scared to death on the spot. Meeting Suchin again, even with so many masters in the Forgotten Worries Ocean, he still felt a little uneasy. "Boy, you killed our Tan Haiching's people? You destroyed our giant ship? Do you know your crime?" The bean-eyed old man's face was gloomy as he shouted angrily. He was none other than the city lord of Tan Haiching, Tan Sihai. He was also the leader of the 13 cities of the Forgotten Worries Ocean. When he learned that Tan Haiching's giant ship was destroyed and his subordinates were slaughtered, he was so angry that his lungs almost exploded. Whether it was the giant ship or his subordinates, They were all important trump cards for him to maintain his position in the Forgotten Worries Ocean. Now that they were all destroyed by Su Chen, his position in the Forgotten Worries Ocean was not so stable. Therefore, today he must kill Su Chen and the others to restore Tan Haiqing's prestige. He wanted to let the others know that Forget Worries Ocean was still his world. Of course, he also knew how powerful Su Chen was. In order to kill an expert like Su Chen, one had to be fully prepared. On this trip, he had brought along a treasure that was specially designed to restrain Su Chen. So he was very confident. You people from Tan Haiqing actually dared to snatch my sea demon beast. It can only be said that you are courting death. Su Chen's face was full of contempt. He snorted coldly and said, "If you know what's good for you, scram immediately. Otherwise, I'll kill all of you." Haha. Tan Sihai laughed wildly, then stared at Su Chen, his eyes exuding a bone-chilling coldness. He gritted his teeth and said, "I know you are a powerful magic psychic master, but you are still too inexperienced to act tough in front of me, Tan Sihai. Today, this old man will completely suppress you." As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his hand, and something that looked like a ruby slowly floated into the sea. Yang Hao spat at the big ship where Tan Sihai was. His eyes were full of sarcasm. This old man with the surname Tan is quite good at acting tough. He still wants to suppress Chenggu? Chao Ran, who was next to him, echoed, "Some people's brains don't work well when they get old. They even dared to provoke Chenggu. They have no one to blame but themselves for their long lives." Sherdaniu sighed and sighed. "They are already so old. Isn't it good to live?" In their hearts, Su Chen was an invincible existence. Tan Sihai was so arrogant that he wanted to arm wrestle with Su Chen. This kind of behavior was tantamount to suicide. Su Chen's attention was always on the ruby. He faintly felt that the ruby contained a strange power that made him a little uncomfortable. "Haha. Kid, under the light of my anti-magic gem, you have less than 10% of your magical power left. Let's see how you are going to fight me?" At this moment, Tan Sihai laughed wildly again. Chapter 288. Su Chen circulated his magic power, and felt that it was indeed a little sluggish. Although he was a little surprised, he did not take it to heart. Magic power was only one of his many means. His opponent was too naive to think that he could defeat him with just a piece of anti-magic gem. "Do you think you can show off in front of me by imprisoning my magic power?" Su Chen rubbed his nose and sneered. Then, with a flash of purple light on his feet, he stepped into the sea and charged towards Tan Sihai at a ghostly speed. What a fast speed! Is he a high-level evolved person? Could he be a level 5 evolved person? "Mayor, what should we do?" Seeing Su Chen charging at them with lightning speed, the people on the ship were a little panicked. Tan Sihai's eyelids also twitched. Originally, he thought that Su Chen was just a psychic. He did not think that Su Chen was also an evolved person. And judging from his speed, it was very likely that he was a level 5 evolved person. "Let's attack together. We can't let him get here." Tan Sihai roared and raised his hand to shoot out a violent thunder spell. He knew that once a powerful evolved person like Su Chen got close, it would be a disaster for them. So he did not hesitate to stop Su Chen. The others reacted and attacked at the same time. Dozens of psychic casters released spells together. Icicles, fireballs, and violent thunder spells flew out continuously. Those evolved people did not have long-range attacks, but they took out bows and arrows and shot at Su Chen. For a time, all kinds of spells were thrown at Su Chen from all directions. Hundreds of sharp arrows pierced the sky and whistled towards Su Chen. At this moment, the whole sky was covered in the color of magic. The magic waves emitted from it were abnormally terrifying. The sound of the air being pierced deeply into everyone's eardrums. Even though Wu Yang and the others were far away, they still felt the waves of pressure, and their breathing became much more rapid. Although he knew that Su Chen was very strong, in the face of such an indiscriminate attack, could he survive? Tan Lin and Yang Qian couldn't help but feel nervous. Their palms were sweating. The expressions of Yang Hao and the other two turned ugly. "Kid, let's see how you're going to act tough now." A cruel expression appeared on Tan Sihai's face. Even a level 5 evolver would not be able to survive the attack of dozens of spells and hundreds of arrows. At this moment, he already regarded Su Chen as a dead man. Su Chen scoffed at this. He didn't even try to dodge, allowing the spells and arrows to come at him. In the next moment, the flying spell exploded around him, setting off a monstrous wave that drowned Su Chen's figure. Following closely behind, the sharp arrows pierced into the place where Su Chen was standing one after another. Haha, you're dead meat. Seeing this scene, Tan Sihai laughed wildly again. The others were also excited and hooted. I thought this kid was very powerful. It turns out that he only knows how to act tough. Going against the 13 Forgotten Worries Sea Cities, he must be tired of living. So what if he's a level 5 evolver? Under our joint efforts, didn't he still die without leaving even a speck of dust? You're too naive. Just as the people of the 13 Forgotten Worries Sea Cities were celebrating, a cold snort suddenly rang in their ears. Immediately after, a tall and handsome figure slowly walked out from the waves that filled the sky. It's him. Why is he still alive? My eyes must be playing tricks on me. He can't possibly survive. When they saw that the person who walked out was Su Chen, the people of the 13 Forgotten Worries Sea Cities screamed as if they had seen a ghost. Chapter 289. What was even harder for them to accept was that when Su Chen walked out, he patted his clothes a few times with a faint smile on his face. He was completely unharmed from the beginning to the end. How could this be? Could it be that those spells and arrows were all fake? Or did they attack the wrong target? Or was Su Chen so powerful that he could ignore such powerful attacks? Unable to figure out the situation, the people of the 13 Forget Worries Sea Cities fell into deep shock and confusion. Do you think a bunch of ants like you can cause trouble in front of me? You overestimate yourselves. Su Chen sneered and walked forward slowly. With the ancient godfiend body, he could ignore any attacks below the same level. Tan Sihai was the strongest among them, but he was only a level 4 Dharma Psychic. How could he hurt him? Although Su Chen walked slowly, every step he took made the hearts of the people of the 13 Forget Worries Sea Cities tremble. It was as if they felt that death was about to come. Finally, they couldn't take it anymore and tried to persuade Tan Sihai. City Lord, he's not human. Let's run. Alliance Master, take a step back and you'll be safe. Su Chen's strength had exceeded their understanding. Arrows couldn't hurt him, spells didn't work, and he was a terrifying existence that couldn't be killed at all. How could they have the courage to resist? At this moment, they wished they could grow a pair of wings and fly away from this place. Retreat, return to Tanhai City, leave immediately. Tan Sihai came back to his senses and hurriedly ordered. He was already scared out of his wits by Su Chen. He only wanted to escape as far as possible. As long as he didn't run into Su Chen, he could escape to the ends of the earth. What face? Dignity? Compared to his life, all of that was worth less than a fart. Can you escape? Su Chen sneered and then ran forward at full speed. Just as he approached the ship, he leaped up and punched the air. In an instant, 100 golden fist shadows appeared in the air. Each fist shadow emitted an extremely fierce aura, causing the void to buzz and tremble. What's this? Tan Sihai was so scared that his legs began to tremble. The others could not even raise their heads under the pressure of this violent fist aura. Pegasus Meteor Fist. Su Chen bellowed and punched out. Bang bang bang. What followed was a series of 100 explosions. Under the merciless devastation of the Pegasus Meteor Fist, the ship, which was over 100 meters long, was directly smashed into pieces. Tan Sihai and the others also became a part of the powder. After falling into the sea, they finally disappeared without a trace. Oh my God! Run quickly! He's a devil! The people on the other two ships were scared out of their wits. They tried their best to steer their ships away. His speed was quite fast. In the blink of an eye, he had already fled a distance of over 100 meters. Su Chen curled his lips and ordered the intelligent chariot. Satoshi, launch 2 torpedoes and kill them. Yes. The intelligent war chariot turned on the torpedo launcher and launched 2 torpedoes. Boom boom. With 2 deafening explosions, the 2 ships sank to the bottom of the sea one after another. Okay, let's continue. Su Chen smiled faintly, and then walked to the anti-magic gem. After looking at it, he put it into the storage bag. The anti-magic gem's function was still very strange. It seemed to be able to cut off the bridge between the body and the magic power. This aroused Su Chen's strong interest. He planned to study it when he had time. Chapter 290. An hour later, the sea beasts' bodies were dealt with, and everyone returned to the intelligent war chariot. Su Chen took out the universal pressure cooker and universal oven, and gave them to Yang Hao, asking him to prepare the meal. He then communicated with the intelligent war chariot. Satoshi, I have got the thunderstorm stones. There are 100 stones in total. Is it enough for the upgrade? Master, the upgrade of the magnetic storm net and torpedo requires 50 thunderstorm stones each. And the derivative thunderbolt requires 100 stones, the intelligent war chariot replied. How is the power of the magnetic storm net and torpedo after the upgrade? Su Chen was more concerned about this. As for the thunderbolt beam, he felt that it was not worth it because it required 100 stones, so he decided to use the thunderstorm stones on the magnetic storm net and torpedo. After the upgrade of the magnetic storm net, the coverage area doubled, but the power remained the same. After the torpedo upgrade, the power increased by 1/3. Hearing this, Su Chen nodded slightly. Before the upgrade of the magnetic storm power source, it could kill more than 100 zombies below level 3 at once. After the upgrade, it could only kill zombies below level 3, but the number of zombies it could kill had doubled. As for the torpedo, it could kill about 300 sea beasts at once. After the upgrade, it could kill 400. Su Chen was still not satisfied with the performance after the upgrade. After a while, he installed the thunderstorm stones in the groove below the central control screen. After the upgrade of the intelligent war chariot, Su Chen turned to look at the central control screen and continued to look for the sea beasts. At this moment, the intelligent war chariot spoke again. Master, the gem you got before is very useful to me. I can create a new attack weapon. Gem? The anti-magic gem? Su Chen muttered, took out the anti-magic gem and asked, Satoshi, is it this gem? It is this gem. The intelligent war chariot replied with certainty. Su Chen installed the anti-magic gem in the groove and asked, Satoshi, what kind of weapon can you create? It was true that the anti-magic gem was a good item, but as long as it could increase the attack power of the intelligent war chariot, no matter how good it was, he would install it on the intelligent war chariot. By consuming this anti-magic gem, I can generate anti-magic light waves that can cover an area of 1,000 meters, the intelligent war chariot explained. What's the use of the anti-magic light wave? Su Chen could faintly feel that this thing wasn't simple, so he asked urgently. Its function is to confine a psychic's magic power, and its confinement rate is 100%. There's a limit to the confinement ability. It can't exceed my own level. A pleasant surprise, a pleasant surprise. Su Chen's eyes lit up with excitement. The anti-magic light wave was only effective against magic psyche masters. Any magic psyche master who was enveloped by the light wave would not be able to use any spells, and would be reduced to a cripple. Of course, the prerequisite was that the level of the enveloped Dharma psychic must not exceed the level of the intelligent war chariot. In other words, the intelligent war chariot was now at level 3, and the anti-magic light wave could only be used against spellcasters below level 3. Even so, the might of the anti-magic light wave was no small matter. In addition, how many magic psyche masters above level 4 could there be on Thousand Feather Island? Probably only a handful. Moreover, the intelligent war chariot wouldn't stay at level 3 forever. It was an upgraded war chariot. As long as there were enough materials, it could continue to be upgraded. At that time, the power of the anti-magic light wave would reach a new level. Su Chen calmed down and continued to search for the whereabouts of the sea monsters. Chapter 291. Needless to say, there were many sea beasts in the Forget Worries Ocean, and they often came in groups. Su Chen soon found a group of about 2,000 sea beasts. Before setting off to hunt, he decided to fill his stomach first. Especially since he had just obtained the omnipotent pressure cooker, he wanted to taste it. After eating and drinking, everyone embarked on the hunting journey. In the next few days, Suchin kept hunting sea beasts. No matter how many sea beasts there were in the Forget Worries Ocean, they could not withstand this kind of killing. In the end, not even a shadow of the sea beasts could be seen. Sea beasts were not like zombies. They also had intelligence. Seeing a large number of their companions die, they migrated out of the Forget Worries Ocean and went to other sea areas or even the deep sea. Without any sea beasts to kill, Suchin did not want to wander around the Forget Worries Ocean. As for going to other sea areas or the deep sea, he had no intention of doing so for the time being. Of course, after killing all the zombies and mutant beasts in Qianyu Island, he would naturally go to other sea areas. After glancing at the central control screen, Suchin chose a place to land. When he arrived on land, he immediately put the Heavenly Overlord Turtle into the pet raising space. The initial space of the pet raising space was only 10 cubic meters, which was definitely not enough to hold the Heavenly Overlord Turtle. However, Suchin upgraded it to 300 cubic meters, which was enough to hold the Heavenly Overlord Turtle. In addition, the storage bag was also upgraded to 300 cubic meters. Planting space had also been upgraded, but the upgrade was smaller, only 100 cubic meters. For this, Suchin used up all the upgrade gems, and even spent a lot of energy points. However, compared to the consumption, the harvest was more abundant. During this period, tens of thousands of sea beasts were killed, and thousands of fragments were dropped. Most of them were exchanged for energy points. His energy points had already exceeded 8,000, and this was under the condition that he had spent some. Otherwise, it would have been even more. As for the sea beasts' corpses, the storage bag was almost filled to the brim. There were tens of thousands of energy stones of various levels. It could be said that Suchin made a lot of money on this trip to the Forget Worries Ocean. Suchin, where are we going next? After arriving on land, the intelligent war chariot remained where it was. Wu Yang asked. Suchin originally wanted to return to Tiannan Colony. After all, there were still a lot of zombies there. However, when he glanced at the central control screen, he realized that the Fire Wolf encampment was on the way to Tiannan encampment, so he decided to take a look. Let's go to the Fire Wolf colony first, then return to the Tiannan colony, Suchin said. Upon hearing that they were going to Tiannan, Wu Yang, Chao Ran and Tan Lin became excited. After all, they had lived in the Heavenly South for many years, so they had more or less feelings for each other. Next, he locked onto the location of the Fire Wolves' gathering place, and the intelligent war chariot moved at full speed. Chengge, do you want to fight? With nothing to do, Yang Hao took out his poker cards and invited Suchin to play Fight the Landlord. Let's not play Fight the Landlord today. Let's listen to music. Suchin smiled, then took out the color TV and installed the 100 Network Hit Songs CD. The first song to play was Your Answer. Maybe the world is like this. I'm also on the road. No one can tell. The light of dawn will cross the darkness. Break all fear. I can find the answer. His deep voice and melodious music made the crowd intoxicated. Chapter 292. Suchin was also deeply touched. The apocalypse was actually a dark world, and everyone should be looking for answers. Then what was his answer? After thinking for a while, he felt that his answer was very simple and pure. That was to kill zombies and drop fragments. The more the better. Simple and monotonous, but not lacking in meaning. The intelligent war chariot traveled for 3 days straight, and just as it was about to reach the Fire Wolf gathering place, Suchin saw on the central control screen that 4 blue dots were flying towards him. They were only a few miles apart. Moreover, the speed of these 4 blue dots was not slow, so they should be evolvers. Suchin did not care. Evolvers were everywhere after all, as long as they did not come to provoke him. The intelligent war chariot continued to move forward according to its usual route, and after a few minutes, it met the 4 blue dots. Senior, save me. Suchin was resting with his eyes closed, and vaguely felt that the voice was a little familiar. Chengge, it seems to be Zhou Yin. Yang Hao reminded him. Zhou Yin? Suchin frowned slightly. He had a good impression of Zhou Yin, and when he left he even gave him a bottle of level 1 vitality potion. However, wasn't Zhou Yun's home at the Rocky Hill? Why did he come here? And he was asking him for help, was he being chased? Thinking of this, Suchen opened his eyes and looked outside. Sure enough, he saw Zhou Yun flying towards him, and behind him were 3 men in blue, chasing after Zhou Yun. Satoshi, stop the chariot. Suchen ordered, and when the intelligent war chariot stopped, he got out of the chariot. At this time, Zhou Yun had already run in front of him, and he was still shouting, "Senior, they want to kill me." Suchen focused his gaze, and saw that Zhou Yun's clothes were ragged, and there were a few wounds on his body, looking very miserable. The 3 men in blue, after catching up, were not in a hurry to make a move. They kept looking at Suchen and the intelligent war chariot. They had seen a lot of MCVs, but it was the first time they had seen one as cool as the intelligent war vehicle. Moreover, they also knew that the people who owned the MCV were not ordinary people. If he didn't have the strength, the MCV would have been taken away by others. "Kid, I advise you not to meddle in other people's business." Seeing that Zhou Yun and Suchen were very familiar with each other, one of the men with a scar on his face snorted coldly. Although he still didn't know Suchen's background, he had his own identity and Suchen's young age, so he didn't put Suchen in his eyes. Suchen ignored him and turned to ask Zhou Yun, "What's going on? Why are they chasing after you?" Zhou Yun clenched his hands and said angrily, "Senior, they are from Heaven Connect City. After learning that Feng Chenggu was killed, they began to hunt down people related to this matter." Feng Chenggu was killed by Suchen, and Zhou Yun had been with Suchen at that time, so it was reasonable that he was implicated. After figuring out what was going on, Suchen looked at the 3 men from Heaven Connect City and said lightly, "Are you from Heaven Connect City?" It could be said that he had a deep grudge with the people of Heaven Connect City. In total, he had killed many people of Heaven Connect City. Among them, there were 3 level 3 evolvers. If the other party was really from Heaven Connect City, he could only count himself unlucky to have met him. The scarred man glanced coldly at Suchen and threatened, "Kid, since you know we are from Heaven Connect City, why don't you get out of my way?" Heaven Connect City was one of the top forces in Yulin, and even in the entire Qinyu Island, its name was very well known. No matter who it was, when they saw people from Heaven Connect City, they would be courteous to them as a form of respect. With this identity, the scarred man thought that Suchen would not dare to go against him. Chapter 293. Sky Connect City is nothing. Suchen curled his lips and said mockingly, "I like killing people from Sky Connect City the most, and I've already killed quite a few." At this point, he narrowed his eyes and swept his gaze over the scarred man and the other 2. His eyes were cold, as if he was treating the 3 of them as dead people. "What do you want?" Being stared at by Suchen, the scarred man felt a chill run down his spine and subconsciously took a few steps back. The other 2's expressions also changed, and they retreated together. Suchen seemed to be harmless to humans and animals, but there was a fierce murderous aura around him. Only some particularly powerful people would have this kind of murderous aura. At this moment, they all realized that Suchen was definitely a powerful person, and a very powerful one at that. "Of course it's to kill you." Suchen smiled faintly, and his mind power instantly spread out. With 3 explosive sounds, the scarred man and the other 2 exploded into 3 clouds of blood mist under the pressure of the mind power. Seeing this, the corners of Zhou Yun's mouth couldn't help but tremble. He had a feeling that Suchen seemed to be much more powerful than the last time he saw him. Last time, Suchen was at level 3, and now he was at level 4, and his strength had increased exponentially. It was reasonable for Zhou Yun to have this kind of intuitive feeling. "Get in the car first." Suchen called out and walked straight into the intelligent war chariot. Zhou Yun followed closely behind. After getting in the car, he politely greeted the people in the car. "Hello, seniors." Sure Duo tried her best to hold back her laughter and thought to herself, "I'm only 7 years old. How did I become a senior?" Chao Ran cleared his throat and pretended to be deep as he said, "Little Zhou, not bad. I haven't seen you for a few days, and you've already become an evolved person." Zhou Yun looked at Suchen and said gratefully, It's all thanks to the potion that Senior gave me. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to become an evolved person in my lifetime." Hearing this, Chao Ran and the others were deeply moved. Their talents were very poor, and the only reason they could become evolvers was because of Su Chen. "Just call me Chen Ge. Don't call me Senior. It's uncomfortable." Su Chen joked and then asked, "How many people came from Heaven Connect City? Where are they now?" "Chen Ge, there are more than 10 of them, and one of them is a level 4 evolver," Zhou quickly replied. Zhou was very excited that Su Chen wanted him to call him Chen Ge. Although it was only a change in the way he addressed Su Chen, there was no doubt that his relationship with Su Chen had become much closer. "Why are they here? It's not a star-gathering stone, is it?" Su Chen gave a soft cry of surprise. A level 4 evolver could be said to be the top fighting power in Tongtian City, and such people would not go out easily. If they encountered an accident outside, it would be an immeasurable loss to Tongtian City. It seems to be for the star-gathering stone. As soon as they came, they searched everywhere for the star-gathering stone. Zhou thought for a moment and replied. Su Chen rubbed his nose and pondered. Although the value of the star-gathering stone was very high, there was no need to mobilize so many people, right? Even a level 4 evolver was sent out to search for it. Su Chen faintly felt that this matter was not simple, so he ordered the intelligent war chariot. "Satoshi, go to the firewolf gathering place immediately." Yes. The intelligent war chariot ignited and started speeding forward. About an hour later, the intelligent war chariot arrived at the gate of the firewolf gathering place. Just like last time, there were many people coming in and out of the city gate. The appearance of the intelligent war chariot immediately caused a commotion among them. Chapter 294. Look, that group of killing gods is here again. Oh my god, are they going to fight with the people of Sky Connect City? Who knows? Let's wait and see. Sky Connect City has a level 4 evolver. How can they be a match for him? Do you think they're easy to deal with? Last time, the arrival of Su Chen and the others had set off a storm of blood at the firewolf gathering place. Many experts, including the city lord Feng Chenggu, were killed. Would he go on a killing spree like the last time he came here? Let's go and meet the people of Sky Connect City. Su Chen opened the door and got out of the car. The rest of the people followed closely behind Su Chen. When the crowd stood in front of the carriage and lined up, more than a dozen men in blue walked out of the city gate. Judging from their clothes, they were not much different from the 3 people from Sky Connect City who had been killed before. Is this the group of people who killed Feng Chenggu and stole the star-gathering stone? On the opposite side, an old man with a face full of pockmarks glanced at Su Chen and the others before turning to ask Feng Zhe who was beside him. Feng Zhe secretly looked at Su Chen and saw that Su Chen's eyes were unfriendly. He could not help but shiver. It could be said that he could not afford to offend either Su Chen or the old man with the pockmarks. However, it was impossible for him to stay out of the two of them. Feng Zhe struggled for a while and finally chose to stand on the side of the old man with the pockmarks. The old man with the pockmarks was not only a level 4 evolver, but also from Sky Connect City. Regardless of strength or identity, Su Chen could not compare to him. Although Su Chen was also very strong, he was only level 3. He was definitely not a match for a level 4 evolver. After thinking this through, he bowed and replied, "Sir, the ones who stole the star-gathering stone and killed Chief Feng are these traitors." Hearing this, Wu Yang and the others were furious. Su Chen's face was also as gloomy as water. No matter what, he had helped Feng Zhe last time, pushing him to the position of the leader of the firewolf gathering place. Who would have thought that not only would this guy not be grateful, but he would also become a fence-sitter and side with Heaven Connect City. How abominable. This kind of behavior was equivalent to betrayal, and Su Chen had already placed him on his must-kill list. How dare you kill people and rob them here? The pockmarked old man angrily rebuked with an arrogant face, and then coldly threatened. Whoever took the star congregation stone, immediately hand it over, and I can leave his corpse intact. Do all of you from Sky Connect City like to show off? Su Chen rubbed his nose and took a step forward with a disdainful expression, as if he was looking at the old man as a clown. The The pockmarked old man frowned slightly. He sized up Su-chun and snorted coldly. Kid, do you know how powerful Heaven Connect City is? Are you in such a hurry to die? He did not understand why this young man in front of him still dared to speak so boldly after knowing that he was from Heaven Connect City. Did he know that he was going to die? Was he trying to show off before dying? So that he could die with dignity? Who gave you the courage to be a level 4 evolver from Heaven Connect City? Don't you know that there is always someone better than you? Su-chun said with a face full of contempt. Listening to the other party's tone, Heaven Connect City seemed to be the number one force on Thousand Feather Island. Arrogant, domineering, and overbearing. It was as if he was saying that in front of Heaven Connect City, no matter who it was, they had to submit. Otherwise, they would suffer the wrath of Heaven Connect City and die. Chapter 295. As soon as Su-chun finished speaking, there was an uproar at the city gate. An expert from Tongtian City, and a level 4 evolver at that, actually mocked him mercilessly. This time, it was very lively. The people of Tongtian City had always been known for their strength. Would they let a young man humiliate them? The answer was obvious. The people of Tongtian City were all filled with righteous indignation, and they put on a posture as if they wanted to tear Su-chun apart. The pockmarked old man was even more furious. He gritted his teeth and roared, "Boy, you're courting death." As soon as he finished speaking, he held a knife and rushed in front of Su-chun, slashing down. The aura of a level 4 evolver burst out like an avalanche. What a powerful aura. As expected of a level 4 evolver. That boy is finished. This is the result of provoking Tongtian City. He's still too young. The expressions of the surrounding people changed. They all thought that Su-chun was doomed this time. Even the light of a grain of rice was shining. The corner of Su-chun's mouth twitched slightly. His palm was instantly filled with a bright golden light. Under everyone's gaze, he stretched out his hand to grab the knife. Is he crazy? He actually dares to use his body to resist the powerful knife of a level 4 evolver. Does he think he has an indestructible body? Seeing this scene, the onlookers could not remain calm. Su-chun's action, in their view, was undoubtedly an act of seeking death. The pockmarked old man's expression changed slightly, but it was quickly replaced by a ruthless look. Since the young man in front of him was courting death, he might as well fulfill his wish. Crack! The crisp sound of something breaking rang out. The pockmarked old man's knife accurately landed on Su-chun's palm. However, the expected scene of Su-chun's palm being cut off did not appear. Instead, the knife in the pockmarked old man's hand was broken into 2 pieces. Is this real? This scene in the eyes of the crowd made them feel that it was especially unreal. Even a level 5 evolver had to avoid the violent knife of a level 4 evolver. Why did Su-chun dare to take it head-on? And it even broke the chopping blade? Could it be a level 6 evolver? But even a level 6 evolver wouldn't be unscathed, right? Could it be that he really had an indestructible body? Although Su-chun did not have an invincible Vajra body, he had the ancient Godfiend body and was immune to all attacks of the same level. In addition, with the help of the golden scales on the arm, it was normal for him to break the saber with one palm. A bunch of ignorant fools. Seeing everyone's reaction, Chao Ran sneered contemptuously. Su-chun was able to remain unscathed in the face of dozens of spells and hundreds of arrows. What could a mere saber do to him? What a fuss! How did you do it? The pockmarked old man was inexplicably shocked. He looked at Su-chun as if he had seen a ghost. Breaking a level 4 evolver's chopping knife with his bare hands was too terrifying. It was too unbelievable. You don't have the right to know how I did it. Su-chun narrowed his eyes and said in a deep voice, "Tell me your purpose for coming here, and I will consider leaving your corpse intact." Previously, the pockmarked old man had used this sentence to threaten Su-chun. But in the blink of an eye, the situation had taken a sharp turn, and he had become the target of the threat. The pockmarked old man's thoughts kept spinning. He knew that Su-chun was qualified to say such words. But how could he be willing to just wait for death? In the end, he gritted his teeth, turned around and flew to the side. Seeing this, the onlookers were stunned. A level 4 evolver was scared away? Did he not want the dignity of a level 4 evolver? Where would Heaven Connect City put their face? The rest of the people from Heaven Connect City were also dumbfounded. For a moment, they did not know what to do and were stunned on the spot. Want to run? Suchin snorted coldly. With a flick of his finger, a green thread of light shot out from his finger and instantly shot to the feet of the pockmarked old man. Chapter 296. The pockmarked old man hadn't even taken a few steps when he felt his feet being entangled by something. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't break free. It was a critical moment for him to escape. If he was delayed, he might lose his life. The pockmarked old man glanced at his feet. When he saw that it was a vine that was entangled, he was horrified. He cried out, "Wood element entanglement! A level 5 magician." Although Suchin was only a level 4 magician, his wood element magic had been fused with the divine wood of the netherpole. The power of the spell he released was even higher than a level 5 spell. This made the pockmarked old man think that it was a level 5 spell. "I'm giving you one last chance. Tell me why you're here. Otherwise, I'll use 1,000 different ways to torture you." Suchin walked in front of the pockmarked old man and stared at him coldly. His eyes were filled with a bone-chilling and evil aura. The pockmarked old man couldn't help but shudder. Under Suchin's gaze, he finally opened his mouth. "We're here for the Star Congregation Stone." "Continue." Suchin's voice was cold. He already knew this. The key was why they were here, to collect the Star Congregation Stone. "Senior, if I tell you, I'll become a sinner of Sky Connect City. They won't let me go." The pockmarked old man stuttered. The meaning of his words was that if he told the truth, Lin Fan had to protect him. Suchin rubbed his nose and muttered in his heart, "Is this guy an idiot? Even if you tell me everything, I'll still kill you. Do I need to worry about Sky Connect City's revenge?" With a light snort, Suchin said indifferently, "Tell me the truth, and I'll give you a quick death. If you don't, you'll be tortured. Choose for yourself." "So you're saying that you won't give me a chance to live?" The pockmarked old man's expression was extremely ugly. He gritted his teeth and said, "Senior, if I submit to you, can you spare my life?" If a level 4 evolver wanted to rely on a force, he would definitely be welcomed. After all, the strength of a level 4 evolver was there. No matter which force it joined, it would be able to greatly increase its strength. However, in Suchin's eyes, not to mention a level 4 evolver, even a level 5 evolver was not worth mentioning. Moreover, he wouldn't keep someone he didn't know by his side. "You'd better confess honestly." Suchin's face was serious as he curled his lips. "As for you submitting to me, I'm sorry, but I don't care." The pockmarked old man's face turned pale as he clenched his fists tightly. A level 4 evolver was actually worthless in the eyes of the other party. At this moment, his heart was crumbling, and he was furious. "If that's the case, then kill me if you want. I won't say a word." Suchin didn't care at all. A strange curve appeared on his lips as he chuckled. "I've met quite a few people who are as stubborn as you, but in the end, they all regretted it." With that, Suchin released his spiritual force and bound the pockmarked old man. At the same time, he took out the enchanted saber and chopped down at his right arm. Crack! The pockmarked old man's entire arm was separated from his body. Bright red blood spurted out from the wound, dyeing half of his body red in the blink of an eye. "Ah!" The pockmarked old man screamed in pain. His entire face twisted together. The surrounding onlookers were all shocked by this bloody scene, and didn't even dare to breathe loudly. The rest of the people from Heaven Pass City looked at each other and fled in all directions. "Captain Wu, don't leave a single one alive." Suchin glanced at them and said to Wu Yang. Wu Yang didn't say anything and started chasing after the people of Heaven Pass City with the others. Suchin looked at the pockmarked old man again and slowly raised the saber in his hand into the air. The pockmarked old man was scared out of his wits and shouted, "I said, the Lord of Heaven Pass City, Jiang Wei, wants to use the Star Gathering Stone to open a realm passage." Chapter 297. Suchin frowned deeply and asked in a deep voice, "Why did they open the realm passage? Which race did they connect to?" Those who were not of the same race were bound to have different intentions. Cooperating with a foreign race was like asking a tiger for its skin. Why did Jiang Wei dare to open the realm passage? Could it be that he had a close relationship with the foreign race, just like the venerable engraved dragon of the Hidden Fog sect? The situation was getting more and more confusing. Su Chen fell into deep confusion. I only know that Jiang Wei wants to open a realm passage. I don't know anything else. The pockmarked old man sighed and replied. Su Chen narrowed his eyes and stared at the pockmarked old man. You're not lying to me? This matter had too many implications. He was not sure if the pockmarked old man was telling the truth. There's no need for a person who's about to die. The pockmarked old man sneered. Su Chen knew that he would not be able to get anything else out of the pockmarked old man, so he simply smashed his head with a punch. Su Chen, how should we deal with this guy? At this time, Wu Yang carried Feng Jie and walked to Su Chen's side. As for the people of Heaven Connect City who had just escaped, they had already been caught and killed. Senior, I was forced to do this. Please give me another chance. Feng Jie knelt at Su Chen's feet and loudly begged for mercy. This kind of opportunist would be a disaster if left alive. Su Chen did not even look at him. He raised his hand and cut off his head with a wind blade. Let's go get on the carriage, Su Chen called out. The people of Heaven Connect City had been killed, so the matter here was over. He also wanted to leave the Firewolves' gathering place. After everyone had boarded the carriage, Su Chen asked Zhou Yun, do you have any relatives in Rocky Mound? Chen Ge, I'm an orphan. I don't have any relatives, Zhou Yun said. Su Chen thought for a moment and said, I'll take you to a safe place. After all, he was acquainted with Zhou Yun. If he left him here, he would be in danger when the people from Heaven Connect City came later. Therefore, he planned to send Zhou Yun to Fengxi Gathering Place. If he followed Han Kuan, his safety would be guaranteed. Chen Ge, I'll listen to you. Zhou Yun nodded heavily. Su Chen nodded slightly and ordered the intelligent war chariot. Satoshi, head to Fengxi Gathering Place. The intelligent war chariot ignited and sped toward the wind elemental's base. Because the surrounding area had been cleaned up a few days ago, it was difficult to encounter a decent group of zombies. Everyone had nothing to do, so they gathered together to play Fight the Landlord, listen to music, eat barbecue, and drink fruit drinks. They were very happy. On the fourth day, the intelligent war chariot slowly approached the Fengxi Gathering Place. What was unexpected was that Fengxi Colony was not peaceful at this time. There was a fierce battle taking place outside the city. There were thousands of people participating in the battle from both sides. The side with the advantage in numbers was led by Han Kuan and the people from Fengxi Colony. The other side had fewer people, only a few hundred people. However, although they had fewer people, their fighting power was tyrannical. There were dozens of evolvers and psychics added together. Relying on the advantage of top fighting power, the Fengxi Colony was utterly defeated and suffered countless casualties. If Han Kuan had not vowed to fight to the death, the Fengxi Colony would have been defeated long ago. Moreover, Han Kuan's situation was very dangerous. He was only a level 2 evolver, but he was surrounded by several level 1 evolvers and a level 2 psychic. The situation was precarious. He might not be able to hold on for long before he was surrounded and killed. Chapter 298. Satoshi Charge. Su Chen roared. He and Han Kuan were friends, and he would not watch Han Kuan die in the hands of others. Perhaps sensing Su Chen's urgency, the intelligent war chariot increased its horsepower and rushed into the battle. As the intelligent war chariot's momentum was too domineering, it immediately attracted everyone's attention. The two sides of the battle were forced to open up a path. They temporarily stopped fighting and stopped fighting. Screech, with a sudden breaking sound. The intelligent war chariot drifted beautifully and stopped in front of Han Kuan. Immediately, Su Chen and the rest walked down from the chariot. Brother Su. Han Kuan was extremely excited as if he had seen his savior. The people who were surrounding Han Kuan also stopped and gathered together. They sized up Su Chen and the rest cautiously. Brother Han, how have you been? Su Chen walked up with a smile and joked. His calm and collected expression made it seem as if he didn't put either side in his eyes at all. Brother Su, luckily you came in time. If you were a step later, I'm afraid I would have been killed by them, Han Kuan said with lingering fear. He knew that Su Chen was joking with him, but he was not in the mood to do so. Tell me what's going on? Su Chen stopped smiling and said seriously. With Su Chen by his side, Han Kuan was emboldened. He pointed at the other party's nose and scolded. These bastards from Shuran's colony want to steal our city. Shuran's colony? Su Chen murmured, and his interest was piqued. Speaking of which, he had some conflicts with Shuran's colony. He had killed 6 of their revolvers. However, what he could not understand was that Shuran's colony was at least a few thousand miles away from here. Why did they come all the way here to steal a small colony instead of staying in their own place? Were they so poor that they went crazy? Su Chen glanced at them, and his gaze landed on a dark-skinned middle-aged man. He said sternly, "Why are you snatching my friend's city?" The middle-aged man was the strongest level 2 magician in the group, and was most likely their leader. Hearing this, the dark-skinned man frowned, and did not immediately reply. Su Chen looked young, but his every move carried the aura of a king, causing him to involuntarily mutter. She didn't know that Su Chen was pretending. Or was it because of his strength that he had nothing to fear? The dark-skinned man didn't say anything, but the people around him were a little unhappy. A bulky young man stepped forward and harumphed coldly. "Kid, who do you think you are? If you know what's good for you, get the hell out of here. Otherwise, you won't even know how you died." Su Chen pursed his lips. "That's a good idea." As soon as he finished speaking, there was a loud bang. The burly young man's head had inexplicably exploded. Just as he said before, he didn't even know how he died. Faced with such a strange situation, the people around the dark-skinned man were so scared that their faces turned pale. They all stepped back in unison. Although the dark-skinned man didn't move, his eyes were filled with a deep layer of fear. Others didn't know how the burly young man died, but he could guess. It was very likely that the young man in front of him used his spiritual energy to kill him, and to silently crush the head of a level 1 evolver. Only a level 3 magician or above could do it. Thinking of this, the dark-skinned man couldn't help but gulp and say with a trembling voice, "Senior, we're sorry for the offense. We'll leave now." "Did I say you could leave?" Su Chen harumphed coldly, and released his spiritual energy to bind the dark-skinned man to the spot. He still hadn't found out the purpose of the other party's visit, so of course he wouldn't let him go. Moreover, he and Shuran's colony already had a conflict. Even if this didn't happen, he wouldn't let him go so easily. Chapter 299. "Senior, please hold on," the dark-skinned man shouted. With his body restrained, his life was no longer in his own hands. If he wanted to live, he could only plead with the young man in front of him. The people around the dark-skinned man saw that their leader was being restrained, and came to their senses. The young man in front of them was a telekinesis master, and an unusually powerful one at that. Previously, the death of the burly young man was secretly caused by him. After knowing Su Chen's identity, their expressions turned ugly, and they began to feel uneasy. "Tell me what's going on?" Su Chen stared at the dark-skinned man, and asked coldly. The dark-skinned man swallowed his saliva and replied truthfully, "Senior, a large number of mutated people have appeared near the Wuxia Mountains. They are very powerful and bloodthirsty, so we had no choice but to come here." "You have no choice but to steal other people's gathering place?" Su Chen snorted coldly. The dark-skinned man trembled in fear, and did not dare to let out a fart. Su Chen continued to ask, "What do those mutated people look like? How strong are they?" "They all look like turtles, and they are very strong. They are at least level 1 evolvers," the dark-skinned man said with a trembling voice. "Could it be the Green Turtle tribe?" Su Chen's heart skipped a beat. In the deep pit of the Wuxia Mountains, there was a realm passage that led to the Green Turtle tribe. Coupled with the dark-skinned man's description, he was basically sure that it was the Green Turtle tribe. Speaking of which, he had even argued with a member of the Green Turtle tribe. He had heard about the Green Turtle tribe from that member of the tribe. Su Chen was not afraid of the appearance of the Green Turtle tribe. Instead, he was somewhat excited. The reason was simple. Killing the mutated people would drop fragments. The population of a tribe must have reached a terrifying number. How many fragments would be dropped if all of them were killed? Suchen was very much looking forward to it. When did those mutated people appear? Where are their hearts? Suchen asked calmly. They appeared 5 days ago. They should be heading to King Kong City now. The dark-skinned man thought for a moment and replied. Looks like Vajra City is done for. Suchen muttered to himself. Vajra City was originally considered a large gathering place, but after Huang Can and the other experts were killed by him, their strength had dropped to a freezing point. Every member of the Green Tortoise tribe was at least a level 1 evolver, so it was easy for them to take down King Kong City. All right, I've asked all the questions I need to. Suchen withdrew his mind power and said plainly. The dark-skinned man regained his freedom, and a look of joy appeared on his face. He cupped his hands and said, "Thank you for not killing me, Senior." Suchen pursed his lips. "You might have misunderstood. I never said that I would let you go." He didn't have any deep grudges with the dark-skinned man and the others, but a grudge had already been formed. Since they were already enemies, they had to cut the weeds and eliminate the roots to prevent future troubles. "Senior, what do you mean?" The smile on the dark-skinned man's face froze, and he kept retreating. The others didn't know what to do, and nervousness spread among them. "It's simple," Suchen pursed his lips and said mockingly. "I want to break your heads." "You want to kill us?" The dark-skinned man was shocked and shouted, "Brothers, let's fight him." Since Suchen didn't want to let them go, they naturally wouldn't regret waiting for death. He didn't believe that they would be afraid of a high-level telekinesis master with hundreds of people. Chapter 300. Kill. In an instant, battle cries filled the air. The Tan Man and the others took out their weapons and charged at Suchen. In the face of death, they had no other choice. Only by killing Suchen would they have a chance to live. Hundreds of people joined forces and formed a rope. Their aura was extremely violent. Han Kuan was stunned by this aura. His expression changed slightly. However, he did not back down. Instead, he wanted to help Suchen. His idea was simple. Suchen was here to help him. He could not let Suchen bear the brunt of his anger alone. However, just as he took a step forward, he was stopped by Wu Yang beside him. Captain Wu. Han Kuan frowned. He did not understand why Wu Yang stopped him. A meaningful smile hung on the corner of Wu Yang's mouth as he said faintly, "It's just a group of ants. They can't do anything in front of Suchen. Let's just watch the show." Ants. Hundreds of people and dozens of evolvers were actually seen as a bunch of ants? Han Kuan frowned. He was even more confused. He had seen Suchen's strength before. He had single-handedly grabbed explosive dragon flame and killed a level 3 black flame explosive dragon with a single slash. However, the combined attack of dozens of evolvers was not to be underestimated. Were they really less than ants in front of Suchen? With this kind of doubt, Han Kuan's gaze drifted to Suchen. What happened next almost caused his jaw to drop. He saw Suchen punch out. Shadows of fists appeared in the air and rained down with an earth-shattering force. Then a series of explosions rang out. Bam, bam, bam. One after another, it continued without end. After 100 explosions, the Tan Man and the others were all turned into a pile of meat paste. They could not be more dead. Gulp. Han Kuan swallowed his saliva. He was stunned. One punch, just one punch, and hundreds of experts were annihilated. Even though he had seen it with his own eyes, he still felt incredulous. At this moment, he also realized that Suchen's strength had obviously increased by a level compared to the last time. If there was a word to describe Suchen, it would be. Han Kuan could only think of one word: invincible. This was also Zhou Yun's first time seeing Suchen use a killer move. At this moment, his mouth was so wide open that even his fists could be stuffed in. The other people in Fengxi were also shocked by Suchen's punch. Other than being moved by Suchen's strength, he was also secretly glad that Suchen was the leader's friend. If it was an enemy, even if the thousands of them worked together, they wouldn't be able to withstand a single punch. "Brother Su, what level are you now?" After a long time, Han Kuan came back to his senses. He walked to Su Chen's side and asked in a daze. Su Chen smiled. I just reached level 4 a few days ago. Hiss. Han Kuan sucked in a breath of cold air. He remembered clearly that the last time Su Chen came here, he was only level 3. After not seeing him for a few days, he was already level 4. This kind of cultivation talent could only be described as terrifying. Moreover, what was even more terrifying was that Su Chen was not even 20 years old. Brother Han, I came here this time to ask for a favor. Seeing that Han Kuan was in a daze, Su Chen coughed softly. Brother Su, you're too polite. If there's anything, just tell me. Even if I have to go through water and tread on fire, I'll definitely help you complete it, Han Kuan promised. Su Chen had saved Fengxi from danger twice. To him, Su Chen was tantamount to saving his life. Of course, he had to keep the matter of saving his life in mind. Su Chen called Zhou Yin to his side and said with a smile, his name is Zhou Yin. He's also my friend. Please take care of him in the future. Han Kuan said solemnly, Brother Su, don't worry. Zhou Yin will be my brother from now on. Chapter 301. After that, Su Chen chatted with Han Kuan for a while, and gave him some seeds and sea monster corpses before leaving in a hurry. Originally, he planned to stay here for a day to catch up with Han Kuan. However, the appearance of the Green Turtle tribe changed his mind. Killing the aliens and getting their fragments was the most important thing. Satoshi, head to King Kong City, Su Chen ordered as soon as he returned to the car. Yes. The intelligent war chariot locked onto King Kong City and set off. Su Chen, aren't we going to Tiannan Colony? Wu Yang asked curiously. Su Chen told him about the appearance of the Green Turtle tribe, and their plan to attack King Kong City. Hearing this, everyone was a little excited and nervous. Although they had encountered aliens a few times before, they had never fought with them. The reason was that there were too few of them, and they were all killed by Su Chen's lightning-fast methods. The Green Turtle tribe was likely to be an entire tribe. Their numbers must have reached a terrifying number, and they could kill to their heart's content. Due to the distance from King Kong City, it would take at least 2 days. Su Chen took advantage of this time to gather everyone together and discuss countermeasures. After all, the Green Turtle tribe was not zombies. There were many strong people among them, and they would not be stupid enough to wait for you to kill them. If you did not prepare in advance, there might be casualties. 2 days later, the intelligent war chariot was infinitely close to King Kong City. It was less than 300 kilometers away. Su Chen's eyes were fixed on the central control screen. Suddenly, he saw 2 light spots, one blue and one black, moving at high speed. The black spots that appeared nearby were most likely the Green Turtle tribe. In other words, the Green Turtle tribe was chasing after humans. Satoshi, lock onto them and chase after them, Su Chen ordered. He planned to capture the Green Turtle tribe members and understand the situation of the Green Turtle tribe. Yes. The intelligent war chariot turned around and sped toward the 2 light spots. After about an hour, the intelligent war chariot stopped. Not far away, 2 MCVs were speeding towards them. The car in front was obviously driven by a human, and the car behind it was from the Green Tortoise tribe. Su Chen glanced at the 2 minibuses and frowned. He felt that the MCV in front of him was very familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere before. After thinking hard for a while, he remembered. The owner of the MCV seemed to be Han Feng, whom he had met once. That day, on the way to the desolate Lake Mountain Range, he chatted with Han Feng for a while, and even gave him a few fruits. He also learned that Han Feng was heading to King Kong City. Therefore, he was sure that the people in the MCV in front of him must be Han Feng and his wife, Chen Meihua. Su Chen had a good impression of Han Feng, so he naturally wouldn't just stand by and watch them get hunted down by the Green Turtle tribe. Satoshi, meet them, Su Chen ordered. Got it. With a loud bang, the intelligent war chariot rushed straight towards the 2 minibuses. Knowing that they had encountered the Green Turtle tribe's MCV, Yang Hao and the other 2 were eager to try again. Just as the 2 sides were about to get close, the MCV in front of them suddenly changed direction and sped toward the other side. At first, Su Chen was a little confused. He was clearly there to help Han Feng, so why did he run away? But soon, he realized that Han Feng was probably afraid of causing trouble for him, so he wanted to lead the Green Turtle tribe away. In the post-apocalyptic world, there were not many people with such a character. If it were someone else, in such a dangerous situation, who would care about your life and death, they would want to drag you down with them. Chapter 302. After figuring out what was going on, Su Chen ordered the intelligent chariot to rush forward and stop the Green Tortoise tribe's MCV. Turakila. Turakila. With a roar, more than a dozen human-shaped turtles walked down from the MCV. They didn't look like the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles in the cartoons he had seen in his previous life. They were all green and carried a turtle shell on their back. Old Turtle, is that you? Su Chen walked down from the MCV and spoke in their language. He felt that the voice of the Green Tortoise tribe member was familiar, and he wondered if it was the one who had bickered with him last time. Su Chen's shout stunned the dozen or so Green Tortoise clansmen. They didn't understand why a human could speak their language. But soon, a particularly tall Green Tortoise tribe member walked out. He first looked at Su Chen and then said, "Boy, are you the guy who talked to me in the Huangzi mountain range?" Su Chen curled the corner of his mouth and said with a smile, "Old Turtle, it's me. Why don't you kneel down and kowtow to me?" He was sure that the tall Green Tortoise tribe member in front of him was the one he had teased. "Ha." The tall Green Tortoise tribe member laughed wildly and looked at Su Chen with contempt. He said with a sinister smile, "Boy, there's a way to heaven, but you don't want to take it. Let's see how you're going to escape this time." Ever since he was teased by Su Chen last time, he swore that he would tear Su Chen into pieces. These days he had been looking for Su Chen's whereabouts, but to no avail. He didn't expect that Su Chen would take the initiative to come to him. "Are all you aliens the same? Why do you all like to show off so much?" Su Chen shook his head and said with disdain. In total, he had encountered quite a few outsiders. Almost every one of them threatened to teach him a lesson, but what happened in the end? Without exception, they all died in his hands. Therefore, the saying, "acting tough will be struck by lightning," was not without reason. Hearing this, the tall Green Turtle's face darkened. He said fiercely, "Brat, I'll let you be arrogant for a while. You'll know how powerful I am later." As soon as he finished speaking, he stepped forward to capture Su Chen. But at this time, the MCV that had left before rushed back. Creak! After a sudden breaking sound, the MCV stopped beside Su Chen, and then Han Feng and Chen Meihua got out of the car. "Su Chen, leave these strange races to us. Hurry up and leave." Arriving beside Su Chen, Han Feng said anxiously. Although he didn't intentionally lure the strange races over, he still implicated Su Chen. He felt very apologetic in his heart, so he wanted to stop the strange races himself and give Su Chen a chance to escape. Su Chen rubbed his nose and said with a smile, "Brother Han, I came here specifically to catch these turtles." Han Feng could have taken the opportunity to leave, but he still took the risk and rushed back. This was not something that anyone could do. Involuntarily, his good impression of Han Feng improved a little. "Catch turtles?" Han Feng swallowed his saliva and almost choked to death by Su Chen's words. The turtles that Su Chen was talking about must be these strange races in front of him. But how could Su Chen be so arrogant? These strange races were all evolvers. Although he didn't know how strong Su Chen was too young. How strong could he be? "Su Chen, listen to my advice. Hurry up and leave. These strange races are too strong. Even King Kong City was captured by them." Han Feng was burning with anxiety and kept winking at Su Chen. Chapter 303. Trying to run? Do you think you can escape? The tall Green Tortoise sneered and waved his hand. The other green tortoises around him rushed toward Su Chen and the others. Wu Yang and the others were getting impatient, but they did not rush into action. They were waiting for Su Chen's decision. "Let's move around a bit," Su Chen said with a smile. Although the green tortoises were all evolvers, the strongest among them was only a level 2 evolver. Wu Yang alone could take care of them, let alone a group of them. Kill. With Su Chen's permission, Sherdaniu was the first to rush forward. Human, you're courting death. On the other side, a one-eyed green tortoise roared and began to fight with Sherdaniu with a spiked club in hand. Yang Hao and the others were also scrambling to find an opponent. Han Feng also wanted to help, but Su Chen pulled him to the ground. Su Chen. Han Feng was confused. He was a level 1 evolver, so why would Su Chen stop him from helping? Just watch the show. Su Chen's lips curled into a meaningful smile. While Han Feng was still confused, he was suddenly attracted by a scream. When he saw Sherdaniu smash a green tortoise tribesman into meat paste with a single strike, the expression on his face was extremely interesting. What was going on? The powerful mutated race was no match for him? Was there something wrong with his eyes? Han Feng rubbed his eyes hard. When he opened them again, he saw a level 2 green tortoise tribesmen being cleaved in half by a middle-aged man with a rough face. Seeing this, Han Feng's mind buzzed, and the scene in front of him once again provoked him. The 3 women held 3 strange weapons in their hands. After 3 loud explosions, the 3 level 1 green tortoise tribesmen died on the spot. Since when was it so easy to kill a level 1 evolver? Han Feng swallowed his saliva and turned to look elsewhere. In his line of sight, a puppet made entirely out of metal grabbed a level 2 green tortoise tribesman and crushed his head with one hand. It was as if he was crushing an ant instead of an evolver. At this moment, he clearly understood that the people around Su Chen were all evolvers, and they were all at least level 2. Especially that metal puppet, it was at least a level 3 puppet. Thinking of this, Han Feng's heart was in turmoil. 8 evolvers of level 2 and above. A puppet that was at least level 3. In addition, there were 3 level 2 mutated wolves. Such a lineup was enough to crush a medium-sized base. Moreover, Su Chen had yet to make a move. It seemed that he was the true leader of this powerful team. To be able to become a leader, one's strength must be a cut above the rest. Could it be a level 4 evolver? Hiss. Han Kuan sucked in a breath of cold air. He didn't dare to imagine further. A level 4 evolver less than 20 years old was too frightening. No wonder he said he wanted to catch turtles. It seems that he wasn't bluffing or showing off. It turns out that he really has the ability to do so. Han Feng stared at Su Chen in a daze, his heart filled with endless emotions. The tall green tortoise tribesman opposite him was dumbfounded. His subordinates had been slaughtered in the blink of an eye. It felt very surreal. Previously, the green tortoise tribe had slaughtered everyone in King Kong City. The humans had been slaughtered until they covered their heads and fled like rats, unable to fight back. Therefore, he believed that humans were weak. But the scene in front of him gave him a crisp slap in the face. Chapter 304. The tall green tortoise knew that he could not fight against this group of powerhouses by himself. If he wanted to live, he had to leave this place as soon as possible. Thinking of this, he turned around and went back into the MCV. The moment he turned around, he thought to himself, "When I come back with my army, none of you will be able to escape. I will let you live for a while." Unfortunately, Su Chen would not give him the chance to escape. The tall green tortoise took 2 steps forward, and was shocked to find that his body was firmly bound by an invisible force. No matter how hard he struggled, he could not move at all. Level 4 psychic power. The tall green tortoise was shocked. He was a level 3 evolver. Only a level 4 spirit reader master or above could make him stay still. A level 4 psychic master was already comparable to their patriarch. Thinking that he had provoked such a powerful psychic master, he felt a chill in his heart. "Old tortoise, I said last time that as long as the green tortoise tribe dares to appear in front of me, I will kill all of you. Now you know that I was not lying, right?" Su Chen smiled as he walked in front of the tall green tortoise. "You are a level 4 psychic master?" The tall green tortoise stared at Su Chen with his eyes wide open, and the corners of his mouth trembled. "You don't need to worry about that." Su Chen curled his lips and said in a deep voice, "How many green tortoise tribe members have come out this time? Answer me truthfully, and you can avoid physical pain." "You want to threaten me?" The tall green tortoise clenched his teeth and said coldly, "Human, I advise you to let me go quickly. Otherwise the green tortoise tribe's army will." "Ah!" Before the tall green tortoise finished speaking, he suddenly screamed. It turned out that Su Chen had cut off one of his arms. The tall green tortoise obviously did not understand the current situation. His life was in danger, and he still dared to threaten? Su Chen would not let him go. Human, how dare you hurt me? You are finished. You are dead. The tall green tortoise endured the pain and cursed Su Chen. He gritted his teeth as if he wanted to eat Su Chen alive. It's been a long time since I've met an outsider with such a strong backbone like you. Su Chen rubbed his nose and swung his sword again, cutting off the other arm of the tall green tortoise tribesman. Ah! A shrill scream pierced through the sky and reverberated through the vast plains. Not far away, Han Kuan could not help but shiver. In his eyes, Su Chen was handsome and had an extraordinary bearing. He could not be associated with a ruthless person at all. Who would have thought that Su Chen would be so ruthless and unscrupulous when he made a move? It made his hair stand on end. Su Chen cut off two of the tall green tortoise's arms, as if he had done something insignificant. Staring at the other party, a meaningful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Old turtle, your persistence has won my respect. So, I've decided to use other methods to torture you until you speak. Hearing this, the tall green tortoise collapsed. He no longer persisted. We have a total of 10,000 tribesmen. Don't torture me anymore. Just give me a quick death. Only 10,000? Su Chen frowned. This was not enough to satisfy him. At most, he would only be able to get 1,000 fragments. Why so little? Is the green tortoise tribe so weak? Su Chen asked in a low voice. The green tortoise tribe has millions of people. However, because the inter-realm passageway has not been completely stabilized, only 10,000 have come out. The tall green tortoise sighed and replied honestly. Chapter 305. Millions of tribesmen seemed like a lot, but for a race it was too little. Moreover, the strongest person in the race was only at level 4. From this, it could be seen that the green turtle race was definitely the weakest race among the 10,000 races. They were even weaker than the human race. Su Chen couldn't help but look down on the green turtle race. Alright, I've said what I needed to say. Give me a quick death. Seeing that Su Chen wasn't saying anything, the tall green turtle race tribesman took the initiative to ask for death. Su Chen sneered. Are you in such a hurry to die? Isn't it good to live? The tall green turtle race tribesman gritted his teeth and cursed in his heart. Who the hell wants to die? Who am I to decide whether to die or not? The main reason he wanted to die was that he was afraid of being tortured by Su Chen again. Hurry up and do it. The tall green turtle race tribesman urged. There's no hurry. There's one more thing. Once I confirm it, I'll send you on your way. Su Chen chuckled and continued asking. Has your chief come out? No, the tall green turtle race tribesman said bluntly. As the chief of a race, a single move would affect the entire situation. Although the human race was weak in their eyes, they wouldn't let their chief take the risk without knowing the specific situation. Su Chen was slightly disappointed. If the chief of the green turtle race was here, he could have killed him. If that happened, the green turtle race would be in chaos. Su Chen had asked all the questions he needed to ask. He was very trustworthy. He punched the head of the tall green turtle race tribesman. The moment the tall green turtle race tribesman fell, a black beam of light flashed. Su Chen grabbed it. Picked up Xianyuan Divine Sword Fragment X1, 250. Fragment not enough, cannot be used. Can be exchanged for energy points. Exchange for energy points. The Xianyuan Divine Sword had dropped when he killed the blood plant. After that it hadn't appeared. Without enough fragments, Su Chen didn't know what the Xianyuan Divine Sword was used for. However, the fact that he needed 50 fragments was enough to prove that it was at least a divine weapon. Su Chen was determined to get the Xianyuan Divine Sword. The reason why he exchanged this fragment for energy points was because he wanted to use energy points to exchange for it. After a while he walked towards the other fragments. The green tortoise tribesman that Wu Yang and the others had killed had also dropped 3 fragments. There was no reason not to pick them up. Su Chen reached out and grabbed a yellow fragment. Picked up Eternal Youth Fruit Fragment X1, 210. Fragment not full, cannot be used. Can be exchanged for energy points. No exchange. The fruit of eternal youth didn't require a lot of them, and the difficulty of collecting them was much lower. Moreover, it was something that Su Chen was determined to obtain, so he naturally wasn't willing to exchange for it. Next, he grabbed a purple fragment. Picked up, Northern Ice Fragment, *1. 5/10 fragment is not full, so it cannot be used. It can be exchanged for energy points. No. Northern Frost Ice was a materialization of the ice element, and it could increase the power of the ice element. Of course, he had to keep it. The last fragment was black. Su Chen didn't hesitate and grabbed it. Picked up, Earth Vein Fire Meteorite Fragment X1, 10/10 fragment is full. Can be used or exchanged for energy points. Use. Su Chen was very excited. After saying that, he opened the storage bag and checked. When he saw that there was a red stone of the same size beside the Big Dipper Star Fragment stone, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up. Chapter 306. Through the feedback, Su Chen learned that the Earth Vein Fire Meteorite weighed 5,000 kilograms, the same as the Big Dipper Star Fragment stone. The difference was that the Big Dipper Star Fragment stone had the power of the stars and could produce a binding force. The Earth Vein Fire Meteorite possessed the scorching effect of the earth fire, which was similar to the effect of fire magic spells. After picking up the shards, Su Chen walked up to Han Feng and asked with a smile, "Brother Han, what do you plan to do next?" Han Feng came back to his senses and shook his head blankly. Originally, he had wanted to settle down in Vajra City. However, Vajra City had been conquered by the Green Turtle tribe, and he had escaped from there. As for where he would go in the future, he had no plan at all. It was not that he did not want to, but it was as difficult as ascending to the heavens to find a stable place to live in the apocalypse. Su Chen thought for a moment and said, "You should go to Fengshi settlement. Their leader is my friend." Hearing this, Han Feng's eyes lit up. He had heard of a wind-type settlement before. Although it was only a small settlement, the atmosphere there was very good. Their leader was a very responsible and capable person. It could be said that it was a very good place for Han Feng to settle down. Moreover, with Su Chen's relationship, he would not be stopped from joining Fengshi settlement. He would even be put in an important position. "Su Chen, thank you so much." Han Feng thanked sincerely. Speaking of which, he had only met Su Chen twice. The first time, Su Chen had given him food. This time, Su Chen had saved him. Han Feng did not know what to say to express his gratitude to Su Chen. Su Chen waved his hand and said casually, "All right, you guys hurry up. I still have to go to Vajra City." There were still 10,000 Green Turtle tribe members waiting to be killed in Vajra City. He could not wait. "Su Chen, you're not going to kill the mutated people, are you?" Han Feng's expression changed as he tried to sound him out. Su Chen and the others were very strong, but there were thousands of mutated people in Vajra City. The mutated people were much stronger than the zombies. Wouldn't it be suicide to go there rashly? Su Chen smiled and did not explain. He only said, "When you reach Fengshi settlement, say that you're my friend. They will treat you well." After saying this, Su Chen led everyone back to the intelligent chariot. He said goodbye to Han Feng and left. Seeing the intelligent war chariot disappear from his sight, Han Feng fell silent. At this time, Su came forward and whispered, "What should we do?" Han Feng gritted his teeth. "Let's go to King Kong City as well." In his opinion, Su Chen's trip to Vajra City was most likely not Fengshi. Although his strength was low, he was still a level 1 evolver, so he could at least contribute some strength. Of course, he also knew that he might lose his life in this trip. But no matter what, his life was saved by Su Chen. It was reasonable for him to go and help. More than an hour later, the intelligent chariot slowly approached Vajra City. At this time, Vajra City's former grandeur was gone. The entire city was shrouded in a layer of blood-red fog. It was heavy and oppressive. Mournful screams and crazy shouts could be heard faintly. There was no doubt that Vajra City was facing a disaster. Su Chen stood in front of the chariot and looked around. He saw that there were not only a large number of Green Turtle tribe members around Vajra City, but also thousands of zombies. He knew that the Green Turtle tribe had the ability to control zombies. It was obvious that the Green Turtle tribe had gathered some zombies around and attacked Vajra City together. Prepare for battle. Kill them all. Don't leave a single one alive, Suchin said in a low voice. Chapter 307. The intelligent chariot sped up and headed toward the city gate. Most of the Green Tortoise people and zombies were gathered at the city gate. It was the best place to hunt. The arrival of the intelligent chariot quickly attracted the attention of the other party. Suddenly, a large number of Green Tortoise people and zombies rushed over. Satoshi, stop, Suchin ordered. When the intelligent chariot stopped, he was the first to rush out. The others followed closely behind Suchin and got out of the chariot one after another. According to the previous plan, they did not fight alone this time. Wu Yang and Yang Lingtian teamed up. Both of them were level 3 evolvers, so they would not have a problem even if they were to fight against the Green Tortoise people. The remaining people formed a large team. Tan Lin and the other 2 girls used the pulse pistol to shoot from afar. Yang Hao and the 3 mutated wolves were in charge of defense. Su Chun and the mechanical soldiers were too strong, so they killed the enemies alone. Soon the 2 sides clashed fiercely. As Su Chun and the others attacked, the Green Tortoise people and zombies who rushed forward first fell in droves. Then the intelligent chariot also activated its killing mode. Tut-tut-tut. Da-da-da-bang. Boom. Ungraded Gatling gun, level 2 pulse cannon, and magnetic storm net were all unleashed, harvesting lives like harvesting wheat. In the blink of an eye, thousands of zombies and Green Tortoise people were killed. At the city gate, there was a sea of blood. It was like purgatory. Su Chen was in the mood to kill. He rushed to the city gate alone with his sword. Anyone who tried to stop him was cut in half. Whether it was zombies or Green Tortoise people, no one was a match for him. They all became ghosts under his sword. Gradually, Su Chen killed thousands of zombies and Green Tortoise tribesmen on his own. His hunting speed was not much slower than the intelligent war chariot. The Green Tortoise people joined forces with dozens of elites to kill Su Chen, but they were all killed by Su Chen with a single slash. Seeing this, all of the Green Tortoise tribe members were terrified. Although they had a large number of people and tens of thousands of zombies to assist them, they did not have the slightest bit of courage to fight against Su Chen, who was a killing god. Su Chen's strength had completely exceeded their understanding. It also made them realize that numbers were just a concept in front of a true powerhouse. No matter how many of them there were, they wouldn't be able to withstand a single slash. After realizing this, the few remaining powerhouses of the Green Tortoise tribe started to make plans. If they continued to stay here, they would definitely be slaughtered. They had to leave as soon as possible. After some discussion, they decided to let the zombies block Su Chen and the others while they led their clansmen to escape. All of a sudden, the zombies, whether they were outside the city or inside the city, gathered together and charged toward Su. For a moment, Su Chen was drowned by the zombie tide. However, the ancient godfiend body was immune to all attacks of the same level. Furthermore, the highest level among the zombies was only level 2. Wanting to hurt Su Chen was no different from wishful thinking. Moreover, the zombies were all gathered together, which made it easier to kill them. Su Chen kept casting spells. Every spell would kill hundreds of zombies. However, although his killing speed was fast, there were still more than 10,000 zombies. It was impossible to kill all of them in a short time. The Green Tortoise tribe members took advantage of the time when Su Chen was trapped to escape in one direction. Naturally, Su Chen would not let them escape. He raised his voice and shouted to Wu Yang, "Captain Wu, stop the zombies. I'll go after the turtles." Wu Yang did not say anything and rushed forward with his men. Su Chen used the Pegasus Meteor Punch to kill all the zombies in front of him. Then he activated the Rapid Combat Boots and chased after the Green Tortoise tribe members. Chapter 308. Behind them, a very strange scene appeared on the vast plain. Thousands of Green Tortoise tribesmen were killed by Su Chen alone. Their corpses were strewn all over the place. It was a tragic sight. At the same time, Han Feng arrived in his MCV. When he saw the scene in front of him, he was completely petrified. At this moment, he didn't know what words to use to describe Su Chen's strength. Su Chen is too strong. Do we still have to go there? After a long time, Su Meihua walked to Han Feng's side and said with a trembling voice. Han Feng came back to his senses and took a deep breath. Let's go to the Fengxi colony. Seeing Su Chen killing everyone, he couldn't help much if he stayed here. He turned the MCV around and drove toward the Fengxi colony. On the other side, Su Chen was still hunting the green turtles. The green turtles saw that the situation was not good and scattered to escape. This also caused Su Chen to be unable to kill them all. In the end, hundreds of them escaped. Considering that there were still a lot of fragments to pick up, he didn't chase after them. He also didn't plan to help Wu Yang. There were only a few thousand zombies left. With the intelligent chariot, it wouldn't take long to kill them all. Su Chen stood in place and glanced around. Soon, thousands of colorful light beams appeared in his sight. Seeing this, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up. He sighed and said, "It's still better to kill the aliens." There were only 7,000 or 8,000 green turtles killed, but more than 1,000 fragments dropped. The probability of fragments dropping was still very high. If it were the same number of zombies, at most 700 or 800 fragments would drop. There was a big gap between the two. After a while, Su Chen sighed and started to pick up fragments. An hour later, he finished picking up more than 1,000 fragments and returned to the gate of King Kong City. Wu Yang and the others had killed all the zombies and were now digging for energy stones. Su Chen greeted everyone and squinted his eyes as he scanned the surroundings. There were about 1,000 fragments here, and he was looking for purple gold fragments. Almost all the fragments he had picked up earlier had been exchanged for energy points. The total number of energy points had exceeded 9,000. If he could get his hands on a purple gold fragment, his energy points would break through the 10,000 mark. Then, he would be able to exchange for the through heaven hundredfold great strength technique that he had coveted for a long time. Soon, Su Chen discovered that there was a purple gold fragment near the city gate. A surge of excitement suddenly surged in his heart. Then he excitedly ran forward and grabbed the purple gold fragment. Picked up 2,000 energy points fragment *111. The fragments are full, can be used or exchanged for energy points. Use. After saying that, Su Chen hurriedly started to check the Doomsday Shopping Center. When he saw that the energy points had reached 11,026 points, he laughed wantonly. Wu Yang and the others were already accustomed to this, and they withdrew their gazes and continued to dig for energy stones. Su Chen was not in a hurry to exchange for the through heaven hundredfold great strength technique. He calmed himself down and continued to pick up fragments. With this purple gold fragment as a foundation, he did not care about the remaining fragments, regardless of their quality. Picked up, level 3 Constitution Potion fragment *111. The fragments are full, can be used or exchanged for energy points. Use. Picked up, Potato Seed fragment *111. The fragments are full, can be used or exchanged for energy points. Exchange for energy points. Chapter 309. Su Chen sat in the driver's seat and seemed to be resting with his eyes closed. In fact, he had opened the Doomsday Mall to check. The fragments that he had just picked up had basically been exchanged for energy points. Now he had a total of 12,000 energy points. He could already exchange for one of the Heavenly 100x Strength Technique, Illusionary Blaze Feather Divine Dragon, Chaos Sky-Splitting Sword, and 10,000 Lights Fighting Technique. As for the Blade of Divine Sense, War God Armor, and Xianyuan Divine Sword, he could exchange for 2 of them. Su Chen hesitated for a moment and spent 10,000 energy points to exchange for the Heavenly 100x Strength Technique. After the exchange, the feedback was quickly transmitted to his mind. The Heavenly 100x Strength Technique was the same as the Ancient God Demon Body. The difference was that the Ancient God Demon Body tempered the physical body, while the Heavenly 100x Strength Technique increased one's strength. The extent of the increase was 100 times of one's strength. For example, if Su Chen could carry 50 kilograms of weight, after using the Heavenly 100x strength technique, he could carry 10,000 kilograms of weight. Of course, with Su Chen's strength as a level 4 evolver, he could carry at least 500 kilograms of weight. Correspondingly, after using the Heavenly 100x strength technique, his strength would reach a terrifying 100,000 kilograms. Now he could casually use the Big Dipper Star Fragment Stone and Earth Vein Fire Meteorite to smash people. Without a doubt, after obtaining the Heavenly 100x strength technique, Su Chen's strength had greatly increased. He had once again taken a big step forward on the path of invincibility. Awesome! Su Chen clenched his fists, unable to hide his excitement. After a long time, he calmed down and looked at the central control screen. He began to search for the whereabouts of zombies and mutant beasts. Unfortunately, there was not a single red dot on the central control screen. The intelligent war chariot's detection range was 200 kilometers, which meant that there were no zombies or mutant beasts within 200 kilometers. Without zombies to kill, he would not be able to obtain fragments. Su Chen would definitely not be satisfied. After pondering for a while, he turned his attention to the Green Turtle clan. The Green Tortoise tribesmen who had escaped earlier must have fled back to the mines in the Huangzi mountain range. Furthermore, there was a passageway leading to the Green Turtle tribe in the mine. That interrealm passageway was of utmost importance to the Green Turtle race. In that case, if he wanted to destroy this realm passage, would the Green Turtle tribe come out to stop him? The Green Turtle tribe had millions of people. How could they just watch as the realm passage was destroyed? At that time, he would be able to hunt down another group of Green Turtle tribe members. Thinking of this, the corners of Su Chen's mouth curled up. Then he ordered the intelligent war chariot. Satoshi, go to the mine in the Huangzi mountains. Got it. The intelligent war chariot was ignited, and its target was the Huangzi mountain range. Vajra City was more than 1,000 miles away from the Huangzi mountain range. Even with the speed of the intelligent war chariot, it would still take nearly 10 hours. Su Chen wasn't in a hurry. After all, the Green Turtle tribe couldn't run away. With this period of time as a buffer, everyone could take a break. After that, Su Chen took out the omnipotent pressure cooker and the omnipotent oven and started to prepare food. It didn't matter whether it was time to eat or not. After such a big battle, he had to replenish his food. Chapter 310. An hour later, when the intelligent war chariot was about to reach the mine, Su Chen found on the central control screen that the location of the mine pit was surrounded by a large number of red and black dots. He thought that the Green Tortoise tribe was working with the zombies again. However, when he approached the mine, he found that it was not the case. There were thousands of Green Tortoise tribe members gathered at the edge of the mine, but there were no zombies. Instead, there were thousands of mutant beasts. How did the Green Tortoise tribe get together with the mutant beasts? Everyone was puzzled. Su Chen suddenly remembered that a few days ago, when the tide of beasts and zombies broke out here, the zombies and mutant beasts were working together. Now he could not help but think that the Green Tortoise tribe was controlling the zombies and mutant beasts. Su Chen, what should we do? Wu Yang asked. The Green Tortoise tribe and the mutant beasts seemed to be prepared, and he could not help but be vigilant. Although Su Chen found it strange, he was not afraid at all. He said to the intelligent war chariot, Satoshi, drive over there and take a look. Yes. The intelligent war chariot drove straight ahead. When it was about 10 meters away from the Green Tortoise tribe, it stopped this time. Just in case, Su Chen asked the others to stay in the chariot while he got out with the mechanical soldiers. It's just as I expected. Human, you've finally come to die. As soon as Su Chen got out of the chariot, a dark green Green Tortoise tribe member walked out from the Green Tortoise tribe opposite him and shouted at Su Chen. Su Chen rubbed his nose and looked at the other party. He said calmly, "You are the chief of the Green Tortoise tribe, right?" Since he could call himself king, he must have a high status in the Green Tortoise tribe. Therefore, he suspected that he was the chief of the Green Tortoise tribe. Boy, I am the chief of the Green Tortoise tribe. The dark green tortoise tribe member replied proudly. Then he smiled darkly and said, "Boy, let's see how you can escape from me this time." As soon as he finished speaking, he signaled with his eyes. The green tortoise tribesmen around him rushed forward and surrounded Su Chen and the intelligent war chariot. Su Chen was a little confused by the green turtle tribe's arrogance and fearlessness. Logically speaking, they should be aware of the methods he had used to kill the green turtle race and the zombies. Then why did the other party still dare to do this? Did they think that with a level 4 evolutionary as their clan leader, they could easily bully him? Although he was doubtful, Su did not take it to heart. He sneered and said, "You want to kill me with just a bunch of shrimps?" The green turtle patriarch snorted and said coldly, "I have to admit that you are indeed very strong. However, you are too arrogant. You don't know that there is always someone better than you. There are many people in this world who can kill you." Hee. As soon as he finished speaking, a cold and eerie laugh came from behind him. Then, a middle-aged man with dark skin and a body like a dead tree slowly walked forward. Su Chen's eyebrows twitched when he felt a layer of death aura around him. He asked, "Are you from the undead tribe?" When he was in Etion City, he had killed 3 undead tribe members. The middle-aged man in front of him was very similar to the 3 undead tribe members in terms of appearance and aura. "Boy, how do you know about the undead tribe?" The middle-aged man's brows furrowed deeply, and his pair of gloomy and cold eyes kept darting around. Su Chen curled his lips and laughed. "Not only have I seen them, but I have also killed 3. However, they were too weak. They were only level 3. You should be stronger than them, right?" Chapter 311. Hearing this, the undead tribe member's face twitched. He gritted his teeth and roared, "Human, you've completely infuriated me. I'll make you beg for death later." As one of the 5 great races, they had always been the ones who killed people from other races wantonly. When had they ever been killed by others? Moreover, the one who killed their people was a weak human. This was even more unbearable for him. At this moment, he secretly swore that he would skin this human in front of him to relieve the hatred in his heart. "Do you only know how to talk? I'll stand here and wait for you. Come and kill me if you can." Su Chen hooked his finger and sneered contemptuously. "Don't worry, I'll definitely kill you, but I'm not in a hurry." The undead tribe member snorted and turned to look at the green turtle tribe leader. The latter nodded slightly and then began to mutter. Not long after, a huge pressure rushed out from the mine pit. Then with a tremor, a green turtle the size of a small mountain crawled out from the mine pit. Dong dong. After a few tremors, the big turtle crawled to the side of the green turtle tribe leader. "Huh. My tribe's sacred beast is here. Human, this time I'll definitely suppress you completely." The green turtle tribe leader laughed wildly. That arrogant look made it seem as if the appearance of this sacred beast turtle had foretold Su Chen's death. "A mere level 5 mutated beast is your trump card?" Su Chen sneered. It was not like he had never seen a level 5 mutated beast before. In the pet breeding space, there was a heavenly overlord turtle that he had subdued. If he were to release him at this time, he wondered what the other party would think. "Arrogant." The green turtle tribe leader scolded and turned to the sacred beast turtle. He said respectfully, "Lord Sacred Beast, please kill this arrogant human." The sacred beast turtle stared coldly at Su Chen. It did not hide the murderous intent in its eyes. Su Chen's previous words had completely infuriated it. As a sacred beast, its dignity could not be blasphemed. "Woo woo." Suddenly, the turtle let out a muffled roar. The roar didn't sound like anything special, but when the mutant beasts heard it, they rushed towards Su Chen as if they had received an order. So these mutant beasts are under the control of this big turtle. Su Chen suddenly realized something, and swept out his blade. In an instant, a gray wave of air appeared in front of the blade, and rushed into the group of mutated beasts. Poochie poochie sounds of flesh being penetrated could be heard continuously. The hundreds of mutated beasts at the front were all cut in half and died on the spot. Seeing this, the expressions of the undead race and the green turtle race's patriarch became unsightly. They had long known that Su Chen was very powerful. However, he definitely did not expect that he would be so powerful. He could kill hundreds of mutated beasts with a single slash. His strength was almost on par with a level 5 cultivator. Moreover, they also judged that Su Chen was most likely a level 4 evolver and a level 4 spellcaster. They had seen many level 4 cultivators with a single profession, but they had never heard of a level 4 cultivator with 2 professions. "I'm afraid we are no match for this guy," the undead race muttered with a serious expression. Su Chen's previous slash had made him feel a sense of trepidation. He also knew that there was no way he could block this slash with his own skills. In the field, the only one who could suppress Su Chen was the level 5 sacred beast turtle. The green turtle race's patriarch understood what he meant. He turned to the sacred beast turtle and pleaded, "Lord Sacred Beast, please do it yourself." Chapter 312. Roar. The sacred beast tortoise raised its head and roared, releasing a terrifying pressure once again. Some of the green tortoise tribesmen who were close to the tortoise were swayed from side to side, and the mutated beasts were inexplicably frightened and trembling. Su Chen narrowed his eyes and looked at the sacred beast tortoise. He thought to himself, "Should I kill this big tortoise and barbecue it? Or make soup?" After all, he had not eaten the meat of a level 5 mutated beast before, so he was still looking forward to it. Dong dong. At this moment, the sacred beast tortoise rushed towards Su Chen. Although its body was huge, its speed was extremely fast. It appeared in front of Su Chen in the blink of an eye and raised a big claw to slap Su Chen's head. Su Chen stood still on the spot. Just as the sacred beast tortoise's claw was about to slap him, a bright golden light flashed on his arm. Immediately he grabbed upwards, overestimating himself. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. Seeing this, the green tortoise tribe leader and the undead tribesmen were wild with joy. Su Chen did not dodge. Choosing to fight the sacred beast tortoise head-on was tantamount to suicide. The level 5 sacred beast tortoise was extremely powerful. How could a human cultivator resist it? Moreover, Su Chen was only a level 4 evolver, which was 1 level lower than the sacred beast tortoise. It was even more impossible for him to be a match for the sacred beast tortoise. At this moment, the green tortoise tribe leader and the undead tribesmen regarded Su Chen as a dead man. However, the next moment, the two of them were completely dumbfounded. They saw that not only was Su Chen not killed by the claw, but after blocking the attack, he raised the sacred beast tortoise above his head with one hand. What was going on? The sacred beast tortoise weighed tens of thousands of pounds. How could it be lifted into the air with one hand? Were their eyes playing tricks on them? Or were they dreaming? This strange situation was not only incomprehensible to the green tortoise tribe leader and the undead tribesmen, but even Wu Yang and the others in the car were so shocked that they could not close their mouths. How strong was Su Chen to be able to lift a mutant beast that weighed tens of thousands of pounds with one hand? Su Chen was a human, not a god of strength. How did he do it? Boom. With a violent crash, Su Chen threw the sacred beast tortoise to the ground, directly smashing a deep hole in the ground. Witnessing this unbelievable scene, the surroundings suddenly fell into a strange silence. Everyone's jaws dropped. Their expressions were blank as if they had been petrified. Su Chen's action of throwing the sacred beast tortoise to the ground gave them an unprecedented psychological impact. At this moment, there was only one thought in their minds. Su Chen wasn't human. He was a god with infinite strength. Chen Gu is too strong. Yang Hao swallowed his saliva and murmured. Shi Danyu and Chao Ren also agreed. Strong to the point of reaching the heavens, awesome to the extreme. Although Wu Yang did not speak, his heart was in turmoil. Su Chen was improving every time he fought, and this time, he was even more shocked. What was invincible? Only a strong person like Su Chen was worthy of the word invincible. On the other side, the sacred beast tortoise lay sprawled in the deep crater, its huge head hanging down. At this moment, it was dizzy from the fall. It had mixed feelings in its heart. There was confusion, shame, and deep fear. It could not understand why a level 5 mutant beast like itself could not even resist in front of a human, and was thrown to the ground like a dead dog. The undead tribesman came to his senses, and looked at the green tortoise tribe leader. The two of them seemed to have a tacit understanding, and turned to flee toward the mine at the same time. You want to leave now? Can you make it in time? The corner of Su Chen's mouth twitched slightly. He instantly activated the rapid boots and chased after him like a whirlwind. Chapter 313. After activating the rapid combat boots, Su Chen's speed had completely surpassed that of a level 5 evolved being. In just a few breaths, he had already caught up with the patriarch of the Green Turtle tribe. Fight it out with him. Seeing that they could not escape, the undead tribe member turned around and threw a punch at Su Chen. This punch was not simple as it was surrounded by a thick death aura. It was the undead tribe's natal corpse poison. However, Su Chen had the ancient godfiend body and was immune to all poisons and evil. This little bit of corpse poison could not do anything to him at all. At this moment, the Green Turtle tribe member also turned around and slashed at Su Chen with his sword. Facing the attacks of two powerhouses of the same level, Su Chen did not dodge and allowed the sword and fist to hit his body. There were two loud bangs. The undead tribe member's fist and the Green Turtle tribe leader's sword hit Su Chen accurately, but they were strangely bounced off. The ancient godfiend body was immune to all attacks of the same level. How would the two of them know this? The undead tribe member widened his eyes and stared at Su Chen as if he had seen a ghost. He really didn't understand why his powerful attack, coupled with the help of his life origin corpse poison, couldn't even hurt Su Chen a little bit. The Green Turtle tribe leader next to him was even more frightened and trembled all over. Just as they were in a daze, Su Chen made his move. With a sweep of his sword, a violent torrent of thunder and lightning swept forward and drowned the Green Turtle tribe leader and the Green Turtle tribe leader in the blink of an eye. Under the raging thunder and lightning, the Green Turtle tribe leader and the Green Turtle tribe leader immediately turned into two pieces of ashes. The other members of the Green Tortoise tribe didn't dare to stay any longer when they saw that their tribe leader had been hacked into pieces. They all fled towards the mine for their lives. Satoshi, do it! Su Chen shouted loudly. The intelligent war chariot received the order and fired at full power, continuously slaughtering the green turtles and mutated beasts. Wu Yang and the others also got out of the chariot and chased after the green turtles. Su Chen did not join in the chase. There was still a level 5 sacred beast tortoise waiting to be dealt with. When Su Chen returned, the sacred beast tortoise had just emerged from the pit and collided with Su Chen. Hee. The corner of Su Chen's mouth twitched slightly, and a Pegasus meteor punch smashed over. Bang, bang, bang. The sacred beast tortoise was once again smashed into the pit with a thunderous sound that sounded like raindrops hitting a banana leaf. After suffering such a fierce and concentrated attack, its tortoise shell was smashed, and its aura was also extremely weak. It seemed that it would not be able to survive. Su Chen walked forward. Just as he was about to finish the job, he received a very strong signal. This signal came from the pet feeding space. To be more precise, it came from the Heavenly Overlord Turtle. Su Chen was a little confused. He didn't know what the Heavenly Overlord Turtle wanted to do, so he released it from the pet breeding space. As soon as the Heavenly Overlord Turtle appeared, it excitedly rushed into the pit. Su Chen was confused. He chased after it, and saw that the Heavenly Overlord Turtle had bitten off the sacred beast tortoise's head. Crunch, crunch. After that it started to chew, looking like it was enjoying itself. F***ck. Su Chen was stunned. At first, he didn't know what the Heavenly Overlord Turtle wanted to do, but now he understood. This guy wanted to snatch food from him. Su Chen was a little unhappy. He jumped down and slapped the Heavenly Overlord Turtle's head. How many sea monsters and mutated beasts have I left for you? Is it not enough for you to eat? How dare you snatch food from me? Woo woo. The Heavenly Overlord Turtle hurriedly shook its head. It looked like it had something to say, but it couldn't say it. Chapter 314. Su Chen muttered in his heart, this guy doesn't seem to be just after food. Since he couldn't communicate with the Heavenly Overlord Turtle, he couldn't figure out the reason. Su Chen simply put the corpses of the Heavenly Overlord Turtle and the Holy Turtle into the pet breeding space. After all, they were his spiritual pets. He could just treat it as improving its diet. Later, he also joined in the hunt. In just a short 10 minutes, the green tortoise tribesmen were basically all killed. Only a few escaped. On the other hand, the mutated beasts were very agile. Most of them escaped into the Huangzi Mountains. Su Chen couldn't be bothered to chase after them. He started to pick up the fragments. This time, he didn't kill many green tortoise tribesmen and mutated beasts. He only obtained about 200 fragments. Su Chen grabbed a black fragment. A strange voice sounded in his mind. Picked up Green Mountain Quenching Wood Stone Fragment X1, 110. The fragments are not full. Cannot be used. Can be exchanged for energy points. No exchange. After saying this, Su Chen started to ponder. From the name Green Mountain Quenching Wood Stone, it should be something like a god's stone. So far he had obtained 2. They were Earth Vein Fire Meteorite and Big Dipper Star Fragment Stone. After obtaining another god stone fragment, he started to think about it. If he used the fusion gem to fuse all the stones together, the weight would definitely increase by several times. If he fused a few more pieces and accumulated the weight to 50,000 kilograms, wouldn't he be able to smash anyone to death if he used it with the Heavenly Hundredfold Strength technique? How many people could withstand the weight of 50,000 kilograms? Thinking of this, Su Chen was a little excited. He decided to study it when he had time. After a while, he calmed down and continued to pick up the fragments. After picking up hundreds of fragments in a row, there was suddenly a violent explosion in the mine. Then there was a tremor like the earth was shaking. Su Chen looked in the direction of the mine. In his line of sight, smoke and dust curled up. The mine began to slowly collapse and eventually turned into ruins. He could imagine that the collapse of the mine must have been caused by the explosion of the interdomain passage. The Green Turtle tribe must have been the one who destroyed the interrealm passageway. The reason was very simple. Their clan leader and holy beasts had been killed one after another, and their top-notch combat forces had been exhausted. They were worried that he would take advantage of the opportunity to kill his way in, so they decided to go all out and blow up the realm passageway. These fellows are slow to realize. Su Chen muttered and continued to pick up the fragments. Originally, he really did plan to enter the Green Turtle tribe's territory, but now he could only extinguish that thought. Half an hour later, the fragments were collected and the energy stones were dug out. Su Chen and the others returned to the intelligent war chariot. For the first time, Su Chen opened the pet raising space to check. Inside the space, the Saint Beast tortoise had already been eaten, leaving only a broken tortoise shell. The Heavenly Overlord tortoise, on the other hand, was sleeping soundly on the ground after eating its fill. He can really eat a lot. Su Chen snorted and was about to close the pet raising space. However, he was surprised to discover that the Heavenly Overlord turtle's aura was rising steadily. Advance. Su Chen was pleasantly surprised. The Heavenly Overlord turtle was now a level 5 mutant beast. After it advanced, it would become a level 6 mutant beast. It was almost an existence that could do whatever it wanted on Qianyu Island. At this moment, Su Chen also understood. No wonder the Heavenly Overlord turtle cared so much about the Saint Beast tortoise. It turned out that it could advance by devouring its flesh and blood. Chapter 315. Su Chen was worried that he would disturb the Heavenly Overlord turtle and affect its advancement, so he closed the pet raising space. Then, he looked at the screen again, and began to look for the whereabouts of zombies and mutant beasts. At this time, Yang Lingtian came up and asked, Su Chen, are we still going to kill the mutant beasts in the Huangzi Mountains? Previously, thousands of mutant beasts had escaped into the Huangzi Mountains, which was not a small number. Don't worry about them. Let's go to other bases, Su Chen replied. The environment in the Huangzi Mountains was complicated, and the mutant beasts were good at escaping. It was almost impossible to kill all of them. However, there were no signs of zombies on the screen, so he decided to go to other bases to try his luck. Satoshi, let's go to Tiannan. Su Chen ordered. Tiannan used to be Golden Fileshire's nest, so he guessed that there should be zombies there. Yes. The intelligent war chariot, was activated and galloped toward the Tiannen gathering place. In the following days, Su Chun and the others kept hunting zombies. It took them nearly half a month to kill all the large zombie hordes in the Huangzi Mountains of Qinyu Island. During this period, they killed more than 40 to 50,000 zombies. Su Chen's harvest was quite rich. He obtained a large number of energy stones and accumulated more than 5,000 energy points. On this day, after everyone had eaten, they gathered together and began to discuss. Su Chen, where are we going next? Wu Yang was the first to speak. There were no more zombies to kill in the Huangzi Mountains, so they had to find another place. For now, they had two places to go. One was to go to Yulin, and the other was to enter the sea to hunt sea monsters. Su Chen thought for a moment and replied, "Let's go to Yulin first." Yulin was not only the largest area in Qinyu Island, but it also had many forces, including many zombie legions and mutant beasts. In addition, he had conflicts with the Hidden Fog sect, Lion's Gate and Tongtian City, so he wanted to meet them. Hearing that they were going to Yulin, everyone was excited. The Yulin region was prosperous and powerful, and there were more than 10 big cities with more than 100,000 people. As for the largest city, Tongtian City, it was a megacity with a population of over 1 million people. It was said that all kinds of things were sold there, which aroused their great interest. They had long wanted to go and see it. After deciding on the plan, Su Chen looked at the terrain map on the central control screen. Yulin was not a place that could be casually entered. The reason was that outside the Yulin area, there was a circular mountain range called the Chulin Mountain Range. It was also because of the existence of the winding forest mountain range that Thousand Feather Island was divided into 3 parts. The Chulin mountain range was high and steep. It was not impossible to climb over it, but it would take a lot of effort. If they wanted to enter the Yulin forest area without any effort, they could only go through a special passage. There were 2 passageways between Yulin District and Huanglin District, which were excavated by manpower. One of the closer ones was near Full Moon City. Su Chen found the specific location of the passage on the map. He reached out and ordered the intelligent war chariot. "Satoshi, go to this place." The intelligent war chariot locked onto the target and left. 5 days later, a towering mountain range appeared in front of the intelligent war chariot. This mountain range went from west to east, and there was no end in sight. It was the Chulin mountain range. Moreover, the place where the intelligent war chariot was located was less than 100 miles away from the passage into Yulin District. Su Chen glanced at the central control screen, and then retracted his gaze. Just as he was about to rest for a while, an alarm sounded on the central control screen. "Warning, there is a MCV rushing towards us. It is estimated that we will encounter it in 2 minutes. Chapter 316. Satoshi stopped the car. Su Chen's eyes gradually narrowed as he ordered. The other party came straight to him, and it seemed that they were not friendly. However, no matter who the other party was, as long as they dared to provoke him, they could only consider themselves unlucky. Soon, a red MCV sped over. "Yulin's MCV?" Su Chen muttered. The red MCV was 15 meters long, and there was a golden eagle logo on the front, which should belong to a certain force. He had never seen a MCV like this before, so he suspected that it came from Yulin. When the red MCV stopped in front of the intelligent chariot, more than 20 men with weapons got off. They were all wearing black uniforms, and all of them looked fierce, like bandits. The leader was a middle-aged man in his 40s with a goatee. After he looked at the intelligent chariot, he shouted, "The people inside, get out! Where did this idiot come from? How dare he yell in front of us? Is he tired of living? Chengge, let me go down and teach this bastard a lesson." "Chengge, I'll go too." Seeing the other party being so arrogant, Yang Hao and the other 2 were a little angry, and they all asked Su Chen to fight. Su Chen smiled faintly. "Let's go down and see." He had seen a lot of arrogant people like this before, and they all ended up dying in his hands. He was not in a hurry to teach them a lesson, and it was better to find out the other party's background first. Opening the door, Su Chen slowly got out of the car. Yang Hao and the other 2 followed closely behind, and the others were left in the car by Suchin. When he saw the 4 young people get out of the car, the man with the goatee was a little disdainful. "Everyone, what do you mean by stopping us? If you don't give me a reasonable explanation, you may be in trouble." Suchin glanced at the other party and said faintly. Hearing this, the 20 people on the opposite side were stunned at first, and then they laughed wildly. "Boy, you are very arrogant. You dare to threaten us? Do you know who we are?" The goateed man stopped laughing, and his expression became somewhat unfriendly. Suchin rubbed his nose and whispered, "I'd like to hear the details." The man with the goatee snorted and said proudly, "We are from the Golden Hawk gang. Now do you know where we come from?" The Golden Hawk Triad was considered a third-rate power in Yulin. The strongest person in the triad was their leader, Jin Shuyang, who was a level 3 evolver. Suchin learned about this from the old man from the Hidden Fog sect. "It's just a small gang." Suchin curled his lips in disdain and continued, "Tell me why you're here. My time is precious and I don't want to waste it on ants like you." F***CK. You're F***King Cocky. Behind the man with the goatee, a young man pointed at Suchin's nose and cursed. Everyone else also had an unfriendly look on their faces, as if they wanted to skin Suchin alive. Although the Golden Hawk gang was not in the top tier in Yulin, it was enough to be considered a tyrant in Huanglin. Suchin, who came from Huanglin, dared to look down on the Golden Hawk gang and treat them like ants. He was simply courting death. Now they were only waiting for the man with the goatee to give the order, and then they would rush up and tear Suchin apart. However, before they could act, the young man who had cursed Suchin just now had his head inexplicably exploded. He did not even know how he died. What was going on? How did he die? Who did it? Facing such a strange situation, the man with the goatee and the others were terrified. They opened their eyes wide and kept looking around. Suchin rubbed his nose and said lightly, "Don't look, I killed him." Chapter 317. You killed him. The man with the goatee was shocked and looked at Suchin in a daze. Just now he had been watching Suchin, and did not see Suchin make any movements. Then how did Suchin kill his men? Was he pretending? Or was he deliberately mystifying? Or did he really have a way to kill people without being noticed? The man with the goatee could not make up his mind, and was stunned on the spot. "You think you can kill him? Shameless boasting. Let me see what you're made of." A rough man behind the man with the goatee scoffed at Suchin's words, and rushed towards Suchin with a knife. Although he was a little frightened by his companion's death, he did not believe that it was Suchin who did it. "Go to hell," the rough man roared. He thought that he could kill Suchin with one knife with his strength as a level 2 evolver. However, he had just rushed in front of Suchin, and before he could slash down, his head exploded into a flower of blood. Hiss. Seeing this, the man with the goatee and the others sucked in a breath of cold air. One person's head exploding could be said to be an accident, but 2 people in a row was definitely not simple. This also meant that Suchin was not boasting. He really had the ability to kill people without being noticed. "You are a spirit reader." The man with the goatee suddenly thought of something and exclaimed. The spirit power released by a spirit reader was invisible, and could indeed kill people without being noticed. Moreover, to easily kill a level 2 evolver, one must be at least a level 3 spirit reader master. Thinking of this, the man with the goatee felt a chill down his spine. The other people's faces also changed as they looked at Suchin with indescribable horror. Level 3 spirit readers were very rare even in Yulin. It could even be said that they could be counted on one hand. Every single one of them had great power, and they were definitely not people that the small fry of a third-rate gang like them could afford to offend. "Senior, we have eyes but did not recognize Mount Tai. Please don't lower yourself to our level." The man with the goatee's attitude took a 180-degree turn, and his attitude was very humble. He was very clear that his previous actions had angered Suchin. If he did not make up for it in time, he would not be able to survive today. "Tell me why you stopped us?" Suchin asked calmly. The other party stopped him for no reason. What was their intention? This made him somewhat unable to guess. "Senior, we want to ask you about a person's whereabouts." The man with the goatee hurriedly replied. Asking for information can bully the weak? Is this how the Golden Hawk Gang conducts themselves? Suchin snorted coldly. Seeing that Suchin was angry, Goatee and the others kept quiet out of fear. At the same time, their hearts were filled with regret. All along, the Golden Eagle Gang was this unscrupulous. Originally, they still thought that Suchin was a soft persimmon that could be kneaded at will. Who would have thought that they would kick an iron plate? If they had known that Suchin was a hidden level 3 spirit reader, they would have avoided him. Who would have come to touch this bad luck? Who are you asking about? Suchin asked in a low voice. Senior, we are looking for this person. As the man with the goatee spoke, he took out a scroll. After opening it, a graceful and beautiful woman appeared. Suchin felt that the woman in the scroll was somewhat familiar. After looking at it carefully, he suddenly remembered. A few days ago, on the way to Full Moon City, he encountered people from Lion's Gate. Among them, the beautiful woman was the person in the scroll. What is her name? Is she also from the Golden Eagle Gang? Suchin asked. The beautiful woman died in his hands, and this formed a grudge with the power behind her. To prevent any accidents, he had to figure out the other party's background. Chapter 318. Her name is Emotsilian. She's not a member of the Golden Hawk Gang. She's from the Qilin Mountain, Goatee replied honestly. Qilin Mountain? Suchin muttered as he tried to recall. That day, the elder from the Hidden Fog sect had told him about all the big and small factions in Yulin, but he didn't mention Qilin Mountain. Did the elder not know about Qilin Mountain? Or was Goatee just making things up? What's the background of Qilin Mountain? Suchin stared at Goatee and asked coldly. Goatee hesitated, but under Suchin's stare he gritted his teeth and said, Senior, Qilin Mountain is a hidden sect. It's one of the top 3 factions in Yulin. Suchin was stunned and asked casually, what are the other 2 factions called? Forget Worry Valley and Tianqi Mountain. Goatee didn't hesitate this time. Suchin frowned. He remembered that the elder from the Hidden Fog sect had said that the top 3 factions in Yulin were the Hidden Fog sect, Lion's Gate, and Tongtian City. How did it become the other 3 factions in Goatee's mouth? Who was lying between the 2 of them? Then what's the ranking of Heaven Connecting City in the Yulin region? Suchin probed without batting an eyelid. Tongtian City is one of the strongest factions in Yulin on the surface, but it's just a subsidiary faction of Qilin Mountain, Goatee explained. Suchin's expression changed, and his thoughts started to turn. Tongtian City had a level 4 evolver, and there were many evolvers below level 4. They weren't weak, but they were just a subsidiary faction. How strong was Qilin Mountain? What's the cultivation of the strongest person in Qilin Mountain? Suchin asked again. Recently, he had killed many people from Heaven Connect City, and had formed a deep enmity with them. This trip to Yulin might cause a bloodbath in Tongtian City. Would Qilin Mountain sit by and do nothing? The answer was obvious. Qilin Mountain would definitely support Tongtian City, and it would be another bloody battle. Therefore, he needed to understand the ins and outs of the Qilin Mountain in advance so that he could be prepared. There was also another point. That day at the Firewolf gathering place, he had learned from a level 4 evolver of Heaven Connect City that Heaven Connect City was trying to open a domain passage. It was hard to say whether or not the Qilin Mountain was behind this. The strongest person in Qilin Mountain is a level 5 evolver, and there is more than one of them. Goatee spoke while secretly observing Suchin's expression. Originally, he thought that Suchin would still be afraid of revealing the name of a level 5 evolved being. However, he realized that Suchin was indifferent from the beginning to the end. It was as if Suchin did not care about a level 5 evolver at all. Goatee was a bit puzzled. Level 5 evolvers were legendary existences. Every one of them had the power to destroy a city. Why wasn't Suchin afraid? Level 5 evolvers were invincible in the eyes of others, but Suchin could easily kill a level 5 holy tortoise, let alone a human of the same level. So there are also level 5 evolvers in Wangyu Valley and Tianqi Mountain? Suchin asked. Yes, Goatee replied affirmatively. Suchin thought for a moment and said again. How did you know about this? Tell me the truth, or don't blame me for being rude. He was a bit puzzled. Why would a weak Golden Hawk gang member know about something that even the elder of the Hidden Fog sect did not know? Our leader came from the Qilin Mountain. He told us about this before. Goatee was in fear and trepidation. Suchin nodded slightly. Then he asked about some other things and killed everyone from the Golden Hawk gang. Chapter 319. Behind them, Suchin and the other three returned to the car, and the intelligent war chariot continued to drive towards the tunnel. After more than half an hour, they arrived at the foot of the mountain, which was the entrance to the tunnel into Yulin. It was not a casual matter to enter and leave the Yulin forest. In addition to having their identity verified, they also had to pay a considerable toll. At this time, outside the entrance of the passage, dozens of soldiers in armor were checking the MCVs that were entering the passage. There were 7 MCV in front of the intelligent war chariot, and they were being checked in an orderly and unstable manner. After the 7 vehicles were checked and the toll was paid, they entered the tunnel one by one. When it was the intelligent war chariot's turn, a black MCV suddenly cut in from the side, blocking the front of the intelligent war chariot. Cutting in line was a very rude behavior. Suchin was naturally unhappy. He got out of the car and shouted at the people in the black MCV. Do you have any manners? Everyone is in line. What right do you have to cut in line? Soon, a middle-aged man in white came down from the black MCV. After glancing at Suchin, he did not say anything to Suchin. He turned to the guard and talked to a few soldiers, then returned to the MCV. Before leaving, he looked at Suchin again, his eyes full of disdain and ridicule. Damn, this guy is a bit pretentious. Suchin curled his lips. When he was about to go up and argue, a gray-haired old man came from behind. He came to Suchin's side and kindly reminded him, "Little brother, that's a MCV from Tongtian City. You'd better not provoke them." A MCV from Tongtian City cannot follow the rules? Suchin snorted softly. The gray-haired old man shook his head and persuaded. Little brother, you're not from Yulin, right? Maybe you don't know how powerful Tongtian City is. I advise you not to enter Yulin today, lest you get killed. Thank you for the reminder, old man, but I still want to enter Yulin, Suchin said indifferently. He didn't even put the powerhouses of sky-reaching city in his eyes, let alone the people on the MCV. He couldn't wait for them to find trouble with him. Boy, it's your turn. Hurry up. At this moment, a guard shouted at Suchin. Suchin didn't argue with the guard and let the intelligent war chariot drive closer. The guard circled around the intelligent war chariot and did not ask about Suchin's background. Instead, he directly asked for energy stones from Suchin. Your MCV is bigger than the average MCV, so the charge is higher. How much? Suchin narrowed his eyes. 300 ordinary energy stones. Scram if you can't hand it over. The guard snorted. You really dare to demand an exorbitant price? Suchin laughed instead of getting angry. The entrance fee to the tunnel was 100 energy stones per MCV, and all the other MCVs had to pay 100 energy stones. When it was his turn, the price had increased to 300, which was obviously extorting him. Suchin still remembered that when he first went to King Kong City, the guard there also wanted to take the opportunity to extort him. However, the price he paid was extremely painful. He didn't want to cause trouble, but if the other party really didn't know what was good for him, then he could only teach them a lesson. Why didn't I pay for the previous MCV? Suchin snorted coldly. Just now, the man in white from Tongtian City had only exchanged a few words with the guard and was let go without paying a single energy stone. If it were someone else, they would never ask about this matter. But in Suchin's eyes, there was no way he could rub sand. Did they want to treat him as a pushover? They had to have the ability to do so. Chapter 320. The gray-haired old man who had tried to persuade Suchin sighed and returned to his MCV. In his opinion, Suchin was too young and impetuous. Sooner or later, he would bring trouble to himself. Could young people live long if they didn't know how to restrain themselves? He even dared to question the guards at the entrance of the tunnel. Wasn't he digging his own grave? The gray-haired old man was afraid of being implicated, so he didn't want to have anything to do with Su Chen. Do you know who they are? Are you worthy of being compared to them? The guard glanced at Su Chen with a face full of disdain. Tongtian City was one of the top forces in Yulin, and Su Chen was just a small character in Huanglin. How could he compare to Tongtian City? What a joke! Su Chen nodded and said faintly, "You're right. I don't care about small characters like Tongtian City. They're not qualified to be compared to me." As soon as he said that, it caused a commotion. Damn, where did this arrogant kid come from? He doesn't even care about Tongtian City. He's from Huanglin and hasn't seen the world. Of course, he doesn't know how powerful Tongtian City is. This kid is dead. There are many people from Tongtian City among the guards. You asked for it. Let's just wait and watch the show. The gray-haired old man clicked his tongue, and his face was extremely ugly. If he had known that Su Chen was so arrogant, he wouldn't have talked to Su Chen. Now his intestines were green with regret. Haha. The guard laughed wildly and stared at Su Chen as if he was looking at an idiot. He sneered and said, "Kid, since you don't care about Tongtian City, do you dare to reveal your name?" "I'm Mo Chengkong from Qilin Mountain," Su Chen said proudly. Mo Chengkong was Mo Xiaoyan's brother. He was indeed from Qilin Mountain, and was a level 4 evolver. He learned all this from Goatee of the Golden Hawk Gang. Considering that he was bound to cause a huge ruckus here, he might as well pour dirty water on the Qilin Mountain. "Kid, stop trying to be mysterious here. What is the Qilin Mountain?" The guard snorted disdainfully. He had heard of all the big and small factions in the Yulin area, but he had never heard of the Qilin Mountain, so he thought that the Qilin Mountain was a faction in the Yulin area. Could Huanglin District be compared to Yulin District? Even the top forces in Huanglin District could not be compared to a third-rate force in Yulin District. For insulting the Qilin Mountain, you can only atone for your sins with death. Since Su Chen was using the Qilin Mountain as a cover, he had to put on a show. Just as he was about to make his move, a tall and sturdy man rushed over from the passage. The man approached the guard and gave him a slap on the face without any explanation. He was quite ruthless. Not only was the guard's mouth full of blood, he even knocked out a few of his teeth. Witnessing this scene, the surrounding onlookers were somewhat dumbfounded. They had never heard of the Qilin Mountain either. However, the tall and sturdy man was the captain of the guards. His actions undoubtedly showed that the Qilin Mountain had a powerful background, so powerful that even the guards did not dare to provoke them. After the burly man finished beating up his subordinates, he turned to Su Chen with a smile. "Friend, my subordinate has eyes but failed to see and offended you. Please don't bother with him." Others did not know about the Qilin Mountain, but he did. The Qilin Mountain was an overlord-level faction in the Yulin district. Although Tongtian City was also very strong, it was obviously not on the same level as the Qilin Mountain. However, there was one thing he could not understand. The Qilin Mountain had always been secretive in their actions. It was rare to see Su Chen making such a big fuss. Do you think that offending the Qilin Mountain will be settled so easily? What do you think the Qilin Mountain is? Su sneered. His goal was to cause a huge ruckus and expose the Qilin Mountain. How could he let it go? Chapter 321. How do you want to settle this, sir? The burly man was slightly displeased. He had already humbled himself and taught his subordinates a lesson. It could be considered that he had given Su Chen enough face. Unexpectedly, Su Chen was still so overbearing. Even if it was the Qilin Mountain, they could not bully people like this, right? They also had backers behind them. If they insisted on fighting to the death, no one would be able to get out of the embarrassing situation. The solution is very simple. Hand over all the energy stones you received as compensation, Su Chen said with a smile. Hearing that, the surrounding onlookers were extremely shocked. A young man from the Qilin Mountain actually extorted the guards? One must know that these guards were all supported by major forces behind them. Su Chen still dared to do this. He was simply lawless. The burly man's face darkened. The toll collected here was not up to him to decide. He had to hand it in as well. Su Chen demanded all the energy stones the moment he opened his mouth. Clearly, he did not want to settle the matter peacefully. Isn't your appetite a little too big? The burly man snorted coldly. Su Chen rubbed his nose and said indifferently, just tell me if you're going to hand it over or not. The burly man immediately hesitated a little. Su Chen seemed to be harmless to humans and animals, but his body exuded a faint murderous aura. It gave him a very palpitating feeling. He could even imagine that as long as he said the word no, he might die on the spot in the next moment. Here. The burly man gritted his teeth and called out to a guard behind him. Bring over the energy stones collected today. Soon a guard jogged over with a cloth bag. There are even 2,700 energy stones inside. Keep them well, sir. The burly man took the cloth bag and handed it to Su Chen. Su Chen did not even look at it, and directly threw it into the storage bag. Then the corners of his mouth curled. I'll take the energy stones. Let's talk about something else. His original intention was not for the energy stones, but to make a big deal out of it. How could he make a big deal out of it? He probably had to kill someone. Huh. The burly man was stunned. From Su Chen's tone, it seemed that the matter was not over yet. However, he had already handed over the energy stones, which could be considered as taking a big step back. What else did Su Chen want? What else do you want? The burly man asked while holding back his anger. Su pointed at the guard who had scolded him and snorted. This guy has offended me before. He has to pay the price. What price? Didn't I teach him a lesson? The burly man was stunned for a moment, as if he had thought of something. His eyelids suddenly twitched, and he said involuntarily, You mean? You guessed right. Su Chen didn't wait for him to finish speaking, as he punched the guard's head. F***CK. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers were inexplicably terrified. What was arrogance? What was tyrannical? Today they finally saw it in Su Chen. You. The burly man was so angry that the corners of his mouth trembled. He originally wanted to scold Su Chen, but when he thought of Su Chen's identity and strength, he swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth. If you're not convinced, you can go to Qilin Mountain and find me. I'm Mo Kong. Su Chen narrowed his eyes and glanced at the burly man. As he said disdainfully. The burly man nodded heavily. Okay, I'll remember your words. Su Chen had achieved his goal. When he returned to the car, he ordered the intelligent war chariot to enter the tunnel. When the intelligent war chariot disappeared from sight, the burly man's face was completely gloomy. He kept muttering, Qilin Mountain Mo Kong. Chapter 322. The tunnel leading to Yulin was more than 10 miles long. The intelligent war chariot drove for 6 to 7 minutes before it came out of the tunnel. Outside the tunnel, there were also dozens of soldiers guarding the entrance. As soon as the intelligent war chariot appeared, it was surrounded by these guards. Everyone inside, get out of the car for inspection. A guard with a wretched appearance walked to the front of the car and shouted loudly. Su Chen felt that something was wrong. Logically speaking, when they entered the tunnel from Huanglin, the other side had already inspected it. There was no need for them to inspect it again. Even if they wanted to inspect it, there was no need to mobilize so many people, right? It was as if he knew how to run. Su Chen didn't think too much about it and walked straight out of the car, leaving the others in the car. Why are you the only one? Why aren't the others getting out of the car? Seeing that there was only Su Chen, the wretched guard widened his eyes and roared. When we entered from Huanglin, wasn't it inspected? Why is there a need to inspect it? Su Chen asked back. Hearing this, the wretched guard's face showed a hint of anger and scolded. I can do whatever I want. Why do I need to ask for your permission? Su Chen spat. I can't control what you want to do, but if you want to find trouble with me, you must be blind. You dare to scold me? Are you tired of living? The wretched guard was so angry that his face turned red. Although he was only a guard, he had a powerful force behind him. Normally, no one dared to provoke them. But this young man in front of him not only did not give him any face, he even dared to insult him. He must have eaten a bear's heart and leopard's guts. Not only do I dare to scold you, I dare to kill you. Su Chen sneered and reached out to grab the wretched guard's neck. The wretched guard was shocked. When he wanted to dodge, he was horrified to find that his body was bound by an invisible force and could not move at all. You are. The wretched guard realized that the young man in front of him was most likely a spirit reader master, and a very high-level one. Just as he was about to speak, his neck was grabbed by Su Chen, and his voice stopped abruptly. How dare you? Let go. Seeing this, the other guards rushed towards Su Chen with their weapons. Scram! Su Chen's expression turned cold as he shouted. The guards felt as if they had been hit in the head. They all stopped and looked at each other in dismay. Su Chen's shout carried a powerful pressure, giving them a feeling of fear and trepidation. At this moment, they knew that the young man in front of them was definitely an expert. He might even be an evolver of level 3 or higher. In the face of such an expert, no one dared to act rashly. After intimidating the guards, Su Chen threw the wretched guard to the ground and said coldly, "Who ordered you to do this?" Originally, he wanted to kill the wretched guard, but he thought that the other party would not pester him for no reason. There must be someone behind this, so he wanted to find out who the person behind this was. The wretched guard lay on the ground, terrified and uneasy. He begged for mercy loudly. "Senior, I was wrong. I won't dare to do it again." Su Chen's strength was far beyond his imagination. The moment when he was grabbed by Su Chen, he even felt that death was approaching. At this moment, he was so scared that his mind was a little fuzzy. He only wanted to beg Su Chen to forgive him. "I'll say it again. Who ordered you to do this? My patience is limited." Su Chen's voice was cold, and his whole body was surrounded by a murderous aura. The wretched guard was so scared that his whole body trembled. He hurriedly replied, "It was Sure E from Heaven Connect City who ordered me to do this." Chapter 323. Sky Connect City. Shuri? Su Chen narrowed his eyes and pondered. It was true that he had a grudge against Sky Connect City, but who was Sure E? Was he sent by Sky Connect City to deal with him? After thinking about it, Su Chen felt that it was unlikely. Although he had killed many people from Sky Connect City, the other party did not know his background, and would not know that he had come to Yulin. Moreover, even if they knew, they would not let the guards cause trouble. All of a sudden, Su Chen thought of a person and asked with a cold snort, "Is Shuri a man in white? Driving a black MCV?" "Yes, it's him," the wretched guard hurriedly replied. At this moment, he was gnashing his teeth in hatred. If Shuri did not ask him to investigate Su Chen, how could he be in this situation now? Offending a powerhouse above level 3, he might even lose his life. "It's really him," Su Chen whispered. Originally, he did not plan to argue with the man in white. He did not expect that the other party would take the initiative to provoke him. There was a path to heaven, but you did not take it, and there was no door to hell. You can't blame others for seeking your own death. Hand over all the energy stones you received. Su Chen glanced and said coldly, "Robbing one house was robbing. Robbing 2 houses was robbing." Since he wanted to make a big deal out of it, he might as well rob until the end. "Senior, we don't have a say in the energy stones," the wretched man explained with a bitter face. They were just a group of guards, and the energy stones they collected had to be handed over. If they did not hand over the energy stones, they would be punished. "If you don't want to give, then go to hell." Su Chen did not waste time with him, walked forward, and kicked the wretched man's head. The rest of the guards were so scared that their faces turned pale, and they could not help but retreat. The young man in front of them killed without hesitation, and they were afraid that they would be implicated and end up as wretched guards. "You guys hand over the energy stones and I will spare your lives." Su Chen's gaze fell on the other guards. His eyes were unusually cold. When their eyes met with Su Chen's, the guards were so scared that they started to tremble. They all understood that if they didn't do as Su Chen said, it was very likely that they would lose their lives. After looking at each other, one of them jogged back and quickly ran back with a cloth bag in his hand. He came to Su Chen's side and presented the pouch with both hands. He said respectfully, "Senior, A total of 1,700 energy stones are inside. Su Chen took the cloth bag, threw it into the storage bag, and then went straight to the intelligent war chariot. Before he left, he laughed wantonly. I am Mo Chen Kong of the Qilin Mountain. If anyone is not convinced, come find me at the Qilin Mountain. With that, the intelligent war chariot left. After Su Chen left, the remaining guards gathered together to discuss. Captain is dead, and the energy stone was stolen. What should we do? Quickly report this to the higher-ups. Yes, report this to the higher-ups. Damn it, the people of the Qilin Mountain are too arrogant. Not long after Su Chen left, a MCV drove out of the tunnel. The owner of the MCV was the gray-haired old man. When he saw the body of a guard lying on the ground, his heart suddenly trembled. Although he did not know how the guard died, he vaguely guessed that it was probably done by Mo Chen Kong of the Qilin Mountain. Too arrogant. Too unscrupulous. The gray-haired old man sighed from the bottom of his heart. Since the tunnel to the Huanglin area was opened, there had never been a case of a guard being killed. He did not expect that it would happen twice in a row today. Mo Chen Kong of the Qilin Mountain did not seem to care about the major forces of the Yulin area. His level of arrogance was something that the gray-haired old man had never seen before. Chapter 324. In the intelligent chariot, Su Chen sat in the driver's seat and squinted at the control screen. The main purpose of coming to Yulin was to hunt zombies and mutant beasts. As for big cities like Tongtian City, it would not be too late to go there when he had time. Soon, Su Chen found the existence of zombies in an abandoned city. There were not many of them, only about 500. Satoshi, go to this place. Su Chen ordered. Yes. The intelligent chariot locked on the target and sped forward. But it didn't go far before the intelligent chariot reminded him. Master, there is a MCV blocking the route ahead. Su Chen whispered and looked at the control screen again, and said, Satoshi, zoom in. After the image on the central control screen changed, a black MCV appeared. Seeing this, Su Chen laughed. He had seen this MCV once. It belonged to Shi from Tongtian City. Originally, he wanted to teach Shi a lesson, but he didn't expect the other party to take the initiative to come to his door. Satoshi, drive over. Su Chen's mouth drew a strange arc. A few minutes later, the intelligent chariot came close to the black MCV. Shi was already standing in front of the MCV, looking like he had been waiting for a long time. Su Chen got out of the MCV and slowly walked toward Shi. When the two were 3 meters apart, he stopped. Shi glanced at Su Chen and sneered. Boy, I didn't expect you to dare to enter Yulin. You have guts. Yulin is not your home. Why can't I come? Su Chen rubbed his nose and said in a deep voice. You are Shi from Tongtian City, right? You ordered those guards to interrogate me, right? Hearing this, Shi frowned. How did you know? The guards at the tunnel entrance had a good relationship with him. It was also his idea to interrogate Su Chen's MCV. But how did Su Chen know it was him? Logically speaking, those guards would never betray him. Since you've admitted it, then this matter won't be easy to resolve. Also, why are you blocking my way? Su Chen narrowed his eyes and asked coldly. I stopped you to kill you, of course. This is the consequence of offending Heaven Connect City. Shi's eyes flashed with a touch of ruthlessness. After a gloomy smile, he waved his hand toward the MCV behind him. Suddenly, more than a dozen men filed out of the black MCV. Although he did not know how Su Chen knew about his background, he saw that Su Chen was young and came from Huanglin district. Shi's evil intentions grew in his heart. He decided to finish off Su Chen on the spot. Su Chen pursed his lips. Do you think a bunch of shrimp soldiers and shrimp generals can control me? Haha. Shi laughed maniacally and mocked. Brat, are you F**king living too comfortably in Huanglin district? This is Yulin district, not a place where you can show off. Su Chen's fearless arrogance made Shi very unhappy. As soon as he finished speaking, he moved his feet and rushed toward Su Chen. Kill. The others also made their moves. A bunch of trash. Su Chen scorned. Originally, he thought that since they came from Heaven Connect City, they should have some combat power. He did not expect that they were just a group of level 1 evolvers. Even Shi was only level 2. Suchen shook his head, then waved his hand, and a gray wind blade shot forward. Level 4 spell. Feeling the terrifying magic wave from the wind blade, Shi and the others were so scared that their hearts stopped beating. Puff puff. Crack. The wind blade swept past, and Shi and the others did not even have time to scream before they were cut in half. As for the black MCV, it was also split in two. Chapter 325. Suchen went back to the car, and the intelligent war chariot slowly drove away. It didn't take long for several more MBVs to arrive, including a black MCV from Tongtian City. The gray-haired old man also drove the MCV over. When he saw the corpses all over the ground, he clicked his tongue. This Mo Chungkong is really crazy. Is he going to kill people all the way? He could already tell that these dead people were all from Heaven Connect City. When they entered the tunnel, they even took Mo Chungkong's place. He couldn't help but suspect that it was Mo Chungkong who did it. Who did it? How dare he kill people from Heaven Reach City? He must be tired of living. Beside the corpses stood a bearded man. At this moment, his face was so gloomy that it was about to drip water. He kept looking around, his eyes emitting a deep cold light. The gray-haired old man quickly withdrew his gaze, fearing that he would be implicated. He knew it, but did he dare to say it? Once he did, with Mo Chungkong's style of doing things, would he let him go easily? Unexpectedly, this action of his was noticed by the bearded man. "Old thing, why are you hiding? Get down here." The gray-haired old man was startled. After thinking quickly, he hurriedly ran out of the MCV. "Sir, why did you call me?" The gray-haired old man came up to the bearded man and said in fear and trepidation. The bearded man glanced at the gray-haired old man and snorted. "Old thing, do you know something? Tell me the truth, so that you won't suffer physical pain." The gray-haired old man gritted his teeth and said, "I think it's Mo Chungkong from Qilin Mountain." "Who did you say?" The bearded man's eyes widened, almost thinking that he had misheard. Not only did he know Qilin Mountain, but he was also very familiar with Mo Chungkong, who was sitting on his MCV at the moment. These days, they had been looking for Mo Tsalian's whereabouts outside. How could Mo Chungkong have time to kill people from Heaven Reach City? This gray-haired old man dared to lie in front of him. He was simply courting death. The gray-haired old man trembled and stammered, "Sir, I'm just guessing. I don't know if it's him or not." "You dare to make irresponsible remarks when you don't know anything?" The bearded man's face darkened. He reached out and grabbed the gray-haired old man's neck, sneering. "Old son, hold on." At this moment, a young man in his late 20s got off the MCV. He was dressed in luxurious clothes and looked extremely handsome. However, there was a trace of a black mark between his eyebrows, giving people a feeling of ruthlessness. "Brother Mo, this old thing dares to frame you. Let me teach him a good lesson." The bearded man gnashed his teeth and said. The young man was none other than Mo Chungkong from the Qilin Mountain. He came to the side of the bearded man and waved his hand. "No hurry, I still have something to ask him. It's good to know the ins and outs of the matter." The bearded man swung his hand and threw the grizzled old man to the ground. Mo Chungkong stared at the white-haired old man and said in a deep voice, "Where did you hear about Mo Chungkong? Have you seen him?" "My lord, it's like this." The white-haired old man hurriedly recounted his encounter with Suchen. Hearing this, Mo Chungkong and the bearded man looked at each other. Their faces turned cold at the same time. "Interesting, someone dares to use my name to do whatever he wants." Mo Chungkong flashed a cruel smile, and then said to the bearded man, "Old son, this guy can't have gone far. Let's go after him. Motherf *cur, I must skin that brat alive." The bearded man cursed and returned to the MCV with Mo Chungkong. Then they sped along the road. Suchen took a closer look and saw that the zombie was short and had a dark face, but its eyes were unusually bright. The human was a fat woman who looked like she weighed more than 150 kilograms. Not bad, each and every one of them has soft and tender skin. There are even 2 extremely beautiful women among them. The fat woman looked at Su Chun and the others, and her face immediately bloomed with joy. Then she turned to the short zombie. Jiang Kuan, I'll sell these humans to you for 15 energy stones per person. The short zombie snorted. Young silly, these humans were not caught by you. They came to me voluntarily. They are ownerless. Anyone who sees them has a share. No, as long as they are humans, they are mine. Young silly roared angrily. Humph, don't be so shameless. Jiang Kuan's face was cold, and he was not to be outdone. Seeing this, Wu Yang and the others looked at each other. The zombie and the fat woman were arguing in front of them, as if they were fish on the chopping block that could be kneaded at will. Chapter 327. Yang Hao swallowed his saliva and muttered, "Don't tell me these 2 fellows are treating us as prey?" Chao Ren curled his lips. Are the zombies and humans in Yulin district all idiots? Their group together was enough to destroy a large city, especially Su Chun. He was an invincible existence. Who would have thought that he would be treated as prey here? What a joke. Su Chun rubbed his nose and scolded. Both of you shut up, I have something to ask you. Hearing this, Jiang Kuan and Yang Silly were stunned. Was the young man in front of them crazy? How dare he talk to them in such a tone? Was he not afraid of death? Yang Silly giggled. Little handsome, are you in such a hurry to die? Su Chun felt his stomach churning. He waved his hand. Fat pig, please turn your face away. I feel disgusted looking at you. Young Silly was already ugly, and this smile was so ugly that it was unbearable to look at. Even with Su Chun's willpower, he could not stand it. You dare to scold me? Young Silly was so angry that the fat on his face started to tremble. Jiang Kuan, who was beside him, laughed and praised. Kid, you have courage, I admire you. Although Yang Silly was a woman, she was strong, no one dared to provoke him. Who would have thought that he would be humiliated by a strange young man in front of him? Seeing that Yang Silly was defeated, he felt extremely comfortable in his heart. Who do you think you are? You're just a zombie with intelligence. Do I need your appreciation? Su Chun sneered. Jiang Kuan was dumbfounded. Wasn't this too arrogant? Scolding Yang Silly was not enough, he even wanted to scold him? Did he really not know how to write the word death? You deserve it. Yang Silly sneered. When Su Chun scolded her, she was so angry that she almost went up to him and skinned him alive. But now that Su Chun scolded Jiang Kuan, she felt much better. Brat, I hope you can still be so tough when you speak later. Jiang Kuan smiled gloomily and then looked at Yang Silly. This kid is really arrogant. Are you going to make a move or should I? 15 energy stones. Of course it's me. Yang Silly snorted and turned around to grab Su Chun. This grab looked ordinary, but it carried a strong aura. It could be seen that Yang Silly was definitely a powerful evolver. Level 3 evolver. Too weak. Su Chun curled his lips. Then he flicked his finger, and a gray wind blade shot out from his finger. Spell. Yang Silly's eyes were wide open, and her fat face had completely changed. The wind blades released by Su Chun contained frightening magic fluctuations, giving her a feeling of trepidation. At that moment, she hurriedly withdrew her hand, wanting to escape. However, just as she had this thought, she was shocked to find that she couldn't move at all. The wind blade slashed across her body, cutting off her entire arm. Bright red blood spurted out from the wound. Ah! Yang Silly let out a scream like a pig being slaughtered. You're a level 4 magician. Jiang Kuan was scared out of his wits. To be able to cut off a level 3 evolver's arm so easily, only a magician of level 4 and above could do it. When he thought of this, he turned around and ran. He roared at the zombies around him. Kill them! Woo woo! The zombies received the order and rushed toward Su Chun. Wu Yang and the rest couldn't wait any longer and attacked at that moment. Su Chun locked his gaze on Jiang Kuan. Then he flicked out a green thread of light that shot to Jiang Kuan's feet in an instant. It turned into a green vine and fixed him firmly on the spot. Chapter 328. Let's attack together and kill him. Young Silly also roared. She knew very well that the young man in front of her was most likely a level 4 spirit reader and a level 4 magic reader. If she wanted to survive in the hands of such a strong person, she could only rely on her subordinates to have a chance of survival. Young Silly's subordinates did not hesitate at all as they roared and rushed towards Su Chen. There were about 30 of them, and there were a few level 2 evolvers among them. Seeing this, Su Chen smiled contemptuously and punched out. Buzz. The moment Su Chen attacked, the void shook. The sky was filled with fist shadows floating in the air, giving people a very shocking feeling. What is this thing? Facing such a strange scene, the people who rushed up were a little hesitant. Young Silly's pupils suddenly shrank, and she shouted in shock. Secret fist technique. He is also a powerful evolver. The power of the secret fist technique was very great, and only evolvers with especially strong bodies could control it. Thinking of this, young Silly felt as if she was struck by lightning, and a stormy sea was set off in her heart. He was a full-time cultivator, and they had all reached level 4. Pegasus Meteor Punch. Su Chen roared and punched out. The fist shadows floating in the air suddenly fell down. The next moment, amidst the sound of bones breaking and screams, more than 30 of young Silly's subordinates instantly turned into a pile of meat paste. Gulp. Seeing this scene, young Silly swallowed a mouthful of saliva with difficulty, and her heart was dead. Jiang Kuan, who was not far away, was so scared that his liver and gallbladder were torn apart. He cried out in his heart, "Oh my God! Is he still human? How can there be such a powerful cultivator in the world?" As he was imprisoned by Su Chen's wood entanglement technique, he desperately struggled to break free. However, even if he used all his skills, he could not shake the vines under his feet at all. What should I do? Jiang Kuan was terrified, and his whole body was drenched in sweat. Now the only thing he could count on was his more than 500 zombie subordinates. However, what he saw was that his zombie subordinates were being slaughtered. Every single one of them was an evolver, especially the metal puppet. It was most likely a level 4 puppet. Killing zombies would be as easy as killing an ant for it. Jiang Kuan knew that the situation was hopeless, so he stopped struggling. A few minutes later, more than 500 zombies were all slaughtered. Wu Yang and the others had already started digging up the energy stones. Su Chen narrowed his eyes and scanned the area. Soon, more than 50 shining fragments appeared in his vision. Seeing this, he couldn't help but grin. As he still had to deal with Yang Silly and Jiang Kuan, he was not in a hurry to pick up the fragments. Then, Su Chen walked up to Yang Silly and said calmly, "Tell me your background. Don't force me to make a move." Young Silly shuddered and gritted her teeth. "If you want to kill me, then kill me. I won't say anything." Su Chen did not stand on ceremony with her. He raised his hand and smashed her head. Then he turned and walked toward Jiang Kuan. "Senior, I'll tell you. I'll tell you everything. Don't kill me." Seeing that Su Chen killed people without restraint and was incomparably ruthless, Jiang Kuan was scared out of his wits. Before Su Chen could speak, he took the initiative to speak. "You're quite tactful, aren't you?" Su Chen rubbed his nose and walked closer. He said softly, "Tell me your background first." "Senior, I'm from China City. I'm Do Wuwei's subordinate," Jiang Kuan said in fear and trepidation. Before coming to Yulin, Su Chen had seen China City on the map on the central control screen. It was a city comparable to King Kong City. As for Do Wuwei, he did not know who he was. Chapter 329. Is the Do Wuji you mentioned a human or a zombie? Su Chen asked in a deep voice. "Zombie," Jiang Kuan replied immediately. Su Chen's mind moved. So wasn't China City occupied by zombies? How many zombies would there be in such a big city? Would there be 100,000? If all of them were killed, how many fragments would there be? What level is Do Wuji? Also, how many zombies are there in China City? Su Chen asked calmly. Do Wuji is a level 5 zombie. There are 50,000 zombies under him. Jiang Kuan replied truthfully. Only so few. Su Chen was a little disappointed. Jiang Kuan was a little confused. He thought to himself, 50,000 is too few? Why does it sound like you want to kill all the zombies in China City? Do you really think you are invincible? If you have the ability, go to China City and try. I guarantee that you will die until not even your bones are left. Of course, he could only think about it in his heart. He absolutely did not dare to say it out loud. Suchin collected his thoughts and continued to ask, "What is the background of the fat woman who made the deal with you?" "She is the deputy leader of the Golden Hawk Gang," Jiang Kuan replied. Hearing this, Suchen's face became gloomy. Of course, he was familiar with the Golden Hawk Gang. Before he came, he had killed their members. However, he did not expect that the Golden Hawk Gang would sell their own people to zombies for their own selfish reasons. They were inhumane. Although Suchin was not a nosy person, he could not tolerate what the Golden Hawk Gang did. He had already put the Golden Hawk Gang on his kill list. In the future, if he found the Golden Hawk Gang's nest, he would definitely uproot the Golden Hawk Gang. Suchin took a deep breath and suppressed the anger in his heart. He said coldly, "Why do you want to buy humans?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Kuan hesitated, and his eyes began to roll. Suchin was keenly aware of this and said sternly, "You'd better be sensible. If you dare to lie, I'll make you beg for death." Jiang Kuan sucked in a breath of cold air, gritted his teeth and said, "Senior, it's none of my business. I'm just an errand boy. These people are all wanted by Do Wu Wei. What the hell is going on?" Suchen's voice was cold. He faintly felt that things were not so simple. Do Wu Wei reared a ferocious beast. That ferocious beast likes to devour flesh and blood, especially human flesh. Jiang Kuan stopped when he reached this point. However, the meaning was very clear. The humans that were bought back had all become food for a dire beast. Is the dire beast a mutant beast? Suchin suppressed his anger and asked. This was the first time he had heard of the term ferocious beast, and he didn't know if it was a type of mutant beast. Ferocious beasts are a type of mutated beast. However, they do not belong to our world. They are mutated beasts from another world, Jiang Kuan explained. So, it's a creature of another race. Suchin nodded and asked again, "What's the level of that ferocious beast?" Considering that he would go to China City to kill zombies later, he was more concerned about this extra ferocious beast. Jiang Kuan shook his head and said, "I don't know. That ferocious beast rarely shows itself outside, and it has never shown its strength." Suchin had asked what he needed to ask. He casually smashed Jiang Kuan's head. After that, he released all the humans who were tied up. He asked for some information and let them leave. The only thing left was to pick up the shards. Suchin focused his gaze and did not find any purple gold shards. He picked up the nearest shard. Half an hour later, all the shards were picked up. Suchin only kept one shard, and the rest were exchanged for energy points. The shard left behind was a divine stone shard, and it was a brand new divine stone shard called the Brilliant Shadow Quenching Metal Stone. Chapter 330. So far, Suchin had obtained 4 kinds of God stones. They were the Celestial Star Fragment Stone, the Earth Vein Fire Meteorite, the Green Mountain Quenching Wood Stone, and the Brilliant Shadow Quenching Gold Stone. Among them, the Celestial Star Fragment Stone and the Earth Vein Fire Meteorite had been successfully collected. There was only one Green Mountain Quenching Wood Stone, and the Brilliant Shadow Quenching Gold Stone. Suchin had an idea. If he used the fusion gem to fuse these 4 god stones together, the weight of tens of thousands of pounds would be enough to crush most opponents. Later, he returned to the intelligent chariot and searched for the location of China City on the central control screen. There were 50,000 zombies in China City, and he would not let them go. Soon, he found the location of China City, which was more than 700 miles away from here. When Wu Yang and the others finished digging and returned to the car, Suchin directly ordered the intelligent chariot to go to China City. After driving for about half an hour, the intelligent chariot sounded an alarm. Warning, there is a MCV approaching at high speed ahead. Suchin raised his eyebrows. He had encountered this kind of thing many times. Was it looking for trouble again? Satoshi, don't worry about it. Keep driving. Suchin did not care. No matter what the other party's purpose was, he was not afraid at all. Soon, the MCV rushed over and blocked the way of the intelligent chariot. At this moment, the other party's purpose was obvious, which was to stop him. Su Chen narrowed his eyes and looked outside. A MCV from Tongtian City? The MCV in front of him was also a black MCV, which looked no different from the one Shi was driving. After the intelligent chariot stopped, Su Chen went straight out of the car. Two people also walked out of the MCV opposite. One was a middle-aged man with a beard, and the other was a handsome young man. The bearded man was Sun Tiangang from Tongtian City, and the handsome man was Mo Chungkong from Qilin Mountain. Brother Mo, it should be them. Sun Tiangang glanced at the intelligent war chariot and reminded. Before they came, they learned from the gray-haired old man that the fake Mo Chungkong was a young man who owned a silver MCV, and the Su Chen in front of him was a perfect match for the intelligent war chariot. Mo Chungkong nodded slightly with a cold glint in his eyes. He sneered at Su Chen. Kid, you've got guts. Su Chen rubbed his nose and said coolly. What's the matter? If there's nothing else, then scram. A good dog doesn't block the way. Arrogant. Sun Tiangang was furious. Just as he was about to teach Su Chen a lesson, Mo Chungkong pulled him back. Old son, this kid won't be able to escape. Mo Chungkong signaled Sun Tiangang not to worry. Then he said to Su Chen. Boy, tell me, why did you pretend to be me? Are you Mo Chungkong? Su Chen's interest was piqued. His purpose of pretending to be Mo Chungkong was very simple. He wanted to frame Qilin Mountain, but he didn't expect to attract the real master. That's me. Mo Chungkong snorted. Su Chen nodded and said bluntly, I pretended to be you because I don't like Qilin Mountain, and wanted to frame them. What? Sun Tiangang was dumbfounded. He was now seriously wondering if there was something wrong with the young man's brain. Qilin Mountain was one of the 5 most powerful forces in Yulin. It was an existence that made people pale. Others couldn't avoid it, but this guy actually took the initiative to provoke it. Even if he wanted to die, he shouldn't take it so hard. Chapter 331. Mo Chungkong looked at Su Chen with interest and smiled grimly. Kid, where did you hear my name? He spent most of his time in the sect. If it were not for the whereabouts of his sister, Mo Tsilian, he would not have gone out. Logically speaking, very few people would know his name. How did the young man in front of him know about it? Could it be related to Mo Tsilian? Thinking of this, he did not wait for Su Chen's reply and asked anxiously, Have you seen my sister? Are you talking about Mo Tsilian? Su Chen curled his lips. You've seen her? Where is she? Mo Chungkong's eyes widened in excitement. Unfortunately, she's dead. I killed her. Su Chen rubbed his nose. At this moment, the air seemed to have frozen. The surroundings fell into an eerie silence. Why did you kill her? The excitement on Mo Chungkong's face quickly dissipated, and was replaced by a haze. His voice was as cold as a glacier. His eyes were filled with the flames of hatred, as if he saw Su Chen as a dead man. Su Chen looked calm and smiled faintly. I didn't like her, so I killed her. When he killed Mo Tsilian, it was mainly because she had an affair with the people of Lion's Gate. He said this mainly to piss Mo Chungkong off. You little bastard, you're too arrogant. Die. Sun Tiangang, who was next to him, was so angry that he rushed toward Su Chen with the Otetsu sword. However, like before, he was stopped by Mo Chungkong. Old son, this person must die in my hands. Mo Chungkong gritted his teeth. As soon as he finished speaking, he leaped into the air with a long sword in his hand. Then, his body emitted a dazzling white light, and his figure began to fade. It was as if he had become one with the long sword in his hand. At the same time, a violent sword essence and murderous aura spread out. Su Chen was the first to be targeted by tens of thousands of sword essences. Brat, let's see how arrogant you are. You're dead for sure this time. A cruel smile appeared on Sun Tiangong's face. He had heard of Mo Chungkong's move before. It was the Qilin Mountain's trump card, the body and sword fusion technique. After using this technique, the power that could be unleashed was enough to exceed one's own level. In other words, Emo Chungkong was now a level 4 evolver. After using the body and sword as one, his lethality had exceeded level 5. Sun Tiangang even felt that Emo Chungkong was overreacting. Su Chen was just a young man. Even if he was talented, he would at most be a level 3 evolver. Using a consummate skill like man and sword as one to kill him was simply thinking too highly of Su Chen. After sensing Emo Chungkong's strength, the people in the intelligent chariot looked a little nervous. In the face of such a terrifying swordsmanship secret skill, could Su Chen still be as invincible as before? Su Chen, it's up to you. Wu Yang's eyes were firm. In the past, every time Su Chen faced a powerful opponent, he would have doubts about Su Chen. He was worried that Su Chen would not be a match for him. But every time he came down, he realized that his worries were unnecessary. From this, he came to the conclusion that Su Chen was invincible. No one would be a match for him. This time, he firmly believed that Su Chen would still defeat his opponent. So what if his opponent was a genius from the Qilin Mountain? In front of Su Chen, wasn't he just an ant? On the other side, Su Chen faced Emo Chungkong's powerful attack and murmured indifferently, "The Qilin Mountain has some real skills." Chapter 332. Go to Hell. The ethereal Emo Chungkong quickly merged with the long sword in his hand. The next moment, a sword-shaped white torrent rolled toward Su Chen. Good timing. Su Chen laughed wantonly. He hadn't met a decent opponent for a long time. Emo Chungkong's performance was barely passable and worthy of him taking it seriously. A surge of fighting spirit surged in his heart. Su Chen didn't retreat. Instead, he clenched a golden fist and punched out. "You overestimate yourself." Sun Tiangang sneered when he saw that Su Chen didn't dodge, and even used his body to fight against Emo Chungkong. There was a loud rumbling sound. The white torrent collided with Su Chen's golden fist. After a short stalemate, the white torrent collapsed, revealing Emo Chungkong's true face. Then, Su Chen's fist smashed the long sword and landed heavily on Emo Chungkong's mouth. Ah! With a shrill scream, Emo Chungkong flew out like a kite with a broken string. Along the way, there was a splash of blood. Sun Tiangang was dumbfounded. His mind was in a mess. Qilin Mountain's unique skill, body and sword as one, couldn't even withstand a single blow? He was smashed like a dead dog by a punch? Is this real? I'm not dreaming, am I? Is body and sword as one just an undeserved reputation? Or is that young man unimaginably strong? At the same time, Yang Hao and the others on the intelligent chariot cheered. Awesome. Chen Gu is still as awesome as ever. Isn't that right? There is only one Chen Gu in the world. If he's not awesome, who is? Wu Yang clenched his fists and screamed in his heart. Well done. I knew you were invincible. Su Chen walked up to Emo Chungkong and looked down at him. He sighed and said, "Qilin Mountain is just SOO." Emo Chungkong was already seriously injured. When he heard this, he opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. His eyes rolled back and he fainted from anger. As a prodigy of the Qilin Mountain, he had his own dignity. However, in front of Su Chen, his dignity was shattered. His body and spirit suffered a double blow. Unable to bear it, he fainted. Trash. Su Chen snorted. He flicked an icicle with his finger and pierced Emo Chungkong's head. Sun Tiangang watched Emo Chungkong die in front of his eyes. His whole body was covered in cold sweat. At this moment, there was only one thought in his mind. Run quickly, run as far as you can. Just as Su Chen's gaze swept over him, Sun Tiangang turned around and ran. He ran as fast as a rabbit, maximizing the speed of a level 3 evolver. Is it too late to run now? Su Chen curled his lips and used the 100 times strength technique. He took out the Big Dipper star fragment stone from his storage bag and threw it out. He hadn't used the stone since he got it. He wanted to test it out. The stone drew a beautiful arc in the air and flew over Sun Tiangong's head in the blink of an eye. Then several blue threads of light shot out from the stone and flew down, binding Sun Tiangang. The Big Dipper star fragment stone had the power of the stars, and it had the same binding effect as the spiritual force. After Sun Tiangang was frozen, the Big Dipper star fragment stone fell. Just as it was about to hit Sun Tiangong's head, it suddenly became several feet long. With a boom, Sun Tiangang was smashed into the ground. No one knew if he was dead or alive. Chapter 333. Su Chen smacked his lips and said to himself, "Awesome." He didn't know that the Big Dipper star fragment stone could become bigger at first. When he got it, the feedback didn't mention it either. However, this kind of change was always a good thing. In the future, he would have another attack method. Moreover, the power of the Big Dipper star fragment stone was still very impressive. It was easy to kill a level 3 evolver. Against a level 4 evolver, he should have a high chance of smashing him to death. After a while, Su Chen walked forward and reached out to touch the Big Dipper star fragment stone. With a thought, it quickly shrank to the size of a fist and automatically flew into the storage bag. It was very spiritual. After the Big Dipper star fragment stone was taken away, a bloody meat patty appeared on the ground. Without a doubt, this meat patty was Sun Tiangang. Su Chen glanced at it and turned back to the intelligent war chariot. "Su Chen, where are we going next?" Wu Yang came to Su Chen's side and asked. "Let's go to Jaina City first. There are 50,000 zombies there," Su Chen replied. "So many?" Yang Hao and the others were a little excited and a little nervous. Although they had killed more than 50,000 zombies before, it was the first time they faced 50,000 zombies at once. Behind, the intelligent war chariot continued to move towards Jaina City. After about half an hour, Su Chen asked it to stop and then began to prepare food. 50,000 zombies was not a small number. He didn't know how long it would take to kill them. Before that, he planned to fill his stomach first. An hour later, when everyone was full and was about to go on the road, the intelligent war chariot sounded an alarm. "Warning, a large number of zombies and humans are approaching us." And Su Chen was a little confused. When did humans and zombies get together? Were zombies chasing humans? Or were humans hunting zombies? Not understanding the situation, Su Chen turned to look at the central control screen. Thousands of red and blue dots were displayed on the central control screen, but it was different from what he had expected. Those red and blue dots weren't chasing after each other. Instead, they were coming over together. This meant that the zombies and humans were in a cooperative relationship and had come together. What were they trying to do? Are they here for me? Su Chen furrowed his brows, and his mind raced. Wu Yang sensed that Su Chen's expression was somewhat unsightly. He asked in a low voice, "Su Chen, what happened?" "Those zombies and humans are coming for us. Get ready to fight." Su Chen replied simply, then opened the door and walked out. There were only a few thousand zombies, but since they were delivered to his door, he took them all. "Zombies actually dared to attack us?" Sherdania grinned and followed closely behind Su Chen with the skyhammer in hand. The others looked at each other and walked out of the car one after another. Not long after, 2 minibuses appeared in front of them, followed by thousands of zombies and humans. When they came close, Su Chen narrowed his eyes and glanced at them. He suddenly raised his eyebrows and sneered. "It turns out that they are from the Golden Hawk Gang." One of the minibuses had a golden eagle's head on the front, which was the unique symbol of the Golden Hawk Gang. In addition, the humans who rushed over were all dressed in black. They were dressed in the same way as the members of the Golden Hawk Gang that he had killed before. Based on these 2 points, Su Chen judged that the humans were from the Golden Hawk Gang. Chapter 334. How dare you come here to seek your own death? Su Chen's eyes flashed with a cold light. Originally, he planned to eradicate the Golden Hawk Gang, but he didn't expect that they would come here themselves, which saved him a lot of trouble. The zombie army and the Golden Hawk Gang came close and then spread out, surrounding Su Chen's group in the middle. Squeak. The 2 minibuses stopped one after another. A skinny zombie with a gloomy face walked out of the minibus on the left. The one on the right was a bald man with one eye. As soon as they got out of the minibus, they looked at Su Chen's group with eyes full of hatred. After looking for a while, the bald man waved his hand and shouted, "Bring him here." Yes. Two men from the Golden Hawk gang took an old man and walked up. This old man was one of the people who had been caught by Yang Silly. Su Chen had talked with him before, so he still had some impression of him. At this moment he understood why the Golden Hawk gang came here. It must be that after the old man left, he was caught by the Golden Hawk gang and gave him away. Is it them? The bald man pointed at Su Chen's group and said sternly. The old man was so scared that he trembled and said, "It's them." The bald man smashed the old man's head with his palm, then looked at Su Chen's group and said coldly, "Among you who killed my Golden Hawk gang's people, come out and accept your death." This guy really knows how to show off. Chao Ren curled his lips. Who in Yulin doesn't show off? You'll get used to it. Yang Hao said disapprovingly. Since entering Yulin, they had met a lot of people, and almost everyone was awesome. Even the zombies could show off, so he was used to it. I killed them. Su Chen stepped forward and said lightly, "You are the leader of the Golden Hawk gang, Jin Shuyang, right?" "I am Jin Shuyang." The one-eyed bald man replied proudly. Then he looked at Su Chen again. Disdain appeared on his face as he said disdainfully, "Boy, you really can boast shamelessly. You think you can kill Yang Silly?" Su Chen looked less than 20 years old. How strong could he be? At most, he would be a level 3 evolver. Even though Yang Silly was also level 3, she was one of the best among level 3 players. Even he might not be able to gain an advantage over her. The young man in front of him could kill Yang Silly? Su Chen rubbed his nose and raised his voice. Not to mention Yang Silly, even if all of you were added together, you are nothing more than ants in my eyes. I can destroy you with a single hand. These words were extremely domineering and arrogant, showing Su Chen's incomparable self-confidence. However, the person on the other side didn't think so. They all thought that Su Chen was a madman. And a madman who knew how to show off. Thousands of zombies and hundreds of elites from the Golden Hawk gang became ants? There should be a limit to showing off, right? Even a level 5 evolver wouldn't dare to be so arrogant. You are just a kid less than 20 years old. Who gave you the courage to say these words? Haha. Suddenly, laughter came from behind Jin Shiyang. The gloomy-looking zombie raised his eyebrows and looked at Su Chen with interest. He asked, "Since you are so arrogant, do you dare to tell us your name?" "I am Mo Chungkong from the Qilin Mountain. What can you ants do to me?" Su Chen provoked. Chapter 335. You're from Qilin Mountain? Jin Shuyang was shocked. He was too familiar with Qilin Mountain. It was one of the top 5 forces in Yulin. The Golden Hawk gang was also a subordinate force of Qilin Mountain. If the young man in front of him was really from Qilin Mountain, he really couldn't do anything to him. The anger of Qilin Mountain was definitely not something a third-rate gang like them could handle. However, there was one thing he didn't understand. If the young man in front of him was from Qilin Mountain, why did he kill the people of the Golden Hawk gang? Bullshit. The Dove zombie suddenly shouted. Kid, do you think I don't know Mo Chungkong? You dare to pretend to be from Qilin Mountain. You're quite brave. What's your name? He was the mayor of Jina City, Do Wuji. As a zombie of 5 households, he could naturally come in contact with many powerful people. Although he wasn't familiar with Mo Chungkong, he had met him once. Therefore, he immediately saw through Su Chen and realized that he wasn't the real Mo Chungkong. Fake. Fake. Jin Shuyang came to his senses and shouted. Kid, you're King good. You even dared to lie to me. You'll suffer later. Su Chen rubbed his nose and chuckled. Since you can't pretend anymore, then I'll tell you the truth. Listen, I'm your ancestor. Are you satisfied now? You're pissing me off. Jin Shuyang was so angry that the veins on his face were popping out. Do Wuji's face was also green. He gritted his teeth so hard that they creaked. At this point, Su Chen still dared to tease them. This was intolerable. Do Wuji and Jin Shuyang looked at each other and rushed toward Su Chen. Jin Shuyang held a large ringed saber in his hand. As he ran, he raised the large ringed saber above his head, looking majestic. Although Do Wuji was barehanded, as a level 5 zombie, His body was obviously stronger than a human. At this moment, he threw a punch at Su Chen. Level 4 Evolver. Level 5 Zombie. Is this your confidence? Su Chen sneered. Just as Do Wuji was about to rush over, a stone that was decorated with starlight suddenly appeared in his hand. Then he casually tossed it towards Do Wuwei. Petty tricks. Seeing a fist-sized rock flying towards him, Do Wuwei gave a disdainful smile and turned his fist into a claw. Originally, he wanted to grab the stone, but the moment he touched it, he clearly felt an unparalleled force contained within it. What the hell? Do Wuwei's expression changed drastically. Just as he was about to exert his strength, that huge force had already crushed over. Crack. A crisp sound was heard. Do Wuwei's entire palm was smashed to smithereens, and even his body was sent flying. After landing on the ground, he spat out a mouthful of blood. He was already seriously injured. Although it was a level 5 zombie, it could not resist the power of the Big Dipper star fragment stone at all. What's more, he was caught off guard. Seeing this scene, Jin Shuyang was almost scared out of his wits. A level 5 zombie couldn't even take a single hit from the opponent, and was seriously injured? How were they supposed to fight? Wasn't this like hitting a rock with an egg? Although he knew this very well, Jin Shuyang was already riding a tiger and could not get off. He had already rushed in front of Su Chen, and the large ringed sword had been accumulating power for a long time. It was too late to retract it now. In the end, he gritted his teeth and slashed at Su Chen with his saber. Su Chen acted as if he did not see it at all. He did not dodge or evade, allowing the sword to fall on his head. Seeing this, Jin Shuyang was ecstatic and roared, "Go to hell!" In the next moment, the large ringed sword landed heavily on Su Chen's head, but strangely, it shattered. It did not even hurt Su Chen's skin. Chapter 336. Jin Shuyang's mouth was wide open as he looked at the lonely sword in his hand, and then at Su Chen. When he saw that Su Chen was unharmed, he was petrified. He could not understand why the powerful attack of a level 4 Evolver was like a tickle to Su Chen. How strong was the body of this young man in front of him? Even a level 6 Evolver could not compare to him. Was there any way he could survive against such a strong opponent? Do Wuwei, who was not far away, also saw this scene. At this moment, he had completely forgotten the pain in his body. His heart was in a mess, and his breathing was stagnant. Su Chen's strength had given him an unprecedented shock. In his heart, he had an illusion that in front of Su Chen, he was no different from an ant. The Golden Hawk Gang has committed all kinds of evil. Even death cannot wipe out their crimes. Before Jin Shuyang could react, Su Chen punched out. There was a loud explosion. Jin Shuyang's head exploded into a flower of blood, and he died on the spot. Oh my god! He's not human. Run for your lives. When the remaining members of the Golden Hawk Gang saw that their leader was dead, they did not dare to continue staying there. They were scared and fled in all directions. Su Chen had already planned to completely eradicate the Golden Hawk Gang. How could he let them escape? Go to hell. Su Chen punched out from afar, and the sky was filled with fist shadows. The members of the Golden Hawk Gang cried like ghosts and howled like wolves. In the blink of an eye, more than 200 people were turned into piles of meat paste. Those who were further away and were lucky enough to escape the calamity began to flee for their lives. Fist's secret technique. Do Wuwei swallowed his saliva, and his heart sank to the bottom. How terrifying was it to kill more than 200 Evolvers with one punch? Even a level 6 Evolver could not do it. Could it be that he was a level 7 Evolver? Thinking of this, Do Wuwei was almost scared to death. Xiao Tai, chase after them. Leave no one alive. Su Chen ordered. Yes. The mechanical soldier chased after him and kept swinging the machete in its hand. Cries of agony could be heard. After dealing with the Golden Hawk Gang, Su Chen's gaze fell on Do Wuwei. Being swept by Su Chen's gaze, Do Wuwei felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar, his entire body drenched in cold sweat. He knew that Su Chen would not let him go. The only thing he could do now was to escape quickly to save his life. All of you kill him. Do Wuwei roared. ordering all the zombies to attack Su Chen. As for himself, he took the opportunity to fly backwards. In his opinion, thousands of zombies would definitely not be able to kill Su Chen, but they should be able to delay him for a moment, right? As long as he had enough time to get on the MCV, he would have a chance to escape. Unfortunately, Su Chen would not give him this opportunity. The enchanted divine saber swept out, and a blue torrent swept up. In the midst of lightning and thunder, hundreds of zombies turned into ashes on the spot. There was also a vacuum between Su Chen and Do Wuwei. Do you think you can escape? Su Chen smiled contemptuously, purple light curling around his feet. Then his feet moved, and like a hurricane he swept toward Do Wuwei. In the blink of an eye, he had appeared in front of Do Wuwei. Do Wuwei was scared out of his wits, desperately screaming, "Save me!" There was a bang. Suddenly, the MCV behind Do Wuwei burst into pieces. Then, a monster more than 10 meters in size rushed out from it. This monster was covered in a layer of gray fur, shaped like a tiger, and a pair of bell-like eyes exuded a cold blue light. Chapter 337. A Dire Beast? Su Chen slowly narrowed his eyes. A level 5 zombie that could collude with the Golden Hawk Gang was most likely Do Wuji from China City. He had already guessed this. Do Wuji had a dire beast, so he suspected that the tiger demon in front of him was a dire beast. Tiger demon, kill him, and I will give you more humans as food. Do Wuji pointed at Su Chen and roared. The dire beast's big eyes rolled around, as if it was extremely excited. Roar! With a roar, it leaped toward Su Chen. Its speed was as fast as lightning, and coupled with the strong pressure it exuded, there was no doubt that it was a dire beast comparable to a level 5 evolver. Feeling a foul stench coming toward him, Su Chen snorted coldly and swept out with his saber. After a burst of white light gathered on the saber, a white torrent swept forward. The white torrent contained an icy chill, and at this moment, the surrounding air seemed to be frozen solid. In the next moment, the white torrent and the dire beast collided. The dire beast's movement slowed, and its body was quickly covered with a layer of frost, which grew thicker and thicker. In the blink of an eye, its body was submerged, and it became a huge ice sculpture. Bang! The frozen dire beast lost its ability to move and fell heavily at Su Chen's feet. What level of icebound technique is this? Do Wuji's heart was like dead ashes, and this was the only thought in his mind. Su Chen's strength had left an indelible mark in his heart. He knew that in front of Su Chen, any means were child's play. It was impossible for him to escape with his life today. Although the dire beast was frozen, it was still a level 5 dire beast, and it would not sit still and wait for death. At this moment, it was desperately struggling to break through the ice. Su Chen glanced coldly, and reached out to grab one of the dire beast's forelimbs. Then he used the 100 times strength technique and easily lifted it up, then slammed it on the ground. An earth-shattering boom resounded. The ferocious beast came into close contact with the ground, causing the ground to tremble, as if there was an earthquake. After this heavy impact, the ice on the beast's body shattered and fell off. However, it was smashed until it was dizzy and saw stars. Just as he was feeling a little confused, he felt his body lighten, and he flew into the air again. Then there was another heavy impact, and half of the bones in his body were shattered. Woo-woo! The ferocious beast howled in pain. At this moment, its heart was crumbling. Being smashed here and there like this, sooner or later he would become a pile of minced meat. Su Chen didn't care about any of this. He picked up the beast and smashed it. The more he smashed it, the more energetic he became. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of collisions continued to ring out. When Do Wuji saw this, he swallowed a mouthful of saliva and slumped weakly onto the ground. The scene in front of him made him feel inconceivable. A level 5 vicious beast that weighed tens of thousands of pounds was being held in the hands of a human like a dead dog, and was being smashed here and there. Was this even something a human could do? Who could be his opponent? Boom! With the last sound of collisions, the dire beast had become a pile of minced meat. It couldn't be more dead. At the same time, 10 colorful beams of light shone from its corpse. 10 fragments. Su Chen's mouth twitched slightly, then he retracted his gaze and slowly walked towards Do Wuji. There were still a large number of zombies charging towards him, but they were all smashed into nothingness by him. Chapter 338. Wu Yang and the others were also killing zombies with the help of the intelligent war chariot. In the blink of an eye, thousands of zombies had been slaughtered. Su Chen walked to Do Wuji and was about to kill him. Do Wuji begged for mercy. "Senior, please spare my life. I'm a subordinate of the Black Cloud Emperor." If he wanted to live, he had to bring out someone powerful. As for the Heiyun Emperor, in his opinion, he could make Su Chen somewhat wary. Su Chen rubbed his nose and said, "The Black Cloud Emperor is also a zombie?" He would definitely kill Do Wuji, but before that, it would be good to ask for some useful information. Do Wuji hurriedly replied, "The Black Cloud Emperor is not a zombie. He's from the Undead Clan." Undead Clan? Su Chen raised his eyebrows. The Undead Clan was one of the 5 super clans. He had encountered them twice in the Huanglin district, but he did not expect to see them in the Yulin district. Moreover, it sounded like the Black Cloud Emperor's power was not small. What's the Black Cloud Emperor's cultivation? How many zombies does he control? Su Chen asked in a deep voice. He's a level 6 evolver. All the zombies in the Yulin district are under his control. There are millions of them. Do Wuji replied truthfully. Hearing this, Su Chen gasped. The Black Cloud Emperor's strength was something he did not expect. Then why doesn't he rule Qianyu Island? Su Chen was puzzled. Logically speaking, a level 6 evolver with millions of zombies should be enough to sweep the entire Qianyu Island. However, the Yulin district's strength was mixed, and the various forces seemed to be in a state of confrontation. This was something he could not figure out. Because there are 4 other forces that are on par with the Black Cloud Emperor. They are evenly matched, and no one can do anything to the other. Do Wuji explained. There are 4 other forces? Su Chen asked anxiously. Before he came, he thought that the strongest forces in the Yulin district were the Hidden Fog Sect, Lion's Gate, and Tongtian City. But as he slowly came into contact with Yulin, he realized that Yulin was not as simple as it seemed on the surface. Great forces like the Hidden Fog Sect were just small fries. There's also the Qilin Mountain, the Forgotten Valley, the Tianqi Mountain, and the Kongdong Mountain Range. Do Wuji replied honestly. Su Chen knew the first 3, but he had never heard of the Kongdong Mountain Range. He asked, "What kind of power is the Kongdong Mountain Range?" The Kongdong Mountain Range is the world of mutated beasts. Their leader is a level 6 bloodthirsty demon wolf. Level 6 mutated beast. Su Chen's brows furrowed slightly as he continued to ask. In that case, the 3 major forces of Qilin Mountain also have level 6 existences. Yes. Do Wuwei nodded. Su Chen was a little puzzled. According to his understanding, the 3 great powers of the Qilin Mountain should belong to the human race. However, how could there be a level 6 existence among the humans? Are Qilin Mountain, Forgotten Sorrow Valley, and Tianqi Mountain human forces? Su Chen decided to confirm. No. Do Wuwei shook his head. No. Do Wuwei shook his head and said, the Qilin Mountain is supported by the Imperial Beast Tribe. The Forgotten Sorrow Valley should belong to the Dharma race. The Tianqi Mountain has a strong fighter from the Flying Feather race. Su Chen was secretly shocked. He did not expect the 5 superforces of the Yulin district to be controlled by the mutated races, and the humans seemed to be their subordinate forces. Moreover, the Dharma race existed among them. The Dharma race was proficient in spells, and was also one of the 5 superforces. In addition to the undead race, there were actually 2 superforces in the Yulin district. And since the Imperial Beast Tribe and the Flying Feather race were able to compete with these 2 superforces, they should not be too weak. Chapter 339. Senior, I've said everything I need to say. Can you spare my life? Do Wuming asked weakly. Su Chen rubbed his nose. You're a level 5 zombie. If I don't kill you, I won't be able to get fragments. The higher the zombies level, the higher the chance of getting fragments. Level 5 zombies had a 100% chance of dropping fragments. Fragments? What do you mean? Do Wuming was still in a daze when Suchen punched him in the head. The moment he fell, 2 orange fragments appeared on his body. On the other side, Wu Yang and the others were still hunting zombies. However, there were not many zombies left. Suchen did not help them and started picking up fragments instead. The first thing he picked up were the 2 orange fragments that were close to him. Picked up Super Ancient Devouring Gorilla Mosquito Fragment X1, 210. Fragments are not full and cannot be used. Can be exchanged for energy points. Suchen had high expectations for this mosquito. He did not choose to exchange it, and went to grab the second fragment. The second fragment was also the Super Ancient Devouring Gorilla Mosquito. Suchen sighed and squinted his eyes as he looked around. Soon hundreds of fragments appeared in his vision. Moreover, he realized that there were more than 30 orange fragments. This situation had never happened before. Can I collect all of the Super Ancient Devouring Gorilla Mosquito? Suchen was tempted. Then he continued to pick up fragments. An hour later, all the fragments had been collected. Suchen got his wish and collected all of the Super Ancient Devouring Gorilla Mosquito, and exchanged it. What appeared in his hand was a mosquito the size of a thumb that was shining with golden light. Other than its body being bigger, it was no different from a normal mosquito. The feedback he received was that the Super Ancient Devouring Gorilla Mosquito was an insect beast that evolved by absorbing the blood of mutated beasts. At first, it was just a normal mosquito with no attack power. Even a normal person could kill it. However, after absorbing the blood of a level 1 mutated beast, it would evolve into a level 1 insect beast, and its combat power would soar. The higher the level of the mutated beast it absorbed, the higher its level. Of course, there was a gradual process in between. Under normal circumstances, it could only absorb level 1 mutated beasts. He would only be able to absorb level 2 mutated beasts after reaching level 1. He would not be able to absorb mutated beasts that were 1 level higher than him. If it was too high, not only would he not be able to complete the upgrade, he might even die from overeating. Not bad. Looking at the golden mosquito in his hand, Suchen nodded slightly. In this world, there were many mutant beasts. With him as its master, the Super Ancient Devouring Adamantine Mosquito did not have to worry about not having enough mutated beasts to devour. In this way, he could quickly increase his strength. He might even reach level 5 very soon, or even level 6. After reaching level 6, Suchen had gained another powerful fighter. Without a doubt, his strength had increased by a large margin. Later, he put the Super Ancient Devouring Vajra Mosquito into the pet breeding space and returned to the intelligent war chariot. Wu Yang and the others were still digging for energy stones. Suchen had nothing to do, so he looked at the central control screen. There were no red or black dots on the central control screen. Instead, a large number of blue dots appeared, numbering in the tens of thousands. The location was not in the city, but in a plain. This piqued Suchen's interest. He originally wanted to go to Jaina City, and this human gathering place happened to be on his way. He wanted to go over and see what was going on. Chapter 340. When Wu Yang and the others finished digging up the energy stones and returned to the car, Suchen let the intelligent chariot go to the place where the humans were gathered. An hour later, a large number of humans appeared in front of the intelligent chariot. Some shouting could be heard faintly. Newly unearthed 10-year-old ginseng, cheap price, only 10 ordinary energy stones. 1 complete level 2 firefox fur can be used to make defensive armor, can resist the attacks of level 2 evolvers and spellcasters. Affordable price, only 15 energy stones. Tong and Arm Shop produces all kinds of weapons. Killing zombies is as easy as pie, definitely worth it, don't miss it. Is this a market? Suchen was a little confused. He had been in the apocalypse for more than a year, and he had never seen so many big markets. Moreover, with so many people gathered together and defenseless, Were they not afraid of being attacked by zombies? Suchen, this seems to be a market selling things. Should we go down and take a look? Wu Yang suggested. Places like markets were very rare. Not only Wu Yang was interested, but the others also gathered around Suchen. Obviously, they all wanted to go down and take a look. Since everyone is interested, let's go down and take a look. Suchen also did not want to miss this opportunity. In addition, he also wanted to know why this market dared to be opened so openly. Great! Yang Hao and the others were suddenly excited. Suchen left the 3 mutant wolves and the mechanical soldier in the car and led the others out one after another. As soon as they entered the market, a skinny middle-aged man enthusiastically greeted Suchen and the others. Friends, I have fresh 5 sun fruits, 1 ordinary energy stone for 1. They taste very delicious. He saw that Suchen and the others were dressed well and drove a very beautiful MCV, so he assumed that Suchen and the others were rich, which was why he was so enthusiastic. Suchen's planting dimension had many kinds of fruits, most of which were fruits from his previous life. As for the fruits in this world, he had never seen or eaten any of them, so he wanted to try them. Give me 20 first. Suchen took out 10 energy stones and placed them in the skinny man's hand. The skinny man beamed with joy and hurriedly picked 25 sun fruits that looked pretty good. Have a taste. Suchen paid attention to them one by one. He also took one and examined it in front of him. The 5 sun fruit was the size of an adult's fist. It was green in color and emitted a faint fruity fragrance. Suchen took a bite and felt that the taste was not bad. It was sweet and delicious, and there was a lot of juice. It was similar to the pears in his previous life. How do you feel about the taste? After eating a 5 sun fruit, Suchen asked the others. It's delicious. It's too sweet, Sherdania mumbled. Tanlin and the others nodded in agreement. Suchen turned to the skinny man. Boss, how many 5 sun fruits do you have? I'll take care of everything. Everything? The skinny man was stunned for a moment, then became ecstatic. He had a total of 305 sun fruits. If he sold all of them, he would make at least 50 energy stones. It was definitely a huge fortune for him. 300 in total. If you want all of them, just give me 140 energy stones, the skinny man said with a smile. As if he was afraid that Suchen would go back on his word, he took the initiative to lower the price. However, even if he only earned 40 energy stones, he would be satisfied. No need. I'll give you as much as you want. Suchen directly took out 150 energy stones. He was not interested in such a small amount of energy stones at all. In addition, the reason why he wanted to buy all of them was that he had something to ask the skinny man. Chapter 341. The skinny man knew that he met a tycoon. He didn't stand on ceremony with Suchen and happily accepted the energy stone. Suchen kept the 5 sun fruit in his storage bag and asked, Boss, can I ask what's the name of this market? Tiansong Plain Market. The skinny man's mind was on the energy stone in his hand as he replied casually. Is this market organized by you or by some powerful forces? Suchen continued to ask. Of course it's established by a powerful force. If we didn't have the support of a powerful force, we would have been wiped out a long time ago. The skinny man raised his head and looked at Suchen as he said, You're not a local, right? I came from Huanglin District. Suchen nodded. I see. The skinny man realized. He had heard of Huanglin District before. It was rumored that it was a barren place and couldn't be compared to Yulin District. It was rare to see someone like Suchen who came from Huanglin District and was generous. Which force established this place? Suchen asked again. This place is under the influence of Lion's Gate. The skinny man said bluntly. Lion's Gate was in Yulin District and was one of the 3 major forces on the surface. The one who supported it was Tianqi Mountain. Tianqi Mountain was guarded by the Flying Feather race. This meant that this place was under the influence of the Flying Feather race. Suchen asked calmly. I heard that there's a Jaina city nearby. There are tens of thousands of zombies there. Aren't you worried that they will suddenly attack? The skinny man smiled. All the major forces in Yulin district have their own territories. They have already reached an agreement that they can't kill each other. If they violate the agreement, they will be attacked by the other forces. After understanding what was going on, Su Chen said goodbye to the skinny man and went to other parts of the market with the others. Chungu, we want to go to other places. After walking around the market for a while, Yang Hao came to Su Chen's side and said, when he thought about how they wouldn't encounter any danger here, Su Chen agreed. At the same time, he took out a large number of energy stones and distributed them, allowing them to buy whatever they wanted. Thank you, Chungu. Yang Hao and the others were overjoyed and ran away. Sure, Duo didn't want to be a third wheel, so she left with them. Wu Yang and Yang Lingtian looked at each other and walked towards a weapon shop together. Su Chen led Tanlin and Yang Qian, the two beauties, to block the road. The three of them chatted and laughed as they walked through the market. When they passed by a street stall, Su Chen stopped. This was a stall selling medicinal herbs. There was a coarse cloth on the ground, and many types of medicinal herbs were placed on it. These herbs were usually used to refine pills or heal injuries. Originally, Su Chen didn't even think much of it. However, he faintly sensed a weak mental power fluctuation from the medicinal herbs. There were very few medicinal herbs that could produce mental power, and they were not ordinary. Su Chen released his mental power and quickly found the source of this mental power. It came from a very inconspicuous brown leaf. Boss, what kind of leaf is this? Su Chen held the leaf in his hand and looked at it before asking the stall owner. The stall owner was an old man in his 70s. He blinked and said, "This fell from an unknown plant." Su Chen nodded and sent the leaf into the planting space. He contacted the longevity fruit tree. "Xiao Shou, do you know the origin of this leaf?" The longevity fruit tree looked at it for a while and suddenly said excitedly, "Master, this is the leaf of the essence fruit tree." Chapter 342. Su Chen asked anxiously, "Boss, where's that plant?" The essence fruit tree was one of the sacred items of the monster plant clan. The fruits it bore could increase one's spiritual power. Its value was not below that of the longevity fruit tree. Su Chen had long coveted it. It was an opportunity for him to know the whereabouts of the essence fruit tree. He would not miss it. "Someone bought it," the stall owner said casually. He did not know what the essence fruit tree was. He only sold it as an unknown herb, so he did not pay much attention to it. Who bought it? Su Chen was a little anxious. The essence fruit tree was too important to him. Although his three main professions were all at level 4, they were the weakest compared to the spiritual psychic master and evolver. If he did not seize the time to level up, he might become useless in the end. This was something he did not want to see. Too many people bought my stuff. Who would remember? The stall owner shook his head. Actually, he had some recollection of it. However, Su Chen did not buy his stuff. Why should he tell him? Think about it again. Su Chen took out a handful of energy stones and stuffed them into the stall owner's hands. Looking at the sparkling energy stones in his hands, the stall owner's eyes widened. He smiled and said, "I remember now. I think it was bought by the Jade Forest shop in Sky Connect City." How long have they been gone? Su Chen's heart skipped a beat. If the people from the Jade Forest shop had not been gone for long, he could have snatched the essence fruit tree back. They've been gone for half a day. They should be back in Sky Connect City by now, the stall owner replied after thinking for a while. Su Chen's expression darkened. He nodded and left with Tan Lin and the other two girls. Since the people from the Jade Forest shop had left for so long, it was too late to chase after them now. However, he had planned to go to Sky Connect City anyway. As long as he knew who the buyer was, he would get the essence fruit tree no matter what. "Su Chen, is that plant very important to you?" Tan Lin asked curiously. He had never seen Su Chen care so much about something. "Very important," Su Chen replied. "Then let's go to Heaven Connect City now," Tan Lin suggested. "There's no rush. It's not easy to come to the market. Let's take a look around first," Su Chen said with a smile. In any case, he would have to go to Heaven Connect City sooner or later, so there was no hurry. After that, The three of them walked around for a while and bought many things that they had never seen before. Just as he was about to return to the intelligent chariot, Suchin suddenly found an acquaintance, so he walked up and greeted him. "Uncle, what a coincidence to meet you here." This familiar person was the white-haired old man who had entered the Yulin area before. "It's you." When he saw clearly that it was Suchin, the white-haired old man's eyes were filled with terror. It was as if he had seen a ghost, and he immediately ran away. Seeing the other party quickly disappear into the crowd, Suchin was stunned and muttered, "Is there something wrong with this old man?" Suchin did not know that ever since he had met Sun Tiangang in Heaven Connect City, the white-haired old man had already known that Suchin was pretending to be a member of the Qilin Mountain and killing people everywhere. If he got too close to Suchin and was discovered, he would be killed. Suchin did not think too much and continued to walk towards the intelligent chariot. However, he had only taken a few steps when a fierce quarrel suddenly sounded not far away. It's Yang Hao's voice. Yang Qian's expression suddenly changed. Suchin also heard it. In the quarrel, not only Yang Hao, but also Chao Ran and the others. "Let's go and take a look." Suchin was afraid that Yang Hao and the others would be at a disadvantage, so he took the lead and walked towards the quarrel. Chapter 343. Suchin and the other two quickly arrived at a stall selling ores. At this moment, the stall was surrounded by a crowd of onlookers. From time to time, people were whispering to each other. Where did those idiots come from? How dare they snatch something from Lion's Gate? They must be tired of living. Young people have not seen the world. Once bitten, twice shy. They are going to be dead soon. What chance do they have? That's true. No one who offends Lion's Gate has a good ending. Hearing this, Suchin vaguely guessed that Yang Hao and the rest might have had a conflict with Lion's Gate. Speaking of which, he had a deep feud with Lion's Gate. That day, when he was on his way to Full Moon City, a master from Lion's Gate died in his hands. It could be said that he did not have a good impression of Lion's Gate. At this moment, Chao Ran suddenly scolded. "Do you have any shame? We clearly bought this or first. How did it become yours?" "Hee hee kid, do you know who we are? We are from Lion's Gate. Are you tired of living? How dare you snatch something from Lion's Gate?" A shifty-eyed middle-aged man from Lion's Gate pointed at Chao Ran's nose and scolded. Sherdaniu walked forward and said disdainfully, "Let's not talk about the small fries from Lion's Gate. Even if Li Zhantian was here, I would smash him to death with my hammer if he dared to snatch something from us." Once he said this, there was an uproar. "Damn, this kid is too arrogant. He's finished. This kid even dared to scold the sect leader of Lion's Gate. Even the gods can't save him now. Isn't it good to be alive? Why do you have to seek your own death?" The surrounding onlookers were all discussing Sherdaniu. They all agreed that Sherdaniu would definitely die. Even if he died, his fate would be extremely miserable. Suchin clicked his tongue and said to himself, "Ever since Daniu walked on the path of arrogance, he can't pull himself out and is sinking deeper and deeper." Sherdaniu was only a level 2 evolver. Even if his strength was far beyond his peers, he was still no match for the level 4 Li Zhantian. You want to smash him to death with a hammer? That was a little too much. However, they were all on the same side after all. Naturally, he would not watch Sherdaniu suffer. Then he pushed through the crowd and squeezed in with Tan Lin and Yang Qian. The shifty-eyed man suddenly flew into a rage. He gritted his teeth and said, "Boy, you dare to insult our sect master. You deserve to die. Kneel down now and I can give you a quick death. Go and scold the person next door." Chao Ran cursed. Just as he was about to speak, Suchin had already arrived beside them. "What's going on? I heard that someone wants to rob your things." Suchin glanced at them and said indifferently, "Chingu." Seeing that it was Suchin, Sherdaniu and the others were overjoyed and gathered around Suchin. Yang Hao took out a piece of black ore and put it in front of Suchin. He explained, "Chingu, we saw that this stone looked a little like a star-gathering stone, so we bought it with energy stones." Unexpectedly, These guys from Lion's Gate also took a fancy to this, and insisted on robbing us. Su Chen nodded and said sternly, I am Mo Chungkong, have always adhered to the principle of not offending people who don't offend me. But if anyone dares to bully me, they are digging their own graves. After saying this, he looked at the shifty-eyed man and sneered, Dani, you kill him. In the Tiansong Plain market, it had always been Lion's Gate who bullied others. When had Lion's Gate ever been killed? Lion's Gate was one of the top 3 powers. Would they tolerate this? The answer was obvious. Soon, a large group of people from Lion's Gate heard the news and rushed over. It's Tang Zhan from Lion's Gate. This group of outsiders is dead meat. Deputy clan leader Tang is personally involved. Who can be his opponent? Tang Zhan's appearance caused a commotion. The onlookers retreated again and made way for him. Tang Zhan was not only the deputy clan leader of Lion's Gate, but he was also the person in charge of the Tiansong Plain market. When he received the news that the men from Lion's Gate were killed, he naturally came to investigate. His strength was also quite good, as he was a level 3 evolver. Lion's Gate was full of experts. Tang Zhan could be ranked in the top 10. Chapter 345. Who dares to kill the people of Lion's Gate? Come out and accept your death. Tang Zhan was a middle-aged man with a short stature. Once he appeared, he shouted loudly, It was me, your grandfather, who killed them. Su Chen snorted, his face full of disdain. It was as if the masters of Lion's Gate were just a bunch of ants in his eyes. This guy dares to be so arrogant in front of Tang Zhan. The ignorant are fearless. He is still too young. As soon as Su Chen's voice fell, there were whispers all around again. Tang Zhan's mouth twitched. He suppressed the anger in his heart and glanced coldly at Su Chen. He gritted his teeth and said, Brat, you are still so arrogant even in the face of death. You have successfully attracted my attention. Do you dare to tell me your name? In his eyes, Su Chen was already a dead man. However, just killing Su Chen and the others was not enough to quell the anger in his heart. He wanted to take the opportunity to eliminate the forces behind Su Chen. He wanted to let the world understand that the price to pay for offending the people of Lion's Gate was not just death, but the 9 generations of the family. What's there to be afraid of? Listen carefully, my name is Mo Chungkong. Su Chen snorted and curled his lips. Also, let me tell you another piece of news. The useless young master of Lion's Gate was also killed by me. As soon as these words were spoken, the surroundings were shaken. There were a few young masters of Lion's Gate. However, only one of them had gone missing recently. That was Li Muheo. Li Muheo was the favorite son of Li Zhantian, the leader of Lion's Gate. Killing Li Zhantian's family was equivalent to provoking the anger of the entire Lion's Gate. This young man named Mo Chungkong in front of him was simply too arrogant. It's you. Tang Zhan's face was filled with rage, but his heart was filled with excitement. Since Li Muheo had died at the hands of Mo Chungkong, as long as he could capture or kill Mo Chungkong, he would have made a great contribution. He would also be favored by Li Zhantian. As such, his position in Lion's Gate would be even more stable. Thinking of this, he could not hide the excitement in his heart. With a loud roar, he charged straight at Su Chen. As a level 3 evolver, his speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he had arrived in front of Su Chen. Die brat! Tang Zhan grinned hideously as he clenched his bull-sized fist and smashed it at Su Chen's face. You're just an ant. Su Chen sneered and also punched out. There was a loud explosion. Tang Zhan was smashed into smithereens by Su Chen's punch. Witnessing this scene, everyone was stunned. Even their breathing stopped. One punch, just one punch, and one of the top 10 in Lion's Gate was smashed into smithereens. Since when did a level 3 evolver become so weak? Was this real? After killing Tang Zhan, Su Chen's gaze fell on the other people from Lion's Gate. The corner of his mouth twitched. Your boss is dead, aren't you going to accompany him? What did he mean? Those who did not react were stunned. Those who reacted were scared out of their wits. The meaning of Su Chen's words was clearly telling them to go and die. What should they do? Wait for death? Or fight it out with him? A wave of panic spread in their hearts. Facing Su Chen, who could easily kill a level 3 evolver, how could they fight it out with him? Run! Not sure who shouted, but the people from Lion's Gate turned and fled. Su Chen's eyes turned cold. He casually shot out a wind blade, followed by a wave of wailing and howling. Oh my god! He was also a powerful Dharma psychic. The surrounding onlookers were once again in deep shock. Chapter 346. Yang Hao, show me that piece of ore. After killing the people from Lion's Gate, Su Chen turned to Yang Hao and said. Without saying a word, Yang Hao handed the ore in his hand to Su Chen. Su Chen took a closer look and saw that the ore in his hand was as black as ink, with a little bit of starlight shining in it. From its appearance, it was indeed somewhat similar to the star-gathering stone. However, the star-gathering stone emitted the power of thunder and lightning, while the ore in his hand gave off a thick and heavy feeling. Su Chen waited and looked at the stall owner. Boss, do you have any more of this ore? Although he did not know the origin of the ore, he felt that it should have some value. If the stall owner had more, he wanted to buy all of it. The stall owner trembled and said hurriedly, Senior, there is only one piece of this ore. Where did you get it? Su Chen asked again. I bought it from Yuanyang Town a few days ago. The stall owner replied truthfully. Su Chen did not ask any more questions and returned to the intelligent war chariot with everyone. Once in the chariot, Su Chen communicated with the intelligent war chariot. Satoshi, do you recognize this ore? Master, this is an Earth Star Vein condensation stone. It can upgrade my defense. The intelligent war chariot was a little excited when it spoke. Su Chen's eyes lit up instantly, and he hurriedly asked, How many pieces do I need to upgrade your defense? The intelligent war chariot's defense was currently at level 3 and could withstand the attack of a level 3 creature. After upgrading, it could withstand the attack of a level 4 creature. Originally, upgrading to level 4 defense required a large number of level 4 energy stones. Su Chen could not get them in a short period of time, but now that he had the Earth Star Vein condensation stone, he could upgrade it in advance. How could he not be excited? About 20 pieces, the intelligent war chariot thought for a while and replied. Su Chen nodded slightly and looked at the central control screen, looking for the location of Yuanyang Town. Since the Earth Star Vein congealing stone appeared in Yuanyang Town, he had to make a trip there. Satoshi, search for the location of Yuanyang Town. Su Chen ordered. Yes. The image on the central control screen changed and soon showed Yuanyang Town. Su Chen saw that Yuanyang Town was only a few hundred kilometers away from here, and it was very close to Heaven Connect City. He had originally planned to go to Heaven Connect City, which would save him a lot of time. Satoshi, lock onto Yuanyang Town. Let's go there first, Su Chen said. Previously, he wanted to go to Jaina City to kill the zombies, but the central control screen showed that there was not a single zombie in Jaina City. The zombies there must have received the news of Do Wuwei's death and fled Jaina City. Without zombies, going to Jaina City would be meaningless. Got it. The intelligent war chariot ignited and sped up. 2 hours later, the intelligent war chariot arrived at Yuanyang Town. Perhaps because it was relatively close to Heaven Connect City, Yuanyang Town looked relatively prosperous. People came and went in the town, and it was very lively. Su Chen let the still functional war chariot stop outside the town and entered Yuanyang Town alone. After spending some energy stones, he easily found out the news of the Earth Star Vein congealing stone. It turned out that the Earth Star Vein congealing stone was a meteorite that fell from the sky. It fell in Yuanyuan Town a few days ago, and was picked up by a man surnamed Huang. Because he didn't know what the Earth Star Vein congealing stone was, he sold it all. Moreover, most of it was bought by the Jade Forest shop in Heaven Connect City. The Jade Forest shop has a good eye, Su Chen murmured with narrowed eyes. The essence fruit tree also fell into the hands of the Jade Forest shop, which was enough to prove that the people of the Jade Forest shop were indeed skilled in treasure appraisal. Chapter 347. After learning the whereabouts of the Earth Star Vein Condensation Stone, Suchin did not stay any longer and returned to the intelligent war chariot. The next destination was naturally Tongtian City. The distance between Yuanyang Town and Tongtian City was less than 100 miles. With the speed of the intelligent war chariot, it would take less than an hour to arrive. Under Suchen's signal, the intelligent war chariot drove toward Tongtian City. Unexpectedly, after just 10 minutes of driving, they were blocked by 3 MCVs. Suchen had too many enemies now, and he did not know which force they belonged to. He did not think much about it, and got out of the MCV with the mechanical soldier. No matter who the other party was, as long as they were looking for trouble, it was tantamount to courting death. More than a dozen men got out of the 3 MCVs. The leader was a middle-aged man with red hair and a majestic aura. This person's appearance was coarse, and his eyes were ferocious. He was like a lion in a state of rage, and his entire body was emitting a ruthless killing intent. "Little brat, you're the one who killed my son and slaughtered many of my wild lion sect's disciples in the Sky Granary Plains?" The red-haired man's gaze swept over Su Chen as he questioned coldly. "So you are Li Zhantian?" Su Chen squinted his eyes and lightly said, "That's right, I killed that group of trash. If you want to die, I can fulfill your wish." "Arrogant." Li Zhantian snorted and waved his hand. "Let's go together and kill him." Suddenly, except for a tall and thin fair-skinned man who did not move, the rest of the people rushed toward Su Chen with weapons. Among the people who rushed over, the strongest was only level 3. Su Chen smiled contemptuously. "Shall I kill them?" "Yes." A cold light flashed in the eyes of the mechanical soldier, and it rushed forward like a steel beast. "Poochie poochie." The mechanical soldier kept waving its scimitar, and every time it slashed down, a person would be cut in half. The other party had the advantage in numbers, but none of them were a match for them. They were like lambs waiting to be slaughtered. As a level 4 mechanical soldier, its combat power was comparable to a level 5 evolver. It was too easy for it to deal with a group of evolvers below level 3. What a powerful puppet! Witnessing this scene, Li Zhantian's eyelids twitched. The face of the fair-skinned man beside him was also gloomy. After exchanging glances, the two of them simultaneously attacked Su Chen. They all knew that the steel golem was most likely a level 4 golem. Their subordinates would not be able to withstand it, and would be slaughtered in no time. Once all of his subordinates were dead, the puppet would join forces with Su Chen, and they would not be able to take advantage of the situation. Therefore, they had to gain the initiative by striking first. They had to join hands and kill Su Chen before their subordinates died. Li Zhantian grasped the golden sledgehammer and rushed towards Su Chen. With the momentum of Mount Tai, he smashed it down on his head. The fair-skinned man stood still, but a silver longbow appeared in his hand. At this moment, he had already drawn his bow and aimed at Su Chen. Seeing this, Su Chen curled his lips. When the golden sledgehammer was about to hit him, he directly reached out and grabbed it. The golden sledgehammer smashed down like a meteor and fell on Su Chen's palm. It immediately stopped its downward momentum and became unable to move. How is this possible? Li Zhantian's face changed dramatically as he screamed in shock. One must know that the golden sledgehammer weighed 1,000 pounds. Coupled with the strength of a level 4 evolver, the strength of this hammer was more than 10,000 pounds. Yet it was easily caught in the other party's hand and could not move. This was too inconceivable. Chapter 348. Just as Li Zhantian was in a daze, Su Chen pulled off the golden sledgehammer and punched out. Li Zhantian was shocked and instinctively wanted to retreat, but he was horrified to find that there was an invisible force around him, binding him as if he had fallen into a swamp. Mental strength. Li Zhantian realized that he was bound by mental strength. and the fear in his heart reached the extreme. He screamed at the fair-skinned man, "Save me!" The fair-skinned man saw that Li Zhantian was in danger, and did not hesitate to shoot an arrow. Clang! A silver light shot out and instantly flew in front of Su Chen. "Boy, let's see what you choose." The fair-skinned man smiled gloomily. In his opinion, if Su Chen continued to kill Li Zhantian, he could certainly kill Li Zhantian. But he would also suffer a fatal blow. A strong person like Su Chen must cherish his life. He also thought that Su Chen would choose to dodge. In this way, he could save Li Zhantian. Unfortunately, there was one thing that he did not know. Su Chen had the ancient god-demon body, and could ignore any attack of the same level. The fair-skinned man was also a level 4 revolver. Even if he used all his strength, he could not hurt Su Chen at all. Su Chen ignored the flying arrow and still punched down. No. Li Zhantian let out a desperate roar. There was a loud explosion. Li Zhantian's head was smashed just as he roared. Why didn't he dodge? Is he not afraid of death? Seeing Su Chen kill Li Zhantian without hesitation, completely ignoring the flying arrow, the fair-skinned man had deep doubts. But the next moment, the scene that appeared almost scared him to death on the spot. The silver arrow hit Su Chen's chest heavily, but it was as if it hit a piece of steel plate, and it bounced off. He has an indestructible body. At this moment, the fair-skinned man was stunned. However, he quickly came back to his senses, and a pair of white wings suddenly spread out from his back. He flapped them a few times, and his body soared into the sky. This was the rhythm of preparing to escape. He knew very well that with Su Chen's immense strength and indestructible body, even a level 6 evolver might not be able to do anything to him. If he didn't escape, his life would be in danger. Outsiders. Su Chen was slightly stunned when he saw the fair-skinned man suddenly grow a pair of wings. The human race didn't have this ability, but he had seen a winged alien twice. They were the Night Demon clan and the Blood clan. He was rather surprised to see a winged alien again. However, since he was sure that the other party was from another race, he naturally wouldn't let him go. Although they couldn't fly, they had many ways to kill. "Do you think you can escape from me just because you can fly?" Su Chen sneered and took out a red stone from his storage bag. It was the earth-fire meteorite. Then he suddenly exerted force and threw it at the fair-skinned man in the air. Su Chen's strength was so great after using the 100 times strength technique that the earth-fire meteorite left his hand. It was so fast that it caught up with the fair-skinned man in the blink of an eye. The fair-skinned man was shocked when he felt a ball of heat shooting at him from behind. He grabbed a knife and slashed it behind him. Crack! A crisp sound was heard. As soon as the saber came into contact with the earth-vein fire meteorite, it was smashed into pieces. Not good. The moment the knife was smashed, the fair-skinned man felt a vigorous force crushing him. Before he could react, he was hit by the earth-vein fire meteor. Amidst the crackling sounds of bones breaking, the fair-skinned man's bones shattered inch by inch, and he fainted on the spot. The earth-vein fire meteorite then shot out a scarlet flame, which circled around the fair-skinned man and burned him to ashes. Chapter 349. Immediately after, the 10 fragments and the earth-vein fire meteorite fell from the sky together. Seeing this, the corners of Su Chen's mouth curled up slightly, and a look of joy quietly appeared on his face. Not only did he get 10 fragments after killing the alien race, but the power of the earth-vein fire meteorite had also been verified. Compared to the Big Dipper star fragment stone, the earth-vein fire meteorite was more lethal. Later, Su Chen dashed forward happily, first put the earth-vein fire meteorite into his storage bag, and then began to pick up the fragments. Picked up a Step to Heaven fragment X1, 150. The fragments are not full and cannot be used. Can be exchanged for energy points. No exchange. After saying that, Su Chen opened the Doomsday Mall to check the exchange price of A Step to Heaven. When he saw that it was 5,000 energy points, the corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. A Step to Heaven was very likely to be a technique, and its exchange price was similar to the Blade of Divine Sense. This proved that its value was very high. After calming himself down, Su Chen continued to pick up the fragments. The second fragment was also a purple fragment. Picked up 5 elements Thunder Purgatory Formation Fragment X1, 100. The fragments are not full and cannot be used. Can be exchanged for energy points. No exchange. Su Chen's heart skipped a beat. The number of 100 fragments was comparable to the ancient Godfiend body. Moreover, the exchange points in the Doomsday Mall were also 10,000 energy points. 10,000 energy points was no small matter, and this could be verified by the ancient Godfiend body and Heavenly Hundredfold Strength technique. After obtaining these 2 body tempering techniques, Su Chen's strength soared greatly, and killing an evolver who was 1 level higher than him was as easy as chopping vegetables. Therefore, he had some expectations for the 5 elements Thunder Purgatory Formation. However, 10,000 energy points was not a small number, and there were still many things waiting to be exchanged. The 10,000 Lights 10 Shadows killing technique, the illusionary blazing feather divine dragon, and the time accelerator were all things that he was determined to get. Even though he had gathered 10,000 energy points, the 5 elements Thunder Purgatory Formation had to be slightly delayed. Seems like I'll have to collect more fragments. Su Chen sighed and picked up more fragments. The remaining fragments were not worth much, so he exchanged them all for energy points. After picking up the fragments, Su Chen and the others returned to the Intelligent War Chariot and continued their journey to Heaven-reaching City. Half an hour later, the Intelligent War Chariot appeared in front of Heaven-reaching City. Heaven Connect City has a population of 1 million and is known as the largest city on Thousand Feather Island. The first impression it gave was that it was majestic, tall, and gave off a heavy feeling. Since the MCV of other forces was not allowed to enter Tongtian City, Su Chen put the Intelligent Chariot and Mechanical Soldier into his storage bag. The 3 mutated wolves were placed in the pet raising space. After paying the energy stones to enter the city, Su Chen and his group of 9 entered Heaven-reaching City. In the city, people were flowing, and there were many shops selling a variety of goods. It was much more complete than the Tiansong Plain Market. Yang Hao and the others were almost dazzled. They looked around, and their heads were like a rattle drum. Su Chen also kept looking around, looking at the lively scene around him. At this moment, he had an illusion that he had returned to the bustling metropolis of his previous life. Su Chen, where are we going next? Seeing that Su Chen was a little dazed, Tianlin asked. Su Chen came back to his senses, pondered for a moment, and said, "Let's go to the Yulin shop first." The essence fruit tree and the earth star vein condensing stone had been bought by the Yulin shop. In order to prevent them from being sold to others, they must go to the Yulin shop as soon as possible. Chapter 350. After that, Su Chen asked someone to inquire about the Yulin shop. The Yulin shop was not the biggest shop in Tongtian City, but it was quite famous. Su Chen soon found out the specific location of the Yulin shop. The Yulin shop was located in the northern part of Tongtian City, which was divided into 4 districts. In addition to the northern part, there was also the eastern part, the southern part, and the western part. Su Chen's location was in the southern part of the city. If he walked to the northern part, it would take several hours. Fortunately, there was a special bus in Tongtian City, which was very convenient, just like the taxis in his previous life. However, this kind of bus was much smaller than the average bus. It could only seat 3 people at most. But as long as he had energy stones, the problem could be solved. Su Chen rented 3 buses in one go, and went straight to the Yulin shop in the northern part of the city. Half an hour later, the 3 buses stopped in front of a tall building in the northern part of the city. The Yulin shop was on the first floor of the building. Su Chen paid the fare and entered the shop with the others. A waiter saw that Su Chen and the others had an extraordinary temperament, so he came up with a smile and greeted them. "Hello, what can I do for you?" Su Chen smiled and said, "Is your shopkeeper here? I have a big business to discuss." Hearing this, the waiter's eyes lit up and he smiled. "Please wait a moment. I'll be back soon." Soon after the waiter left, he came back with a fat old man with a white beard. The fat old man came closer, looked at Su-chun and asked, "Friends, I'm the shopkeeper of the Yulin shop. What business do you want to discuss with me?" Su-chun went straight to the point. He took out the leaf of the essence fruit tree and put it in front of the fat old man. He said calmly, "Today you bought a plant with this leaf in the Tiansong plain. Is it still in your hands? I want to buy it. The price is negotiable." The fat old man looked at the leaf carefully and nodded slightly. "We did buy this plant, but it has been sent to the auction." "What auction?" Su-chun frowned. "Of course, it's the auction held in Skyspan City," the fat old man said in a natural manner. "Can you take it back?" "I can pay several times the price," Su-chun probed. He had never participated in an auction before, but he knew what was going on. Anything that appeared in the auction could be obtained by whoever paid the highest price. He had a lot of energy stones on him, but once someone recognized a spiritual item like the essence fruit tree, they would definitely fight over it like crazy. Even if he could obtain the essence fruit tree in the end, he would have to spend a huge amount of energy stones. The fat old man was a little tempted, but he still sighed and said, "The things sent to the auction can only be taken back after they have been auctioned." "When will the auction be held?" "Where exactly is it?" Su-chun asked in a deep voice. If the auction was still going to be held for a long time, he would consider whether or not he should snatch it back. After all, he had other things to do in Heaven Connect City. He couldn't keep waiting. "The auction is in the center of the North City. It will be held tomorrow." The fat old man didn't hide anything. Su-chun nodded slightly. He could afford to wait for a day. Then he took out the star-gathering stone and the Earth Star Vein Condensation Stone and asked, "Do you have these two ores here?" "We used to have them, but we don't have any now." The fat old man shook his head and smiled bitterly. He then explained, "These ores containing the thunder attribute were all bought by the City Lord's mansion. The black ores were also sent to the auction." F***CK. Su-chun cursed inwardly. He then bid farewell to the fat old man and left the Jade Forest shop. Chapter 351. After exiting the Jade Forest shop, Su-chun and the others strolled around while looking for the location of the auction. The essence fruit tree and the Earth Star Vein Condensation Stone had been sent to the auction, so he had to attend it tomorrow. Before that, he had to confirm the location of the auction. Half an hour later, the group arrived in front of an independent circular building. This building looked like a fortress. At this time, the door was closed, and there was a plaque on the door with the words Heaven Connect City North City Auction written on it. Su-chun glanced at it and then looked away. The auction was to be held tomorrow, so they had to stay in Heaven Connect City for the night. Next, they began to look for a place to stay. There were many places to stay in Heaven Connect City. Some were like ancient inns, and some were like hotels in his previous life. The style was polar. Su-chun chose a hotel called Haoyu that was close to the auction. After entering the inn, a waiter greeted them. "Are you looking for a place to stay? Give me 3 rooms." Su-chun nodded. There were 9 of them in total, and it was obviously not suitable for them to all squeeze into one room. 3 people to a room was not crowded, and they could look after each other. The waiter said, "The ordinary rooms are already full, and now there are only 3 top-grade rooms left. However, the price is higher. Each room costs 20 ordinary energy stones." 20 energy stones was a sky-high price for an ordinary person. But for Su-chun, it was not even a drop in the ocean. If he exchanged all the energy stones in his storage bag for ordinary energy stones, he would have more than 100,000 of them. A mere 20 energy stones was indeed not enough for him. 60 energy stones, all 3 rooms. Su-chun grabbed a handful of energy stones and handed it to the waiter. The waiter counted the number, and when he found that there were 65 energy stones, he immediately smiled from ear to ear. He knew that the extra 5 energy stones were definitely for his consumption. Although it was only 5 energy stones, it was more than what he earned in a month of work. He had not met a rich tycoon like Su-chun in a long time. "Gentlemen, the luxurious rooms are on the top floor. Please follow me." The waiter smiled and led the way. On the top floor, there were 3 connected rooms. Su Chun, Yang Lingtian, and Wu Yang chose one room. Tan Lin and the other two girls shared one room. And Yang Hao and the other two girls shared one room. The room was very clean and tidy, and there were 3 wooden beds. Su Chun chose a bed and laid down on it. Just as he was about to close his eyes and rest for a while, there was a knock on the door. Su Chun released his spiritual force and scanned the room, only to see that the one who knocked on the door was the waiter, and behind him were 3 strong men. Su Chun didn't know what the other party's intentions were. He frowned and walked to the door. He opened it and said coldly, "What's the matter?" The waiter said awkwardly, "Sir, can you give up your room? Someone is offering double the price." "Do I lack energy stones?" Su Chen's face sank and he snorted coldly. "Don't disturb me if there's nothing important." Just as he was about to close the door, a cold voice came from behind the waiter. "Brat, did I give you enough face? Your room is mine. If you know what's good for you, scram." Su Chen rubbed his nose and smiled. "What if I don't? Do you know where we are from? If I tell you, you'll be scared to death. How dare you not?" The 3 strong men walked up, and one of them pushed the waiter to the side. He then stared at Su Chen and snorted. "Let's hear it." Su Chen was still unmoved. "We're from the Hidden Fog sect. Have you heard of us? Hurry up and get lost." The young man snorted arrogantly. The Hidden Fog sect was recognized as one of the top 3 factions in Yulin. From the young man's point of view, as long as he revealed the name of the Hidden Fog sect, Su Chen would definitely be scared to death. Just a trash sect. Su Chen's face was full of contempt as he sneered. "A few days ago, a few ants from the Hidden Fog sect were arrogant in front of me, and I casually squashed them to death. You 3 trash want to die?" Chapter 352. Hearing this, the waiter was stunned as he looked at Su Chen in a daze. He sighed in his heart. "It's over. Why are you so stubborn?" Although this was not the territory of the Hidden Fog sect, the Hidden Fog sect was still a big sect. They had great influence even in Sky Connecting City. Humiliating the other party in front of him was the same as courting death. At this moment, the waiter had already regarded Su Chen as a dead man. After all, the consequences of offending the Hidden Fog sect was not something an ordinary person could bear. Although Su Chen was rich, in this world, money was not everything. The most important thing was strength. Only those who were strong had the right to be arrogant. Su Chen looked less than 20 years old, so he could not be that strong. The consequences of going against a strong person from the Hidden Fog sect could be imagined. "You are courting death." The young man from the Hidden Fog sect was furious. He clenched his fist and threw it at Su Chen, vowing to kill Su Chen on the spot. He was a level 2 evolver. The moment he threw the punch, he exerted his strength to the extreme, setting off a violent aura. The waiter trembled. He could not bear to see Su Chen's miserable end, so he closed his eyes tightly. The corners of Su Chen's mouth twitched slightly, and he instantly released his mental strength. Seeing that Su Chen did not dodge, the young man thought that Su Chen was scared out of his wits. A cruel smile appeared on the corner of his mouth as he laughed sinisterly. "Go to hell." However, in the next moment he suddenly felt that his body was entangled by an invisible force. He could not even blink his eyes, let alone kill Su Chen. Mental power. The young man's face changed drastically as this thought appeared in his mind. He clearly realized that the young man in front of him was most likely a spirit reader, and an abnormally strong one. "Senior." Just as the young man was about to beg for mercy, his whole body quickly twisted. With the sound of bones breaking, he turned into a pile of meat paste. Seeing this scene, the other 2 people behind the young man were scared out of their wits. Cold sweat dripped down their backs. The 2 of them looked at each other, turned around and fled. However, until now, no one had been able to escape from Su Chen's hands. 2 loud bangs were heard. The 2 of them hadn't even taken a few steps before their heads exploded, and they died on the spot. After killing the 3 from the Hidden Fog sect, Su Chen turned to the waiter and said, "Clean this place up." With that, he returned to his room and closed the door. The waiter was a little confused when he heard someone talking to him. This was because he clearly heard that the person who spoke was a young man whom he thought was a nouveau riche. What was going on? Shouldn't he have been killed? Could it be that the Hidden Fog sect was kind enough to let him go? However, what was with those explosive sounds? With confusion in his heart, the waiter slowly opened his eyes. When he saw the two headless bodies and the pile of meat on the ground, his heart stopped beating. Without a doubt, the three dead people were from the Hidden Fog sect. As for how he died, he must have been killed by that rich young man. Oh my God! Was he really that strong? And he really dared to kill the Hidden Fog sect's people? The waiter was shocked. After being stunned for a while, he turned around and ran downstairs. The Hidden Fog sect's people were not small fries, and 3 of them had died at once. This was a serious problem. It was so serious that it was unimaginable. If he didn't report it in time, he might even lose his life. Chapter 353. Su Chen lay back on the bed and closed his eyes. Would the Hidden Fog sect come for revenge? He didn't care at all. As long as they dared to come, no matter how many of them there were, he would kill them all. Wu Yang and Yang Lingtian also didn't care. They had seen this kind of thing many times, so they weren't surprised. 10 minutes later, the sound of footsteps could be heard outside the room again. As it approached, a man's angry roar could be heard. Who is the impatient thing that dares to kill the people of the Hidden Fog sect? Come out and die. Su Chen snorted, got up and came to the door. The moment the door was opened, he saw that the corridor was full of people. There were at least 30 or 40 of them, and each of them looked fierce. They looked at Su Chen with anger. Yang Hao and the others heard the noise and came out of the room, gathering around Su Chen. Boy, did you kill them? On the opposite side, an old man with a face like tree bark glanced at Su Chen and asked coldly. Su Chen rubbed his nose and said indifferently, I did kill those 3 trash. Seeing Su Chen's fearless look, the old man was furious. Killing the people of the Hidden Fog sect is a heinous crime. Are you going to kill yourself or force me to do it? F***CKU. How can you talk to Chen Gu like that? Chao Ren couldn't help but curse. Sherdaniu also snorted with disdain. Old man, if you dare to disrespect Chen Gu again, I will smash you to death with my hammer. Presumptuous. Next to the old man with bark, a middle-aged man wearing white armor roared. Then he pointed at Sherdaniu and Chao Ran and scolded. You 2 blind things, do you know who he is? He is Elder Tong Chuan of the Hidden Fog sect. Elder Tong Chuan is a level 3 evolver. He has a high position in the Hidden Mist sect. Kneel down and apologize. Sherdaniu and Chao Ran curled their lips and looked at Su Chen. The 2 of them might not be able to deal with a level 3 evolver, but in Su Chen's eyes, wasn't he just an ant? Did a level 3 evolver have the qualifications to act like a big shot in front of Su Chen? Su Chen coughed lightly and said sarcastically, even the venerable carving dragon of the Hidden Fog sect is trash in my eyes. Who do you think you are? As soon as he said that, the entire corridor fell into a strange silence. The people from the Hidden Fog sect were dumbfounded. The waiters who came with them were even more dumbfounded. Su Chen's words were too arrogant. Too arrogant. As a level 4 evolver, Venerable Carving Dragon was a famous expert in Yulin. Who would have thought that in Su Chen's eyes, they would become trash? Could it be that he had met a madman? He did not even put the Venerable Dragon carving in his eyes. Did he think that he was a level 5 evolutionary? Even a level 5 evolver wouldn't dare to boast so shamelessly, right? Creak. Tong Chuan gritted his teeth fiercely. His anger had reached its peak. Since he joined the Hidden Fog sect, when had he ever been humiliated in front of his face? Moreover, it was a few young people who had humiliated him. He couldn't stand it anymore. Finally, Tong Chuan's anger was completely ignited. He roared, kill them. Suddenly, a few people rushed out from behind him and rushed toward Su Chen. You're overestimating yourselves. Su Chen snorted coldly and punched out. The berserk strength chi was like a vast ocean, sweeping forward. There was a loud explosion. The few people who rushed over first were directly blasted into smithereens. Level 4 revolver. Tong Chuan's eyes widened. He was so scared that he almost peed his pants. The middle-aged man in white armor next to him trembled and begged for mercy. "Senior, I'm from Tongtian City. Please show mercy." Facing a level 4 revolver, he knew that even if all of them worked together, they wouldn't be a match for him. If he wanted to live, he could only beg for Su Chen's forgiveness. Chapter 354. Su Chen didn't care which force it was. Once he had the intention to kill, he would never hold back. He slashed forward with the enchanted divine saber, and a huge gray wind blade swept over. Ah! A series of heart-wrenching screams reverberated in the corridor. When the screams stopped, the corridor was covered with minced meat. Except for the waiter, all the people from the Hidden Fog sect and Sky-Reaching City were killed on the spot. The waiter looked at the purgatory-like corridor and couldn't help but tremble. He was just an ordinary person. When had he ever seen such a bloody scene? At this moment, his breathing stopped, and his whole person seemed to be petrified. "Let's go. We can't stay here anymore. Let's go somewhere else." Su Chen shook his head and walked straight out. The corridor was full of the strong smell of blood, which seriously affected the mood of the hotel. He didn't want to stay here any longer. Walking out of the Haoyu Hotel, Su Chen found a remote corner and took out the intelligent war vehicle. After the previous disturbance, the people from Sky-Reaching City and the Hidden Fog sect would definitely not let it go. It was not safe to continue staying in the hotel. Therefore, he planned to rest in the intelligent war vehicle for the night. However, Sky-Reaching City had a rule that the minibuses of other forces were not allowed to enter. Su Chen openly took out the intelligent war vehicle, which was undoubtedly a challenge to the dignity of Sky-Reaching City. But so what? He had killed the people of Sky-Reaching City. Why would he care about the rules? If the people of Sky-Reaching City didn't know what was good for them and dared to cause trouble, at worst he would kill them like in King Kong City. After the intelligent war vehicle became more than 20 meters long, Su Chen and the others entered the vehicle one by one. Although the location he chose was relatively remote, it still attracted the attention of passers-by. Many people surrounded the intelligent war vehicle and pointed at it. "This MCV is so beautiful. Who is so rich? How can there be such a big MCV? What's the use of being beautiful? Doesn't he know that Sky-Reaching City doesn't allow other MCV to enter? This guy is going to be unlucky. That's right. This guy is crazy enough to drive a MCV here. Let's teach him a lesson." Su Chen was annoyed by the noise outside. He opened the car door and shouted, "What's there to see? Get out of my way." As soon as these words came out, it immediately caused a wave of public anger. "Motherf asterisk Kerr, this is Heaven Connect City. Why are you so arrogant? Do you think Heaven Connect City is your home? So what if we just take a look? Do you dare to hit us?" Anyone who dared to make a move in Heaven Connect City would definitely receive the harshest punishment. If things went wrong, they might even lose their lives. Therefore, in the face of Su Chen's threat, the onlookers turned a deaf ear and even began to curse Su Chen. A burly man with a face full of pockmarks pointed at Su Chen's nose and said coldly, "Kid, who do you think you are? I won't leave. What can you do to me? Come and bite me if you dare." Su Chen's eyes gradually narrowed. He knew that if he didn't make an example of this guy, these guys wouldn't leave. "I don't dare to bite you, but I dare to kill you." After a cold snort, Su Chen released his spiritual force and directly crushed the man with pockmarks into a pile of meat paste. F***CK. He really dares to kill someone. How did he do it? I didn't see him do it at all. Stop talking. Let's run. This guy is too ruthless. Seeing Su Chen kill without any scruples, the onlookers were scared out of their wits and ran away without a trace. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference. as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.